Chapter 482. Hundreds of Jinwu guards searched the mountain on a large scale and almost dug 3 feet into the ground. However, other than finding the corpses of the Tenho Junji's troops, they still found nothing. Chung Yaojin was even more confused when he heard the report from his subordinate. He carefully examined the corpses that were carried down the mountain by the soldiers. Other than a few people who died from arrows, the others were killed by a sneak attack from behind by a sharp blade. Chung Yaojin even had the soldiers hold up the corpses while he simulated an attack from behind the corpses. Seeing this, Li Wanyu felt a wave of nausea. Li Wanyu didn't dare to look at the bloody corpses carefully. He hid far away while cursing Chung Yaojin in his heart. This old man's taste was too heavy. He was a pretty boy from the modern era. When had he ever seen so many bloody corpses? Not vomiting on the spot was already a sign of his strong mental fortitude. After Chung Yaojin finished looking at the corpses, he casually wiped the blood on his hands on the corpses' clothes and strode to Li Wangyu's side. "Boy, tell me honestly, are your 2 subordinates still on the mountain? I don't believe that someone can hide so well that hundreds of Jinwu guards can't find them. Did the Niu brothers really become immortals?" "Hee, Uncle Chung, if you don't believe me, I can call them out now. Won't it be clear, then?" Li Wanyu glanced at Chung Yaojin's big hand, which was still wet with blood, and quietly moved back a few steps. He was afraid that this old man would be so happy that he would pat his shoulder again. "No need. I don't believe that we can't find them. I'll go look for them myself." Pai Lupi, Yuchi Jingda, Chai Lingwu, Li Jing, and the others were also interested after hearing the 2's conversation. Thus, they simply walked to the small mountain and planned to see it with their own eyes. Everyone carefully searched the mountain several times, but still found nothing. Chung Yaojin ran up and down the mountain several times and was already panting from exhaustion. "Brat, call your troops out. I'm convinced. I really can't find them. Damn it, I still don't believe that they're on this mountain." Pai Lupi also nodded. "Ziyu, call your troops out. I want to see how they hide themselves." Li Wanyu nodded. Just as he was about to open his mouth to summon Niu Yong and Niu Wu, he saw a bush beside them suddenly shake a few times. Then 2 figures stood up. "Husband, there's no need to shout. My brother and I are here." Niu Wu grinned and said in a low and muffled voice. Everyone was shocked. Chung Yaojin did not expect that 2 people would appear from the bushes near his feet. He was so scared that he pulled out his knife. "Where did the 2 of you come from?" "Hee greetings, High Duke Lu." Niu Wu laughed. It was no wonder that Chung Yaojin could not recognize the Niu brothers. At this time, their faces had been painted black. When they smiled, other than their snow-white teeth, they did not look like humans at all. Furthermore, the clothes they were wearing were even stranger. They were all dirt-colored and dark green rags that hung on their bodies. There were also all kinds of shrubs, branches, and leaves on them. Li Wanyu did not know that the Niu brothers were nearby. When he saw the 2 of them appear, he quickly ran forward and looked at them carefully. "How are you? Are you hurt?" "Hee, husband, don't worry. Those are just chickens and pottery dogs. How could they hurt me and my brother?" Seeing that the Niu brothers were not hurt, Li Wanyu was finally relieved. Pai Lupi and the others were also shocked. No one expected that the Niu brothers would be lying in the bushes near their feet. "Niu Yong, Niu Wu, the 2 of you have been here all this time?" "Your Majesty, the 2 of us have been here all this time." "Hide again for me to see." "Yes." Niu Yong pulled Niu Wu and lay down in the bushes again. Chung Yaojin rubbed his eyes hard. "Damn it, it's really strange. There are 2 living people lying there, but I can't tell them apart." Li Jing took a few steps forward and sized it up carefully for a long time before he kept shaking his head. Unbelievable. It's really unbelievable. How can it be so magical? I know that the Nyo brothers are here, but I can't tell. TSK. If this is used to ambush the enemy or to scout, who can find out? Pai Lupi also nodded. He had thought of this just now. My two Nyo brothers, please get up. Pai Lupi called the Nyo brothers up again and asked, if I'm not wrong, the two of you can hide your bodies because of the clothes you are wearing, right? Your Majesty is right. This set of clothes was specially made for us two brothers by my husband. My husband said that this is called auspicious clothing. Li Wanyu almost spat out blood. What the hell is auspicious clothing? Auspicious? This Nyo Yong is really infuriating. He should be punished and not allowed to sleep with his wife. Brother, it's auspicious clothing. Nyo Wu quickly corrected his brother. Nyo Yong patted his head. Yes, auspicious clothing. My husband said it a few times, but I can't remember it. Pai Lupi couldn't help but shake his head. Your husband is good at everything, but why is the name so unpleasant? What auspicious clothing? I don't know what it is. I think this clothing can hide your bodies, so it should be called evasive clothing. Li Wanyu silently rolled his eyes. You are the boss, so you have the final say. The cement was changed into mirage mud by Pai Lupi, so the auspicious clothing didn't escape from Pai Lupi's evil claws. He understood what Pai Lupi meant. Evasive clothing was the ancient Chinese name for chameleons. It was not bad to call it evasive clothing. Anyway, the so-called ghillie suit was just a transliteration of the later generations. It didn't have any practical meaning. Li Wanyu was just used to calling it ghillie suit. The clothing that the Nyo brothers were wearing was the disguise clothing used by the special forces in the future, the auspicious clothing. The auspicious clothing was invented by a Scottish hunter during the First World War. It was basically a coat made of cloth and cloth with many ropes and strips. It was usually made into the color of the soil or plants. After the soldiers wore the auspicious clothing, they would be able to blend into the background, like chameleons. It would be hard for the enemy to discover them. Li Wanyu was also a fan of the military in the future. Although he couldn't recite the data of the various military equipment, he was still familiar with the general military knowledge. In the future, he was also a frequent visitor to a few famous military forums. That day, when Nyo Wu said that he and his brother could deal with dozens of golden guards in the wild, Li Wanyu only thought that he was bragging. Of course, Nyo Wu's words were also an exaggeration. Although he and Nyo Yong were members of the White Trampling Army, they weren't supermen that could deal with dozens of people. Li Wanyu suddenly thought of the scenes of special forces ambushing the enemy in the movies. Especially the snipers wearing the auspicious clothing. They left a deep impression on him. Therefore, when he was unhappy with Ho Junji for sowing discord and angrily brought up the matter of the forest fight, it was because he suddenly thought of the auspicious clothing. Reality also proved that the auspicious clothing's camouflage effect was surprisingly good. The troops of the Marquis estate, who never thought that there would be people who could conceal themselves, so well were ambushed by the Nyo brothers. In the end, they all died in the forest. After Pai Lupi understood the use of the auspicious clothing, he had the Nyo brothers take it off and had 2 golden guards put it on. As expected, it had the same camouflage effect. Haha, good. Zio, I didn't expect you to have such an understanding of the military. I have underestimated you. I'll accept this auspicious clothing, but I won't give you anything else. After all, you have gained a lot this time. TSK, the 3 gambling houses in Chong, and all belong to you now. Chapter 483. The 2 sets of ghillie clothes that the Nyo brothers were wearing were naturally made in 2 days by their beautiful superior, the maids in the estate, Afro, and Perrin. The Niu brothers originally looked down on these tattered clothes, but after trying them on, they realized how terrifying they were. After the two brothers put on the ghillie clothes, they had already fought with the 73 golden guards several times, and the results were self-evident. Thus, when Wang Renyu, Zhang Yuanshou, and the others mocked the Niu brothers for running away without a fight, the 73 soldiers couldn't help but laugh. What kind of joke was this? If not for the fact that they had used wooden sabers and wooden arrows to fight with the Niu brothers, the 73 of them would have already been buried in the ground. Even the 73 of them had been killed by the Niu brothers in the forest. No matter how formidable Hou Junji's troops were, how strong could they be? After a few rounds of fighting to the death, these old ruffians were now full of admiration for the Niu brothers. Thus, no one was jealous of the fact that the Niu brothers could earn a monthly salary of 50 strings of gold. The two sets of ghillie clothes were carried on the backs of the Niu brothers for today's gambling match. After they entered the forest, they immediately changed their clothes and darkened their faces, palms, and other parts of their skin that were exposed. Then, they hid in the bushes of the forest. When the troops of the Marquis residents were searching for them, they didn't even notice them when they passed by. Only when the troops of the Marquis residents let down their guard did the Niu brothers decisively strike, using their daggers and bows to kill several of them. After understanding the details of the fight on the mountain from the Niu brothers, Cheng Yaojin and the others could only shake their heads. Hou Junji's loss wasn't unjust. No one could do anything against such an opponent. He, Uncle Cheng, Uncle Yuchi, are you guys interested in those 3 gambling houses? This little nephew has already said it before. Are the uncles willing to take over? Li Wanyu thought of today's spoils of war, and immediately pulled Cheng Yaojin, Yuchi Jingda, and the others to ask. Cheng Yaojin glared at him and said, "Enough, this daddy already said that I'll take over those gambling houses. Would I lie to you? Of the 3 gambling houses that you won, I will take Yongyi gambling house. I will give you 10,000 taels of gold. How about it?" Li Wanyu naturally nodded. Yongyi gambling house was about the same as Hou Junji's Jingan gambling house, with a monthly profit of around 5,000 strings of thread. Cheng Yaojin bought it for 10,000 taels of gold, which was equivalent to 60,000 strings of coins. He was quite generous. With Cheng Yaojin's help, the other dukes would naturally not give up on the opportunity to expand their own businesses. In any case, they already had a gambling house in their residence, so it would be good to have another one. Pai Lupi wanted to ban gambling, but was unable to do so due to the pressure from the aristocratic families and nobles. However, Pai Lupi also made an agreement with the aristocratic families. In Chang, and only the existing 72 gambling houses were allowed to exist. Other than that, no one else was allowed to open any gambling houses. This was somewhat similar to the gambling card system of the later generations. Only with gambling cards could one open a casino. Those aristocratic families and nobles, as those with vested interests, naturally didn't want anyone else to take a share of the profits, so they naturally nodded in agreement. This was also why Hou Junji, Wang Renyu, and Zhang Yuanshou were so sad today. If they lost their gambling houses, they would lose the right to operate gambling houses. Unless their 3 clans took over gambling houses from other aristocratic families, they would not be able to open any more gambling houses. Gambling houses were businesses that made huge profits with little capital. Last time, Li Wanyu had used his understanding of history to work with Cheng Yaojin to take a huge bite out of the gambling houses of the aristocratic families. But who had ever heard of a gambling house losing money? Yuchi Jingda and Chai Lingwu also expressed that they were willing to buy Hou Junji's and the Zheng clan's gambling houses for the same price as Cheng Yaojin, 10,000 taels of gold. This naturally made Li Wanyu grin, so much that his eyes turned into slits, and he repeatedly bowed in thanks. To suddenly earn 30,000 taels of gold, It truly was true that one could not become rich without a windfall. After dividing up the loot, everyone was very satisfied with their harvest. Pai Lupi ordered his men to carefully put away the two evasive uniform. While these things didn't seem very eye-catching, their concealment ability had greatly tempted Pai Lupi and the other military bigwigs. As the Minister of War, Li Jing was naturally very concerned about military equipment. He looked at the evasive uniform that Pai Lupi had given its name to and shook his head. These evasive uniforms are not bad, but they have a flaw. These clothes are too trivial. The cloth, ropes, and branches on them hinder the soldiers from wielding their weapons. Pai Lupi and Cheng Yaojin nodded in agreement, finding Li Jing's words reasonable. That's right, the evasive uniform is not suitable for ordinary soldiers. How can they fight when they're dressed like this? Cheng Yaojin also shook his head. Hearing this, Li Wanyu couldn't help but burst into laughter. Duke Wei, Uncle Cheng, this auspicious. Oh, no, evasive uniform is used for special operations. It's used by special forces when they are in hiding. They are used for special operations, but normal soldiers don't need them. Pai Lupi couldn't help but frown when he heard this. What is special operations? What's the meaning of special forces? Li Wanyu was also stunned. It seemed that he had said too much. Special forces soldiers. They are soldiers who carry out special missions. Special operations are people who use special methods to complete their missions. Yes, it's like sneak attacking the enemy's camp, killing the enemy's chief, burning their provisions, spying for information, and so on. Li Wanyu's forehead was almost covered in sweat. It was so tiring to make this up. He was just a fan of the fake military in the future, so how could he know so much? He had only participated in military training in high school and university, and had only practiced target shooting twice. How could he know what a real special operations soldier did? But wasn't that how it was portrayed in movies? Hiding in the enemy's base, spying for information, sneak attacking the enemy, and so on. Li Wangyu's words attracted the interest of Pai Lupi, Li Jing, Cheng Yaojin, and the other military bigwigs. Oh, Ziyu, tell me in detail about the special forces and special operations. Li Wanyu couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Details? How the hell would he know the details? But looking at the burning gazes of Pai Lupi and the other dukes, Li Wanyu didn't dare to tell the truth. If he were to say, I don't know, now would he be beaten half to death by this group of violent bigwigs? Since ancient times, there were two types of people that everyone had the right to kill, those who hung people's stomachs and those who spoiled their entire family. Li Wanyu had lost the appetite of Pai Lupi and the others. If he were to say that he didn't know anything else, Niu Yong and Niu Wu would probably have to lead the 73 troops and carry him back to Dingzhou village. Thinking of this, Li Wanyu couldn't help but shiver. He looked left and right, then smiled and said, Uncle, this isn't a good place to talk. This kid's mansion isn't far away. Why don't I invite Uncle to my mansion, and we can talk while drinking? Wahahaha, kid. After talking for so long, this is the only sentence that sounds good. Let's go, lead the way. I've been thirsty for a long time, and I need wine to quench my thirst. Cheng Yaojin's blood-stained and dirty hand finally landed on Li Wanyu's shoulder. Looking at the handprint on the shoulder of his white robe, Li Wanyu was about to cry. F***CK, this old hooligan, did he do it on purpose? Chapter 484. Today, because Li Wanyu and Ho Junji were having a gambling match, Cheng Yaojin and the other Grand Dukes had also brought along quite a few of their own troops to watch the match at Jade Star Palace. In addition, Pai Lupi had the Golden Guards protecting him. A group of nearly 1,000 people followed Li Wanyu to Dingzhou village. With so many people, there was no way they could return to the Li family's old residence. Otherwise, they wouldn't even have a place to stay. Li Wanyu pondered for a moment. In any case, the manor had already been completed. The 100 servants and maids that the old steward Li Heng had bought had already made the manor ready to move in at any time. He might as well invite Pai Lupi, Chung Yaojin, and the others to the new manor. He gave an order to the troops behind him, and 2 of them immediately urged their horses forward to inform the magistrate that they were ready to welcome Pai Lupi and the other Grand Dukes. The large group slowly advanced. When they arrived at Dingzhou village, fortunately, the troops had come back to inform them in advance, so they didn't cause any commotion among the villagers. Under Li Wangyou's guidance, the group passed through Dingzhou village and headed toward the hillside outside the village. The walls surrounding the manor and Dingzhou village had already been completed. In order to get to Li Wangyou's residence, they had to first pass through the new village that Li Wanyu had built for the villagers. After the group passed through the gates of Dingzhou village, the scenery before them caused the eyes of Pai Lupi and the other Grand Dukes to brighten. Compared to the old village they had just passed through, this Dingzhou village was like a paradise on earth. The smooth, winding roads in the village, the flowing water canals on both sides, the constantly rotating water wheels, and the trees and flowers that Li Wanyu had people transplant from the Qinling Mountains, it was a truly idyllic scene. After seeing the dilapidated yellow mud and thatched huts in the old village, and then looking at the green-tiled and white-walled courtyards, Pai Lupi didn't know what to say. Not to mention that he had never seen such a village before. Even in the entire Tang dynasty, Pai Lupi estimated that he would not be able to find another village that could be comparable to this brand-new village in front of him. Zio, you're really generous. TSK, TSK. Even we are a little envious of these farmers. Hee hee. Uncle, you flatter me. This is what I should do. Pai Lupi looked at the spinning water wheels beside the canals, constantly sending cool spring water to the roofs of the green-tiled houses, forming rain houses. One could imagine how comfortable it was to live in such a house on a hot summer day. Pai Lupi was not in a hurry to move forward. He dismounted from his horse and casually walked to a small courtyard by the side of the road. He reached out and pushed open the courtyard door. Since Li Wanyu had not yet moved into his new home, the villagers of Dingzhou village were naturally unwilling to move into their new home first. Therefore, these small courtyards were still empty. However, all the small courtyards in the village had already been distributed to the 127 families in the village by the number of family members and drawing lots under the auspices of the old village chief. Although they had not yet moved in, the villagers would come to the new residence when they had nothing to do. The small courtyards had already been cleaned by their owners until they were spotless. Pai Lupi looked at the small courtyard inside and out, and even used his hand to knock on the wall a few times to see how sturdy it was. Good, good. If the people of the Tang dynasty could live in such a residence, how prosperous would it be? Pai Lupi reached out to catch the water droplets dripping from the eaves and muttered to himself, "Uncle, you are skilled in civil and military affairs, wise and powerful, and you know how to make good use of people. You are kind and thrifty, and you rest and take care of the people. As the saying goes, with a wave of your hand, you flatten the world, and with your feet, you set the world. With Uncle's guidance, the prosperous Tang dynasty is right before our eyes. This is the fortune of all the people. The fortune of all the people." Li Wangyou's string of free flattery made the corners of Pai Lupi's mouth curl up uncontrollably. After hearing Li Wangyou's words, Chung Yaojin blinked a few times and pondered for a while. Then he turned around and slapped Chung Chumo and his 2 brothers on the head. Listen to how Li Jia Shaoling talks. You 3 bastards should learn from him." Hearing Chung Yaojin's flattery, even Pai Lupi couldn't help but blush, and Li Wanyu almost spat out a mouthful of blood. "Old Chung, you bastard, you must be doing this on purpose." However, Chung Yaojin's Words made Yuchi Jingda, Chai Lingwu, and the others nod their heads repeatedly. They also turned around and slapped their sons on the head. You guys should learn from him too. Li Wanyu was so angry that his teeth creaked. Pai Lupi also coughed awkwardly. He pretended that he didn't hear this group of old bastards and turned around to walk out of the courtyard. Pai Lupi was very interested in all the places in the newly designated Zhou village. He simply didn't ride a horse and walked leisurely like a carriage. Under the guidance of Li Wanyu, they walked around the village and looked around. Li Wanyu felt that he was just short of raising a small red flag. Pai Lupi, Cheng Yaojin, and Little Red Riding Hood could form a tour group. Zio, you're really generous. This road is actually built with mirage mud and cobblestones. Li Jing finally found the difference in the road under his feet. He curiously squatted down and touched the road. When he said this, Pai Lupi and the others were also curious. They all squatted down and touched the road with their hands. Li Wanyu was speechless again. This group of tour group members had a lot of questions. Was it strange that the road was paved with cement and cobblestones? However, he didn't know that ever since the Ministry of Works started to make mirage mud, it was used to make bricks and walls. No one had ever used it to pave the road. Moreover, the production of mirage mud wasn't high now. Who would be willing to use such precious mirage mud to pave the road? Duke Wei, this mirage mud is a good thing to pave the road. Not only is it flat, but it's also sturdy and won't be washed by the rain. If the roads of the Tang dynasty were all paved with mirage mud, then it would be called a natural moat changing the road. Li Jing couldn't help but shake his head. How is that possible? How much mirage mud is needed to do that? Although mirage mud is a good thing, it's not easy to make. It's a waste to pave the road. What a waste! Pai Lupi and the others also shook their heads. They looked at Li Wanyu as if they were looking at a prodigal. Li Wanyu was so angry that he cursed this group of country bumpkins in his heart. He was too lazy to explain. If I'm a prodigal, then I'm a prodigal. I'm rich, so what? Everyone continued to move forward. They were like a group of curious babies who kept asking questions. The tour guide, Li Wanyu, was almost dry from talking. Finally, he led Li Er and the others to the entrance of his mansion. The beautiful boss and the old butler, Li Heng, were already waiting in front of the mansion. When they saw Pai Lupi and the others arrive, they quickly went forward to greet them. All right, there's no need to be so polite. Today, I'm here to visit Zio's new mansion. I didn't send any congratulatory gifts today. In a few days, when Zio moves in, I'll send a congratulatory gift. Pai Lupi smiled and gestured for everyone to stand up. He then turned his head and looked at Li Wanyu. Zio, lead the way. Show me and everyone else your new mansion. Duke Duan has complained to me a lot about your mansion. He said that your mansion doesn't conform to the rules of the Tang dynasty. Duan Luan was the Minister of Works. Li Wanyu's mansion was built by the Ministry of Works. Naturally, this European-style mansion didn't conform to the rules. Fortunately, Pai Lupi saw Li Wanyu's hard work and contributions, so he made an exception and allowed it to be built in violation of the rules. I thank Uncle for your kindness. Uncle, everyone, please. Li Wanyu didn't waste any time and led everyone into the mansion. Chapter 485. Li Wanyu's manor covered an area of nearly 1,000 mu, making it extremely huge. Even if one rode a horse, it would still take a while to get to the castle from the gate. As for the imperial army soldiers of the Jinwu guards and the duke's troops, the old housekeeper, Li Heng, instructed the servants and maids in the mansion to lead them to rest. Li Wanyu, on the other hand, led Li Er and the others on horseback and slowly moved forward in the mansion, admiring the scenery. Unlike the mansions of the nobles of the Tang dynasty, Li Wangyou's manor did not have many courtyards. On the hillside of Noda, other than the main castle, there were many small buildings scattered around. They were the residences of the manor's troops, servants, and other facilities. Pai Lupi, Cheng Yaojin, and the others had already seen a model of the manor and had a preliminary impression of it. But when they saw the real thing, they were still shocked. After entering the manor, not far away, there was a wide lake. The ripples were faint, and when the breeze blew, ripples appeared on the water surface. It was almost dusk. The setting sun sprinkled mottled dots on the surface of the lake, making it look like a dream. Li Er and the others couldn't help but stare in a daze. After a long while, they muttered, "Zio, your residence is really, really amazing." After admiring the scenery by the lake, they continued forward. Along the way, the sounds of admiration were endless. Whether it was the European-style gardens that they had never seen before, or the pavilions and waterside pavilions, they all made Cheng Yaojin, and the other big shots dazzled. Cheng Yaojin pulled Li Wangyu over and said, "Kid, what's going on in your head? How did you figure out so many things? These pavilions and waterside pavilions aren't anything special, but how come other people's mansions aren't as exquisite as yours?" "Hee, I figured it out blindly." "Uncle Cheng, you flatter me." Li Wangyu replied very humbly. What else could he say? Could he say that he had copied the garden designs of the later generations? After visiting the manor, Cheng Yaojin, Yuqi Jingda, and the others thought about their own mansions in Chang and city and couldn't help but feel a little stifled. The mansion of the founding duke was not even as big as the lake in Li Wangyou's mansion, not to mention the beautiful pavilions in the mansion that would make anyone's eyes green with envy. Of course, Cheng Yaojin and the others knew that although Li Wangyou's manor was big, the Ministry of Works did not spend much on it. At the very least, it was far from the upper limit of the cost of the founding duke's manor. First of all, almost all of the land was Li Wangyou's own land, and the land price of their mansions in Chang and city was sky high. Although the manor was big, except for the man-made lake, which required a lot of manpower, almost everything else was made from local materials. As for the castle, it was even built with mirage mud and bricks, and it didn't have any carved beams, painted rafters, or carved balustrades. This made Cheng Yaojin, Yuqi Jingda, and the others wonder if they should also ask Li Wangyu to build a manor for them so that they could come here to avoid the summer heat during their holidays. If Li Wangyu knew what these big shots were thinking, he would probably be overjoyed. There was no other reason than the fact that the real estate business could be developed in the Tang dynasty. It was a profitable business with little capital. Everyone looked around and finally arrived at the main building of the manor, the castle made of bricks. Pai Lupi could not help but shake his head. "Zio, I really don't know what you're thinking. You actually like such a stone house?" "Yes, nephew. Everything about this manor is good, but this manor is really outrageous. I heard from the barbarian merchants in Chang and city that in the far west there is a country called Dechin. They like to live in stone houses like this. Nephew, did you learn from them?" Cheng Yaojin and the others also didn't like this castle. Li Wangyu could understand. After all, castles were incompatible with Chinese traditions. In fact, he didn't necessarily like castles. It was purely his bad taste that made his manor like this. "Uncle Cheng, you're indeed knowledgeable. Yes, this castle is a custom of Dechin." "Hee, don't you have a Dechin barbarian in your manor?" This is also to let her think of her loved ones who are thousands of miles away when she looks at the objects. Li Wangyu could only use Afro as a shield. Otherwise, he would not be able to explain to Pai Lupi and the others why he had to build such a castle. "Ha, Zio, you're a playboy. You actually built such a big manor for a barbarian. Tis TSK. Nephew, there are many rumors in Chang, and city that you're a wastrel. Looks like it's true. What? Li Wanyu couldn't help but blush at the mockery of a bunch of old ruffians. He quickly coughed dryly and changed the topic. Uncle, everyone, please. I've already prepared some food and drinks. Pai Lupi and the others opened their eyes when they entered the castle. Noda's castle was divided into different areas, including the master's resting area, the servants' living area, the troops' living area, the guest rooms, the living room, the spacious living room, the dining room, and so on. The most important thing was that Li Wanyu had specially designed a large bathroom. Not only was there a bathtub comparable to a small swimming pool, there was also a sauna room and a shower room. The reason why Li Wanyu built such a large bathroom was naturally because he had an indescribable thought. In the entire castle, Li Wanyu had only designed this large bathroom apart from the servants' bathrooms. When the beautiful boss, Aphrodite, and the others, Li Wanyu led Pai Lupi, Chung Yaojin, and the others on a tour around the castle. When they saw the large bathroom, Chung Yaojin's eyes lit up. Nephew, what's this pool for? Uncle Chung, this is the bathroom for bathing. Li Wanyu didn't think too much about it and answered casually, Wahahaha, great. I've been running around for the whole day, and I'm all sore and smelly. It's a good time to take a bath. Your Majesty, what do you think? Why don't we take a bath together? Chung Yaojin's words made Li Wangyu's face darken. Damn it, this wasn't what he had imagined. Chung Yaojin, this old man, was he being too friendly with others? He really didn't treat him as an outsider. He actually came all the way to his residence to make such a request. He hadn't even used this bathroom before, let alone the beauty he was looking forward to bathing. Pai Lupi was actually rather tempted. Hearing Chung Yaojin's words, he nodded. All right, it's already late today. We might as well stay in Zio's residence. Since you won't be returning to Chang and city today, we'll have fun together and not go home until we're drunk. Damn it, this was even more outrageous. Li Wanyu was about to cry. What kind of people were they? He, the master, hadn't moved in yet, but Pai Lupi and the others were actually going to stay. Even if he could tolerate it, his aunt, he had to tolerate it too. After all, Pai Lupi was the boss. Moreover, his residence was paid for by Pai Lupi, who had ordered the Ministry of Works to build it for him. How could Li Wanyu dare to say no? Seeing that Pai Lupi and the other big shots were going to take a bath and change clothes, Li Wanyu could only instruct the maidservants in the residence to hurry up and prepare to serve Pai Lupi and the others. Chapter 486. Since ancient times, there had been many natural hot springs in the Qinling Mountains. In the later generations, there were many hot spring hotels in the Qinling Mountains near Xi, and which were very popular with tourists. Since Li Wanyu had built his manor at the foot of the Qinling Mountains, how could he let go of such a good thing like a hot spring? He ordered people to search around the mountains, and indeed, he found a natural hot spring. Thus, he spent a lot of copper coins to have the craftsmen use bamboo tubes to connect the hot spring water and build a few li-long bamboo tubes to continuously guide the hot spring water into his castle. When Pai Lupi and the others wanted to bathe, a servant girl in the manor immediately opened the valve of the bamboo tube. After a while, the hot spring water emitting mist poured out of the bamboo tube and into the spacious bath. Nephew, you don't need to boil water to bathe in your manor. Why is there hot water flowing out of the bamboo tube? Zio, why does your water smell like soup? Pai Lupi asked curiously. The soup he was referring to was the hot spring. Since ancient times, hot springs had been called soup in Huaxia. For example, the famous imperial hot spring, Huaqing Pool, in the later generations was originally called Mount Li Soup. Until the later generations, Japan also called hot spring soup, which was learned from the Tang dynasty. Li Wangyu quickly explained, "Uncle is right. This is the hot soup that I had people bring out from the mountains. It's perfect for bathing." Hearing that they were bathing in hot spring water, Cheng Yaojin and the others became even more interested. Less than half of the water had been filled, and Cheng Yaojin couldn't wait to take off his clothes and jump into the pool naked. This old man, this old hooligan, didn't he see that there were so many servant girls? Damn, this is so offensive to public decency. Not to mention Cheng Yaojin's dark skin and frightening body hair. Li Wangyu felt that his eyes were going blind. Yuchi Jingda and the others were the same. They didn't care about the existence of the servant girls at all, and they all took off their clothes and jumped into the hot spring. They were so comfortable that they all cried out in joy. As for Cheng Chumo and the others, they couldn't hold it in any longer. Without any instructions, they all took off their clothes and entered the water. Fortunately, Li Wangyu's bathroom was extremely huge. Even with dozens of people soaking in it, it didn't seem crowded at all. This huge bathroom was instantly no different from a bathhouse in the future. Pai Lupi was not pretentious either. With Mito's help, he simply took off his clothes and soaked himself in the pool, enjoying himself with the officials. After all, he was different from the other emperors. After Li Yuan raised his troops in Taiyuan, Pai Lupi had also fought in the army for many years. Although he had ascended to the throne, he did not have as many bad habits as other emperors. Bathing naked with Cheng Yaojin and the others was not difficult for Pai Lupi. The Tangs liked bathing, especially hot springs. To be able to soak in the hot spring water in Li Wangyu's residence surprised all the officials. Cheng Yaojin very shamelessly stretched out his hand to summon a servant girl whose face was already red from embarrassment to rub his back. At the same time, he shouted at Li Wangyu, "Virtuous nephew, quickly have someone bring wine, and also find some dancers to liven things up." "Damn it, stinky bastard." Li Wangyu already had no energy to complain, but he could only obediently do as he was told. He ordered the servant girl to bring wine, and then summoned the newly bought dancers. He was not short of money now, and the old housekeeper Li Heng would not help him save money in this area. Originally, there were no dancers in the residence. Every time there were guests, there was no one to play music or dance to accompany them. This already made Li Heng feel very embarrassed. Now that the new residence was completed, Li Heng naturally did not want his Langjun to be looked down upon by others. This time, when the residence was completed, the old man bought 10 servants in the market, including the expensive dancers. He was so capricious when he was rich. This was the custom among the nobles in the Tang dynasty. Although Li Wangyu did not like it, there was nothing he could do. He just let the old man do as he pleased. When the wine and food were served, the sound of drums began to ring in the bathroom of Noda. When the dancers danced to the cheerful music, Li Wangyu could only secretly complain in his heart this decadent aristocratic life of the Tang dynasty. Indeed, it should be criticized. Pai Lupi felt very comfortable soaking in the hot spring water, with the smooth little hands of the hot servant girl rubbing his back. He was very satisfied. When he looked up and saw Li Wangyu still waiting on the side, he waved at him. "Zio, why don't you come down and soak with us?" Li Wangyu was about to cry. Dozens of naked men were crowded in the pool. Did he have to go down? Although he was not obsessed with cleanliness, he did not find this comfortable. It was more likely that it was a beautiful woman or Aphrodite in the hot spring pool. He began to regret now. Why did he build such a huge bathroom? At this moment, in the bathroom, there were more than 20 maids serving everyone. Including the dancers and dancers, there were more than 20 people. Li Wanyu really did not have the habit of being stared at by so many young and beautiful girls and being asked to strip naked. However, Pai Lupi had already spoken, so what could he do? F***CK. Let them look. I'm a man. What's there to be afraid of? Li Wanyu gritted his teeth, quickly took off his clothes, and jumped into the pool. It was his first time soaking in this hot spring water. The hot spring water, which he had spent a lot of money to get from the hot springs on the mountain, was indeed very comfortable. Li Wanyu silently gave himself a thumbs up. Comfortable. Chung Yaojin also noticed that there was a wooden hut in the bathroom. Nephew, what's the use of that wooden hut? Uncle Chung, that's a sauna. It's used for a sauna. What's a sauna? Why you have such strange names? Li Wanyu was speechless. He was just used to it. The word sauna was indeed a transliteration. The original meaning seemed to be a small wooden hut with no windows. When he thought about it this way, it was indeed not a fancy name. Uncle Chung, it's a steam house. There are heated stones in the wooden hut. Pouring water on the stones with a ladle will generate a lot of steam, raising the temperature in the wooden hut very high. After a while, you come out and soak in the cold pool. It's quite comfortable. Li Wanyu saw that everyone was curious, so he explained in detail. Wahahaha, it sounds quite interesting. Your Majesty, why don't we go to that sauna and have a steam bath? Pai Lupi nodded. Sure. Therefore, a group of big shots climbed out of the bathtub naked and rushed into the sauna room. Li Wanyu could only shake his head with a wry smile. He asked the maid to bring him a bath towel to wrap around his lower body and followed in. Knowing that the big shots were going to take a bath, the mansion's maids had already heated up the stones in the sauna. As soon as Chung Yaojin came in, he picked up a ladle and poured water on the stones. With a sizzling sound, the water vapor rose, and the sauna room was instantly filled with smoke. The people who were going to a sauna for the first time were so happy that they made a big fuss. The foppish lords even fought over the ladle and poured water on the stones. They were having a lot of fun. Li Wanyu was already speechless. This group of country bumpkins. How could they have the nerve to call themselves the nobles of the Tang dynasty? After steaming for more than 10 minutes, the group of dukes finally couldn't stand the heat anymore. Even Chung Yaojin and Yuchi Jingda's dark skin had turned red and black, looking like steamed crabs. Li Wanyu hurriedly led everyone out of the sauna and took the lead to jump into another cold pool. The stimulation of the hot and cold made Chung Yaojin burst out with vulgarities. Bastard. So addictive. So F***king addictive. This cold and hot, I actually feel all the bones in my body go soft. Nephew, you F***king know how to enjoy yourself. What kind of sauna is this? Later, I'll ask someone to build one for my mansion. Li Wanyu had no reason to refuse and quickly nodded. Yuchi Jingda and the others also spoke up and asked Li Wanyu to build one for them in their mansions. Even Pai Lupi was the same. Taiji Palace didn't have such a comfortable bath. Li Wanyu looked at Pai Lupi and then at the sauna. He suddenly thought of something. Chapter 487. Li Wanyu remembered that Pai Lupi's family seemed to have some cardiovascular, cerebrovascular, and respiratory diseases. Empress Zhongsun passed away at the age of 36. Historians researched that she died of qi disease, which was respiratory diseases like asthma and bronchitis, and the children she had with Pai Lupi didn't seem to live long. Li Chengqian lived for 26 years, Li Tai was 32, and Princess Royal Li Lizzie only lived for 23 years. Princess Jinyang died of illness at a young age, and Princess Xinqing only lived for 30 years. Only Pai Lupi lived for 52 years, and Li Ji lived for 55 years. They could be considered the oldest people in the family. Later historians analyzed that Empress Zhangxuan's qi disease might have been passed down to her children, so the family didn't live long. Thinking of the sauna and the inherited diseases of Pai Lupi's family, Li Wanyu felt that he should persuade Pai Lupi to use the sauna more to prevent diseases. Everyone knew that the sauna could increase blood circulation and prevent hardening of the blood vessels. It had a certain effect on asthma and bronchitis. Li Wanyu now didn't want Empress Zhangsun and his disciples to have short lives. He also had feelings for this family. Uncle, this sauna is very good for qi disease. Why don't you let me build one for you and Aunt in Taiji Palace? Normally, you, Aunt Chengqian, Qingke, and the others can all use the sauna. It's very good for your health. Pai Lupi originally liked his sauna very much. Hearing him say this, how could he not refuse? Since Zio is so filial, I thank you on behalf of Maid Guanyin. It would be impolite of me to refuse this sauna. Everyone went to the sauna a few more times. Their bones were all limp. Only then did they feel comfortable and soak in the hot spring water again. Pai Lupi took a sip of wine from the maidservant and asked Li Wanyu, Zio, you can tell me about the special forces now. Cheng Yaojin and the others also came over when they heard this. They were naturally very interested in these big shots in the military and the special forces. The reason why Li Wanyu invited everyone to his residence was to stall for time and think about how to answer. Along the way, he racked his brains and finally came up with an answer. Uncle, the special forces, as the name suggests, are naturally soldiers of the special forces. Li Wanyu also took a cup of wine with ice cubes in it. After taking a sip, he continued, in Little Nephew's vision, our Tang dynasty can select 1 in 10,000 elite soldiers from the government troops and the imperial army and train them strictly. These soldiers must have superhuman physical strength and courage, and they must be able to survive alone and complete the mission. Moreover, they must be able to survive in extremely harsh conditions, such as the snowy highlands, the Gobi Desert, or the deep mountains and forests. They must learn how to survive without supplies. Hearing his words, Pai Lupi and the group of big shots began to bite their teeth. Chung Chumo and the other playboys were so surprised that their mouths were wide open. Is this still a human? Li Wanyu glanced at Chung Chumo. I haven't finished yet. These special forces soldiers must be proficient in all kinds of fighting skills and can kill with one blow. They must have outstanding intelligence and be proficient in many combat skills. They must know how to camouflage, lurk, swim, and climb walls. Moreover, they must learn the customs and languages of different enemies. They must be able to disguise themselves and infiltrate the enemy forces to carry out missions. Chung Chumo had already begun to roll his eyes. Zio, are you still talking about a human? I'm afraid only celestial soldiers and celestial generals can do that. I haven't finished yet. The most important thing is that these soldiers must be loyal to the Tang dynasty and His Majesty. They must always put the interests of the Tang dynasty first. Only such soldiers can be called special forces. Li Wanyu did not forget to flatter Pai Lupi one last time. His words made Pai Lupi and the others fall silent. In the eyes of the Tang people, special forces soldiers were simply unrealistic. Nephew, according to what you said, even if we can train such soldiers, how many of them can there be? Based on my experience, I can conclude that there are hundreds of thousands of government soldiers and imperial guards in the Tang dynasty. If we train according to your requirements, it will be good enough if we can train 100 people. No matter how powerful these special forces soldiers are, they can only fight 100 people at most, right? But with so few people, what's the use of being powerful? On the battlefield, facing thousands of soldiers and horses, these special forces soldiers won't be able to make any waves. After listening to Li Wangyu's words, Cheng Yaojin could not help but shake his head. Li Wangyu was amused. Uncle Cheng, you are wrong. The Special Forces soldiers are not ordinary soldiers. Even if they are few in number, their usefulness is not trivial. Oh, then tell me, what is the use of these Special Forces soldiers? Looking at the unconvinced Cheng Yaojin and the puzzled eyes of Pai Lupi, Li Jing, and the others, Li Wanyu could not help but laugh. He did not expect that there would be a time when he, a fake military fanatic, would teach the Minister of War and the generals. Li Jing, the Minister of War, was basically the Minister of Defense in the future. Cheng Yaojin and Yuqi Jingda, these big shots, were at least equivalent to military commanders, right? Listening to a fake military fanatic like him talk about how to fight with such a group of big shots, Li Wanyu felt inexplicably amused. Cough. Li Wanyu coughed lightly. It was a pity that he was currently soaking in the bathtub with his but naked. He did not have any glorious image to speak of, and could not pose as a great and wise person. During the Three Kingdoms period, Cao Cao and Liu Bei discussed heroes while drinking wine. Today, Li Wanyu and a group of big shots were going to talk about soldiers without soup, and at least everyone was honest with each other. They were all naked. Uncle Cheng, this nephew would like to ask, what is the most important thing in a battle? Of course, it is the provisions. As the saying goes, before the troops and horses move, the provisions move first. If you lack soldiers and generals, you can still fight, but without provisions, you will lose without a doubt. Then this nephew would like to ask if when Uncle Cheng is leading the troops into battle, this nephew sends out the Special Forces to burn Uncle's provisions. Can you still continue to fight? Cheng Yaojin could not help but stare. The military supplies are naturally guarded by a large army. How can they be so easily burned? You bastard, do you think it is as simple as what is written in the Three Kingdoms? Uncle Cheng, don't forget, the Special Forces that I mentioned know how to hide and disguise themselves. How can they not burn your provisions? If they wear evasive uniforms and sneak into the camp at night, can Uncle Cheng's soldiers find out? Or if they disguise themselves as soldiers in your camp and sneak into the main camp, can Uncle Cheng really defend against them? This, Cheng Yaojin thought about how everyone had gone to search the small mountain today, but they still couldn't find the Niu brothers. If there was really a sneak attack by the Special Forces that Li Wanyu mentioned, he really might not be able to do anything. Uncle Cheng, the Special Forces can also continuously harass your army when it is marching, assassinate the generals, poison, set fires, and do anything. And every move of your army is under the eyes of these Special Forces hiding in the dark. They will report to the rear army at any time. Uncle Cheng, do you think that you still have a chance of winning against such an opponent? Cheng Yaojin opened his mouth, but he really did not know what to say. He hit the water fiercely. Damn it, if there is such an enemy, I am afraid that I will have to sleep with one eye open. Kid, is this the Special Forces you mentioned? Chapter 488. Li Wangyu's words seemed to have opened a window to a whole new world for Pai Lupi, Cheng Yaojin, and the others. None of them had heard of the concept of Special Forces and Special Forces before. And when they came into contact with this kind of combat thinking, Li Wangyu, the fake military fan, could step aside. Pai Lupi and this group of bosses had been fighting wars for half their lives. They had experienced countless battles big and small, and had a wealth of experience. Li Jing, Cheng Yaojin, Yuqi Jingda, and the others immediately came up with dozens of ways to use the Special Forces. Their methods were so sinister that Li Wangyu's back broke out in cold sweat when he heard them. This group of old assassins were indeed not some good birds. The more they talked, the more they felt that the Special Forces were powerful. Your Majesty, in my opinion, The special forces proposed by County Count, who is a powerful weapon for the country. It's no small matter. Your Majesty, please issue an imperial edict and order the special forces to be selected from the government soldiers and imperial guards of the Tang dynasty. In time, the special forces will be a sharp blade in your Majesty's hands that can pierce through the enemy's vitals. Li Jing solemnly suggested to Pai Lupi. Cheng Yaojin, Yuqi Jingda, Chai Linggu, and the others all agreed with Li Jing's suggestion. Pai Lupi was naturally tempted. Even if Li Jing and the others didn't mention it, he would have already made arrangements. Everyone, who do you think will be in charge of the Special Forces selection and training? Pai Lupi looked at the bosses and wanted to hear their opinions. Li Wanyu was leisurely drinking wine on the side. He felt that this matter had nothing to do with him. However, when he noticed that everyone, including the group of rich kids, was looking at him, he was so scared that he almost knocked over the wine glass in his hand. Duke Wei, Uncle Cheng, Uncle Yuqi, everyone, why are you looking at me? Li Jing twirled his beard and smiled. County Count who, I'm afraid that no one in the world knows the special forces better than you. Since you proposed this, why don't you build this army? What the hell do I know? Li Wanyu felt wronged in his heart. He was just a fan of the military. Other than watching movies, participating in military training, and standing in a military posture, he knew nothing about the military. Not to mention the special forces. He didn't even know how to train a normal army. What he had said just now was purely based on the movies he had seen and the military forums he had browsed in his previous life. He knew the facts, but he didn't know the reasons. He was absolutely unwilling to take over this kind of thing. Li Wanyu rolled his eyes, and the same old excuse came out of his mouth. He, thank you for your kindness, Duke Wei. However, I am still in the middle of cutting off my late father's decline, and I am truly unable to help. Well, the Tang dynasty ruled the world by filial piety. Li Wanyu had to observe mourning for his father for 3 years. During this period, he could not get married, nor could he enter the imperial court as an official. Therefore, when he used this excuse, Pai Lupi and the others were at their wits' end. Zio, you were the one who proposed this. At the very least, you should give us some details on how to operate it. Pai Lupi glared at him with dissatisfaction and settled for the next best thing. Li Wanyu didn't have any objections to this. Wasn't it just writing a standard for the selection and training of the special forces? He could just make it up and exaggerate it as much as he could. As for whether Cheng Yaojin and the others could do it or not, it had nothing to do with him. After soaking in the hot spring for almost 2 hours, Li Wanyu felt that his bones were soft. Pai Lupi and the other bosses, as well as the rich kids, finally climbed out of the hot spring in satisfaction. With the help of the hot maids, everyone changed their clothes and went to the dining hall to eat. Without a doubt, Cheng Yaojin and the other bosses drank until they were drunk again. Fortunately, Li Wanyu had the foresight and ordered the servants and maids to put away all the decorations in the dining hall. In addition, there were many troops and guards in the residence, so the group of old ruffians who caused trouble after drinking didn't suffer any losses. Li Wanyu ordered the servant girls in the mansion to send these big shots and foppish sons to the guest rooms to rest and serve them well. Then, he rode on the horse dizzily, leading Niu Yong and Niu Wu back to the old mansion. When he returned to the residence, it was already late at night. His beautiful superior was still awake and was waiting for him in the central room. However, when Li Wanyu saw his beautiful superior's cold face, he knew that something was wrong. He prepared to pretend to be drunk and sneak away. If there was anything, he could talk about it tomorrow. Perhaps his beautiful superior's anger would dissipate then. Changqing, you haven't slept yet? I'm very sleepy. I'm going to sleep first. Li Wanyo's words were slurred. He greeted his beautiful superior and prepared to sneak away. Stop! His beautiful superior's voice was cold. Don't think about pretending to be drunk to get away. Why did you agree to let the Nyo brothers fight with Ho Junji's troops? As expected, it was because of this matter. Li Wanyu couldn't help but bitterly smile. He stopped pretending to be drunk and sighed deeply. Sitting beside his beautiful superior, he picked up the cold tea on the table and gulped down a few mouthfuls. Ai, Chongqing, it's not that I want them to fight, but I have no other choice. Li Wanyu didn't hide anything from her, and honestly recounted what had happened in front of the Jade Star Palace. When the beautiful superior heard that Ho Junji, Wang Renyu, and Zheng Yuanshou had forced the Nyo brothers to fight to the death, she was so angry that her eyebrows furrowed. How can they do this? This was a living human life. Are human lives so worthless in their eyes? The beautiful superior said, angrily. Li Wanyu gently put his arm around her shoulder and comforted her softly. Chongqing, this is the Tang dynasty. The beautiful superior silently closed her eyes and leaned her head on Li Wanyu's shoulder. Wanyu, I'm so scared. I'm scared that one day someone will force you to kill people. I'm scared that someone will force us to do things we don't want to do. Today, when she heard about the bloody massacre, the beautiful superior, who had always been strong, was scared. The Tang dynasty was too different from the world she was familiar with. Don't worry, I'm here. I'll protect you. Li Wanyu could only comfort her in this way. The beautiful woman in his arms suddenly trembled and began to cry. Li Wanyu hurriedly wiped away the tears on her face. What's wrong? Why are you crying? Chongqing, don't scare me. I miss home. I want to go back. The beautiful superior cried like a pear blossom in the rain. Li Wanyu felt distressed when he saw this, but he didn't know how to comfort her. Go back. I'm afraid I won't be able to go back to my home in the future. Suddenly, Li Wanyu's eyes became a little red. He hugged the beautiful superior who was crying silently and softly hummed a song with a hoarse voice. It's not only the wine that made me cry last night. It's not only your gentleness that made me reluctant to part. How long do we have to walk the rest of the way? You hold my hand. In that rainy little city, I have never forgotten you. In Chengdu, only you can't be taken away. Walk with me in the streets of Chengdu. Don't stop until all the lights are out. Li Wanyu studied in Chengdu University in the future. He had friends and memories there. It was his favorite city, and Zhao Lei's Chengdu had also become his favorite song. The home he couldn't go back to, the city he couldn't go back to. That night, two time travelers, two lonely people, two people who couldn't find their way home, hugged each other in the central room and sat there for the whole night. Chapter 489. The next day, the beautiful boss finally regained her spirit, as if she had completely forgotten about her weakness last night. After giving Li Wanyu a kiss, she sat in the carriage and led the mansion to Chang, and to inspect the various properties in the mansion. This made Li Wanyu feel a little relieved. At least the beautiful boss could still smile, which was enough. After the beautiful boss went to work, Li Wanyu rushed to the manor. Pai Lupi and a group of big shots had not left yet, so he as the host naturally had to accompany them. Li Heng, are the sage and the others still in the mansion? Last night, the old housekeeper Li Heng was left in the manor by Li Wanyu to serve Pai Lupi and the others. Li Wanyu walked around the manor, but did not see Pai Lupi and the others. He was curious and asked Li Heng. The old man shook his head and said, the sage and the other nobles are not in the mansion. Li Wanyu was overjoyed when he heard that. Well, Pai Lupi and the others were quite self-aware. They went back to Chang, and by themselves, which saved him a lot of trouble. He nodded and turned to leave, but was stopped by the old man again. Lang Jun, the sage, and the nobles have not returned to Chang, and they feel very comfortable living in the mansion and plan to stay here for a few days. Now the sage and the others are just hunting in the mountains. What? They want to stay for a few days? Li Wanyu suddenly felt frustrated, as if he had let a wolf into the house. Were these people addicted to living here? He didn't know that Li Er and the others were extremely satisfied with Li Wanyu's mansion, except for the stone castle, which they didn't like. This morning, before dawn, Pai Lupi sent people back to Chang, and he informed Feng Xianling and the others that the court would be suspended for the next few days. If there was anything, they could send it to the county magistrate's manor of Dingzhou village. He would be resting here for a few days. At this time, Pai Lupi, Cheng Yaojin, Yuqi Jingda, Qin Xiong, and the others had already led a large group of people to the Qinling Mountains to hunt. After Li Wanyu figured it out, he couldn't help but look up at the sky and sigh. F***CK. The mansion that his master had never lived in had actually become Pai Lupi's temporary residence. The Jade Star Palace was not far away. Why didn't Pai Lupi go to his palace? Although he was cursing in his heart, he still had to continue receiving Pai Lupi and the others. Everyone in the mansion, including the old housekeeper Li Heng, was extremely excited. Even the newly bought maids in the residence had proud looks on their faces. What kind of honor was it to be able to serve a saint? Li Wanyu could only shake his head. He took a fishing rod and went fishing in the lake in the mansion to pass the time and wait for Pai Lupi and the others to come back. Afternoon, Pai Lupi, Cheng Yaojin, and the others finally returned from the mountains, bringing back a lot of big and small prey. Wah! Virtuous nephew, quickly tell the cook in your residence to clean up the game. We'll be eating this tonight. Nephew, you really chose a good place for your mansion. Not bad at all. Cheng Yaojin laughed. He was obviously very satisfied with the manor. Li Wanyu could only squeeze out a smile. If Uncle Cheng likes it, you can stay in my mansion for a few more days. Wah! Well, since nephew said so, I will stay for a few more days. Cheng Yaojin's words made Li Wanyu almost cry. F***CK. Does this old hooligan not know what politeness is? When Li Wanyu was busy calling the maids in the mansion to serve everyone, there were more guests in the mansion. Looking at Feng Xianling, Du Ruhui, Zhang Sun Wuji, and the others who dismounted from their horses, Li Wanyu was about to cry. What was going on? Although he had made a little money now, he could not bear such a torment. The landlord did not have any surplus food, did he? Feng Xianling and the others came for official business. Pai Lupi had not been in Chang and city for 2 days, but he had accumulated a lot of official business for him to decide. Master Feng, Master Du, Wuji, you came at the right time. Ha! This morning, Jijia and I went up the mountain to hunt a lot of prey. Don't go back to Chang and city. Zio's mansion is very comfortable. You can stay here with me for a few days. Pai Lupi completely regarded himself as the master. Li Wanyu could only look at the sky silently and draw circles in his heart. I'm sweaty from hunting today. I don't feel good. Your Majesty, why don't we take a bath and have a sauna? Cheng Yaojin turned to look at Pai Lupi. Pai Lupi immediately nodded. Okay. Then, the group of men rushed to the huge bathroom in Li Wanyu's mansion. Feng Xianling and the others were confused. Why would they take a bath in broad daylight? Then what was the meaning of a sauna? Seeing that they were confused, Cheng Yaojin and the others showed off for a while. They looked like bathhouse experts. After Feng Xianling, Du Ruhui, Zhang Sun Wuji, and the others tried the hot spring and sauna in Lai Hot, they were full of praise. After the excitement, everyone comfortably soaked in the hot spring. Pai Lupi turned to look at Fong Xianling. Master Fong, is there any official business that requires you, Master Du, and Wuji to come to Hu County? Yes, Your Majesty. This year, there was a locust plague, although Your Majesty gave an edict to exterminate the locusts and save the people. There will be a decrease in grain production. It is now the end of the 8th lunar month. There will be a shortage of food and resources everywhere. The people lack grain, and the farmers live in poverty. I'm afraid it will be difficult for them to survive. After discussing with Prime Minister Du and Master Dai, we feel that the local government should release grain to help the people. Therefore, Your Majesty, please make a decision. Fong Xuanling's words made Pai Lupi silent. After a while, he slowly nodded. Okay, in the 2nd year of the locust plague, although the locusts were exterminated in time and the people didn't sell their children, the lack of grain production this year was certain. The people had a difficult life. Pai Lupi was discussing with Fong Xianling and the others how to release grain when Li Wanyu suddenly said, Uncle, in Guanzhong Road, especially around Chang, and we can encourage the planting of rice. The maturity period of rice is shorter than that of wheat. Moreover, I estimate that with the current weather, it is possible to plant 2 crops of rice a year in Guanzhong Road. It is now the end of the 8th lunar month. Those lands where wheat production is seriously low can urgently plant a season of rice. In this way, the harvest can be harvested at the end of the year. Food will not be a problem. After he finished speaking, Li Er, Fong Xianling, and the others were stunned. After a while, they suddenly burst into laughter. Chung Yaojin laughed so hard that tears came out of his eyes. He pointed at Li Wangyu and laughed. Wahaha, nephew, I really thought that you knew everything from the heavens to the earth, but I didn't expect that you would also talk nonsense. Since ancient times, wheat has been cultivated in Guanzhong Road. How can we change it to rice? Moreover, in the Tang dynasty, except for a few provinces, other places ripen only once a year. How can we plant 2 crops of rice a year? How can we change the wheat fields to rice fields? Nephew, don't be ridiculous. Although Fong Xianling and the others didn't speak, the smile on their faces was undoubtedly the same attitude as Chung Yaojin. Pai Lupi couldn't help laughing. He coughed softly and helped Li Wangyu out. Well, Zio is still young. It's normal that he doesn't know about farming. Li Wangyu was speechless. He was a child who grew up in the countryside. How could he not know about farming? Are you kidding? And what he said was not nonsense. Naturally, there was a reason behind it. Chapter 490. In the future, Guanzhong Road was the Guanzhong area, with Xi and as the center. Even after thousands of years, soil erosion and vegetation destruction, the Zhouji and Lantian counties near Xi and could still grow rice in large quantities. But now, the Guanzhong Road of the Tang dynasty had better conditions for growing rice. First of all, it had abundant water sources. Unlike the yellow hills of northern Shaanxi, which gave people the impression of drought, the Guanzhong Road of the Tang dynasty had abundant water sources. Since the Han dynasty, there was a saying that Chang and was surrounded by 8 rivers. The 8 rivers, Wei, Jing, Feng, Watershed, Bai, and Mu, flowed around Chang and city. The 8 rivers diverged into different directions, opposite each other. With abundant water sources and Li Wangyu's water wheel, rice could naturally be grown in large quantities. Now, the Tang dynasty was in a warm period. Even in the Guanzhong Road, north of the Yangtze River, the temperature was not inferior to the areas in the future where rice could be grown 2 crops a year. At least, Li Wanyu felt that Chang and was much hotter than Chengdu in the future. If Chengdu could grow 2 crops a year, why couldn't the Guanzhong Road? Switching to rice was much better than wheat. High yield and short maturity period, other than needing a lot of water and not being able to withstand the cold, There were no other shortcomings. And these 2 points were not a problem in the present Guangzhou Road. It was now the end of August. They could still plant rice to recover the losses caused by the locust plague. Li Wanyu just thought of this. He couldn't help but secretly blame himself for forgetting such an important thing. Li Wanyu couldn't help but feel a little annoyed at the mockery of Pai Lupi and the other big shots. Although they didn't mean any harm, the feeling of being looked down upon made even Li Wanyu feel very depressed. What made him even more depressed was that what he proposed was obviously the right way, but it was not accepted by others and even criticized, including Pai Lupi. They still held on to the century-old farming tradition and felt that the Guangzhou Road was only suitable for large-scale wheat and sorghum planting. They also didn't consider the possibility of growing 2 crops of rice a year in the Guangzhou Road. Li Wanyu silently rolled his eyes. Sure enough, the truth was only in the hands of a few people. He couldn't help but raise his voice. "Uncle, I'm not joking. Guangzhou Dao can really switch to planting rice on a large scale." "All right, Zio, stop messing around. If you were talking about other skills, I would believe you. But when it comes to farming, hee." Pai Lupi laughed and said, "I still remember how you made people sow the rice fields." "Nanny, what did that mean?" Li Wanyu was confused by Pai Lupi's words. "What's wrong with me? What do you mean by letting people sow paddy fields?" Seeing Li Wangyu's puzzled look, Feng Xianling also smiled. "Zio, did you plant rice in the 300 mu of saline alkali soil that you improved?" "Yeah, what's wrong?" Li Wanyu asked blankly. "Ha! This old man remembers that you had people dig up those paddy fields in a mess and wasted a lot of land. There were also 2 mu of paddy fields that were sowed in a mess. I heard that you also had people do that." Feng Xianling twirled his beard and laughed. Regarding Li Wangyu's talent, even Feng Xianling was very impressed. Feng Xianling loved the 3 Kingdoms book so much that he couldn't put it down. As for the poems that Li Wanyu copied, Feng Xianling loved them even more. But when it came to Li Wangyu's actions in farming, he could only shake his head and smile bitterly. However, in the eyes of Feng Xianling and Pai Lupi and the others, it was normal that Li Wanyu didn't understand. For his words just now, everyone naturally just laughed, as if it was a joke from the younger generation. No one took it to heart. Li Wanyu had long forgotten about his 300 mu of paddy fields. Now that he was earning a lot of money every day, how could he take care of those paddy fields? He had already left them to the old villager to help him take care of them. Now that he was reminded by Pai Lupi and Feng Xianling, he suddenly realized the messily sowed paddy fields that Feng Xianling was talking about were the 2 mu of paddy fields that he had people use the seedling throwing method to plant them. Fuck, what do you mean by messily sowing? That is the seedling throwing method, which can increase the rice yield by 10%. Li Wanyu was completely speechless. He was too lazy to explain. As for the actual situation, it was better to let Pai Lupi and the others see it for themselves. "Uncle, Duke Wei, if you didn't mention it, I would have forgotten. Hee, the paddy fields you were talking about. Why don't we go take a look today? Let's see if I was messily sowing paddy fields, and see what use the ditches that I had people dig are. If this nephew's paddy fields grow well, Uncle, why don't you reconsider this nephew's suggestion?" "Hee, Zio, you really won't give up until you see the Yellow River. With your messily sowing paddy fields, it would be strange if they could grow well. All right, stop messing around. We have important business to discuss with the officials." Pai Lupi didn't believe him at all. He shook his head and didn't want to continue this topic. Li Wanyu was choked by Pai Lupi's words and almost died from anger. This country bumpkin Pai Lupi doesn't even know how to raise rice. Fuck. When he wanted to say something, he saw Li Heng hastily walk into the bathroom. "Lang Jun, the village chief is here. He has good news to report. Li Wangyu was depressed and casually asked, "What good news? Is his family getting married? Or what?" "The paddy fields in the estate have ripened. He came to ask when Lang Jun will start harvesting so that he can arrange people." Although the estate didn't care about the income from the 300 mu of paddy fields, since ancient China, no matter what time it was, harvesting was a major event. Naturally, they couldn't be careless. In the entire Guangzhou Road, because rice was only grown on a small amount of land, the government didn't pay much attention to the harvest. When the wheat ripened and was ready to be harvested, that was the most important event for the government. Not only did they need to worship the heavens, but they also needed to hold various ceremonies to celebrate the harvest. Even Li Heir would have to personally head down to the fields to harvest the first bunch of wheat in the imperial family farmland during the spring plowing. This was an important ceremony that wasn't inferior to the imperial family's plowing ceremony. Not only did Pai Lupi have to personally go to the fields to harvest, but Empress Zhangsun and the crown prince also had to follow behind to pick up the wheat. After harvesting, they had to worship the heavens to show their gratitude for the gift. Therefore, in the old village chief's opinion, his lord's paddy fields ripening was naturally a major event, so he hurriedly came to report. When Li Wangyu heard this, he couldn't help but raise his head and laugh. This was really like someone giving him a pillow when he was sleepy. He was depressed about how to convince Pai Lupi and the others. Now was the perfect time to let them see with their own eyes whether or not he knew anything about farming. "Li Heng, go tell the old village chief to immediately prepare for the harvest. Arrange for people to start harvesting today. I'll go to the paddy fields in a bit and preside over the harvest." Yes. After Li Heng left, Li Wangyu turned to look at Pai Lupi and the others. "Uncle, the village chief just came to report that the 300 mu of paddy fields have ripened and are ready to be harvested today. I wonder if Uncle is interested in seeing how my paddy fields are doing?" When Pai Lupi heard him mention the paddy fields again, he couldn't help but shake his head. "Ha, Zio, you're really stubborn. Do you really want me to see your paddy fields? Well, since there is nothing to do today, why don't you all follow me to see how Zio's paddy fields are doing this year?" "Ha ha, since your majesty is interested, we naturally have to go and see. I am also very curious to see how much Zio's paddy fields have produced." Feng Xianling nodded in agreement. Since Pai Lupi had spoken, everyone naturally had no objections. With the help of the maidservants, they changed their clothes and rode to the paddy fields. Chapter 4, 91. In fact, Li Wangyu's 300 mu paddy fields had already reached the ripe stage a few days ago and needed to be harvested. During the ripe stage, the husks of the rice would turn yellow and the water content of the rice grains would decrease and harden. This was the best time to harvest rice. If this time was missed, the rice would enter the dry stage. Not only would the yield decrease, but the quality of the rice would also deteriorate. However, in the Tang dynasty, spring wheat was planted in Guangzhou province. Every year, spring wheat would be sown in March and April. The growing period would last for more than 200 days and would only be harvested in the golden autumn of October. If winter wheat was planted in Shaanxi province in the future, the growing period would be even longer than 300 days. Every year, it would be planted from August to December and harvested from May to July. The old villager had never planted rice before. He didn't expect that it would only take about 5 months to mature, which was 150 days. If he didn't go to Li Wangyu's 300 mu paddy fields every few days, he would have missed the best time to harvest rice. Li Wangyu led the group on horseback and slowly walked over. They passed by Dingzhou village and the still lush green wheat fields. When they arrived at the 300 mu rice fields by the Gan River, everyone was shocked by the field of golden rice in front of them. As far as the eye could see, There was a heart-wrenching golden wave. Under the sunlight, it was even more dazzling. Pai Lupi didn't care about the filth of the paddy fields. He directly jumped down from his horse and pulled out a bunch of wheat ears. He used his palm to crush the husks and threw the rice grains into his mouth. He chewed a few times. "Zio, you didn't lie to me. This paddy field is indeed ripe and should be harvested." "Hee. Uncle, look at this paddy field. Do you think this little nephew is a mess?" Li Wanyu pointed at the golden paddy field and was very proud. This group of country bumpkins, they actually dared to not believe this lord's words. Are they dumbfounded now? Li Wanyu was very proud. He happily waited for Pai Lupi and the others to worship him. However, he didn't expect Pai Lupi to coldly snort, "Humph, you little bastard. Look at what you've done to the paddy fields. Only 90% of the land can be used to plant rice. Aren't you wasting it? Using paddy fields to raise fish was ridiculous. Remember not to mess around like this in the future. Farming concerns the people of the world. You can't treat it carelessly." Li Wanyu was stunned by Pai Lupi's lecture. What the hell was going on? Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, and the other bigwigs were also trying their best to persuade him. "Zio, agriculture is the great cause of the world. The foundation of agriculture was important, and the outline of the country was important. Don't underestimate them, and don't treat them like child's play. County count, who, agriculture, the foundation of the world, your duty is the greatest. The most important thing for the people is agriculture. You must remember. Cheng Yaojin grinned and laughed. "Kid, this is the first time I've seen someone dig a paddy field like this. I heard that you even had people raise fish in it. Wahaha, I've really opened my eyes today." Li Wanyu was completely dumbfounded. Who were these people? He was too lazy to continue talking nonsense. It was better to speak with facts and let Pai Lupi and the others know what the law of good smell was. "Old village chief, get people to prepare a fishing net. First, dig the ditch of this few mu of land. I want to collect fish. By the way, bring me a big scale. Later, I'll measure how many fish can be produced in 1 mu of land." The old village chief immediately responded. He found the farmers and laid the fishing net at the drainage of the paddy field canal according to Li Wanyu's instructions. Then, they dug the canal to release the water. Pai Lupi was too lazy to continue teaching Li Wanyu a lesson. In his opinion, a young man would be fine after a little setback. When he knew that he couldn't raise fish in the paddy field, he naturally wouldn't do it in the future. When Li Wanyu ordered people to dig the canal to release the fish, he, Fang Xianling, and the others stood aside and watched. Everyone was talking and laughing, waiting to see Li Wanyu make a fool of himself. Even Pai Lupi thought about how to educate this kid later, and let him know that farming was not something to mess around with. After the canal was dug, the water in the canal immediately spewed out of the gap and into the Gan River. Cheng Yaojin stood beside the drainage hole and talked and laughed with Qin Xiong about Li Wanyu's whimsical ideas. Suddenly, he saw a school of fish swimming out of the water and was suddenly shocked. "Fish, fish, so many fish!" With Cheng Yaojin's shout, the drainage hole of the canal was immediately surrounded by Pai Lupi and a group of dukes. The group of playboys wanted to squeeze through to see what was going on, but there was no place for them to stand. "Ha, there are actually so many fish in this canal. TSK, it's really fat. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Such a big fish, I'm afraid it's 3 or 4 gene. There are really fish. This fish can be raised like this." As the water in the canal continued to be discharged from the rice field, more and more fish were caught in the fishing net. Catfish, spotted silver carp, white carp, crucian carp, carp. There were all kinds of fish, and they were all quite big. They were constantly jumping and struggling in the fishing net. The old villager has long been shocked by the catch of fish. He has never seen so many fish caught in a net at one time. The old housekeeper Li Heng was even more anxious and kept shouting at the villagers who were holding the fishing net. "Be careful, pull it, don't let the fish escape." Li Wanyu saw that there were too many fish in the fishing net. He was afraid that the villagers couldn't hold the net, so he quickly called the troops behind him to help. With the help of everyone, after a quarter of an hour, the water in the canal was finally discharged, and the fishing net was full of fish. Pai Lupi has been shocked by the scene in front of him. In the Tang Dynasty, when artificial fish farming was not popularized, who had seen so many fish caught at one time, Fang Xianling didn't care about what he had said before, and repeatedly urged everyone to carry the fishing net and weigh it. He couldn't wait to know how many fish were raised in this one mu of rice field. The old villager hurriedly asked the villagers to bring bamboo baskets to load the fish. The big bamboo baskets were actually filled with 4 baskets. The result of the weighing made Pai Lupi, Fang Xianling, and others' jaws drop, a total of more than 300 jin of fish. And this was only the harvest of one mu of rice field. Pai Lupi, Fang Xianling, and others couldn't help but blush at this time. Just now, they had been teaching Li Wanyu a lesson, saying that he didn't know farming, digging ditches in the rice field to raise fish, and was fooling around. They didn't expect that a moment later, they would be slapped in the face by the fish catch of more than 300 jin. Only 10% of the field could be exchanged for more than 300 jin of fish. What kind of concept was this? In today's Tang Dynasty, the harvest of rice fields was only about 300 jin per mu, and those fields that were planted with wheat had even lower harvests. Later historians inferred from the history books that in the Tang Dynasty, the yield of rice per mu was 1.5 dan, and the yield of wheat was 1 dan. In the Tang Dynasty, 1 dan weighed about 50 kilograms, which was 100 jin. In this way, the harvest of fish raised in 1 mu of rice field was about 3 dan. Twice the yield of rice, 3 times the yield of wheat. How amazing this was! When everyone's jaws dropped, Li Wanyu was a little disappointed. He remembered that in the later generations, the harvest of fish raised in rice fields was more than 700 jin. His harvest of fish was less than half of that of the later generations, which was really not good. He didn't think about how advanced the agricultural breeding technology of the later generations was. The yield of the super hybrid rice had reached 1,149 kilograms per mu. That was 10 times the yield of rice in the Tang Dynasty. How could this be compared? After the surprise, Pai Lupi didn't care about anything else and quickly shouted, "Quick, dig another mu! I don't believe that there can be so many fish in 1 mu of rice field." Chapter 492. Pai Lupi, Fang Xianling, and the others successively ordered people to dig 3 rice paddies and canals in different locations. As for the fish they got, there wasn't much difference between them. They were all about 300 caddies. This result finally made Pai Lupi and the other officials speechless. They looked at each other and felt very embarrassed. Looking at the dozens of baskets full of fish that were still alive on the embankment, the old villager and the villagers were very excited. Li Wanyu waved his hand and shouted to the old villager, "Old villager, take all these fish to the village and distribute them to each family. Today, I'll treat everyone to fish." Ha 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 ha. He was so excited that he started to howl like Chung Yao Jin, the old villager, and the villagers were so happy that they couldn't close their mouths. They bowed to Li Wanyu again and again to express their gratitude. Chung Yao Jin was so thick-skinned that he pretended that he hadn't said anything before. He went to the bamboo baskets, picked out a few of the fattest carps, and threw them to the Lai Hat's troops. Quickly send them back to your house, and ask the cook to raise them in a basin. Later, I'll use these fish to eat fish slices. Ha ha, delicious, very delicious. Fish slices were sashimi. Fresh fish was cut into thin slices and dipped in seasoning. It was the favorite dish of the Tang people. However, there was no artificial fish farming in the Tang dynasty. It was all fishermen who caught the fish on the river. Such fresh carps were rare. Even a big shot like Chung Yaojin couldn't eat them at any time. Chung Yaojin's action relieved the embarrassment of Pai Lupi and the officials. They began to talk about how to make the fish more delicious. They didn't mention that Li Wanyu didn't know anything about farming. Li Wanyu didn't expose them. He wasn't stupid. He didn't want to provoke Pai Lupi. After digging the canals of 4 acres of rice paddies, Li Wanyu didn't ask people to continue fishing. Now that there was no refrigerator, it would be difficult to deal with too many fish. What's more, there were 300 mu of paddy fields. If one mu could produce 300 caddies of fish, that would be 90,000 caddies of fish. With so many fish, it would be impossible to digest them all at once. If the fish died, they wouldn't be delicious anymore. Fortunately, the aqueduct in the rice field was more than a meter deep. Therefore, even though the rice paddies had long been drained dry for the purpose of harvesting, it did not affect the aqueducts in the slightest. This was the benefit of 3-dimensional rice farming. Li Wanyu did not intend to sell these fish. He was not short of money now, and he no longer had the thought of raising fish to sell for money. Although this fish was not for sale, it could be used as a gift. Li Wanyu pondered for a moment, then called the old housekeeper, Li Heng, and the old village chief, and ordered them to arrange for people to dig a mu of water channel every day to catch fish. The fishes that were caught were all filled with water in wooden buckets to ensure that the fishes were fresh. After that, he asked the farmers to send it to Chang and in 4-wheeled carriages. He would send it to the palace, as well as the various noble residences, and invite the big shots to try it. His words made Chung Yaojin and the others beam with joy, and they all praised Li Wanyu for his generosity. Even Pai Lupi had a satisfied expression, and he accepted Li Wanyu's gift without any hesitation. In fact, if these 300 caddies of fish were distributed to the various residences, each family would only get 1 tael. However, to be able to taste fish every day, no one would complain about it being too little. After arranging the fish, it was time to harvest the rice paddies. Li Wanyu looked at the 300 mu of rice paddies and suddenly asked, "Uncle, do you know what the yield of rice paddies in the Tang dynasty is?" "Haha, Zio, do you still want to test me? I naturally know that the rice paddies in the south yield about 1 stone and 5 caddies per mu." Li Wanyu chuckled. "Uncle, you said before that this nephew dug out 10% of the rice paddies, reducing the cultivated area of the rice paddies. This nephew wants to make a bet with Uncle. I wonder if Uncle is interested." "Bet on what? I don't have money." Pai Lupi immediately became vigilant when he heard Li Wanyu mention a bet again. After these few bets, Pai Lupi suddenly realized that this brat had never lost a bet before. Even if everyone thought that victory was in their hands, it was laughable that the final winner would always be this brat. With the example of Taiyuan Wang clan and Ho Junji as an example, how could Pai Lupi make a bet with him? "Ha! Uncle, I'm not betting. What this nephew means is that if the harvest of my 300 mu of rice paddies is good, I hope that Uncle and the other officials will consider this nephew's proposal. It's already the end of the 8th month, and it will be too late if we don't start planting rice paddies now." Li Wanyu put away his smile and solemnly bowed to Pai Lupi. This subject is speaking from the bottom of his heart and is not joking. "Your Majesty, please understand." His words caused Pai Lupi, Feng Xianling, and the others to fall silent. It was already the end of the 8th month and the beginning of the 9th month. Sowing seedlings and fighting over rice paddies was unheard of. Of course, they didn't believe Li Wangyo's words and only treated it as a joke. But wasn't it also unheard of to raise fish in rice paddies? But those 300 jin of fish were still alive and kicking in front of their eyes, so they had no choice but to believe it. In truth, Li Wangyu wasn't very confident when he brought up this matter. After all, although his hometown in the past had 2 seasons of rice paddies, it was usually 1 season of rice and 1 season of rape. There had never been 2 seasons of rice paddies. And according to what he knew, the 2 seasons of rice paddies in the past would be harvested around the 7th month. Then, they would immediately rush to plant the late rice paddies and harvest the late rice paddies in the 10th or 11th month. But now it was already the end of the 8th month. By the time the rice was ready to be planted, it would be at the end of the 9th month. Thus, it would be December or January of the following year before it could be harvested. Whether this kind of rice paddies could survive the winter was a fatal problem. If the winter this year was too cold, the seedlings would all freeze to death in the field before they could mature. It would be a waste of effort. He was gambling. He was gambling that the temperature in the Tang dynasty would still be hot, and it would be a warm winter. Li Wangyu remembered that during the Tang dynasty, the earth was in a warm period, and the temperature was unusually high. Chang and Luoyang had no snow all year round. Because of the high temperature, even Sichuan could grow lychees. It wasn't until the end of the Tang dynasty and the beginning of the 5 dynasties that the climate began to become cold. In Chang and in Luoyang, it often snowed heavily in winter. If the temperature was high enough in the 2nd year of Jingguan, it wasn't impossible to harvest the rice paddies at the end of the year. In response to Li Wangyo's words, Pai Lupi was silent for a long time before he said, "Ziyu, arrange for people to harvest the rice paddies first. We'll discuss this matter later." In response to Pai Lupi's reply, Li Wangyu was helpless. He couldn't come up with any more words to persuade Pai Lupi and the officials. He could only give up and order the old village chief to start harvesting the rice paddies. After the old village chief received the order from the old housekeeper Li Heng, he had already started to arrange for people to harvest the rice paddies. However, most of the farmers in Dingzhou village were now working as drivers for the 4-wheeled carriage in Chang and city. They couldn't find enough young men in such a short time. Pai Lupi saw that there weren't many farmers harvesting the rice paddies, so he ordered the accompanying Jinwu guards to take off their armor and weapons and go to the fields to help harvest the rice paddies. These imperial army soldiers were all mansion soldiers. They were used to farming, so they naturally didn't slack off when it came to farm work. As the saying goes, there is strength in numbers. With the help of a few hundred imperial army soldiers, they finished harvesting 2 to 3 mu of rice paddies in less than half an hour. The rice paddies were piled up in bundles on the ridges of the fields, looking very pleasing. Fang Xianling immediately summoned a few soldiers and asked them to bring bamboo mats and wooden sticks. Li Wangyu was confused. Why would they need bamboo mats and wooden sticks to harvest the rice paddies? Chapter 493. Li Wangyu was confused. He watched as the soldiers took out a bamboo mat and spread the harvested wheat on it. Then they held a wooden stick in their hands and continuously beat the wheat. Only then did he realize what was going on. Then he was speechless. So they were shedding grains. He had forgotten that there was no threshing machine in the Tang dynasty. Shedding grains seemed to be done by manually beating the wheat to make the grains fall off. Even in the future, Li Wangyu remembered that he had seen a video taken by a travel blogger. In the mountains of India, farmers were still using this method to shedding grains. However, if they were to use this method to shedding grains, how long would it take? The efficiency was really too low. Li Wangyu did not talk nonsense. He excused himself from Pai Lupi and immediately led Niu Wu onto the horse's back. Then he turned around and galloped towards the village. His destination was naturally Carpenter Lu's house. When Li Wanyu was young, his family used a wooden threshing machine. When shedding grains, they had to use their feet to step on the transmission pedal. Then they had to grab the rice with their hands and stuff it into the rapidly rolling threshing machine to knock the grains off. It was not until the mechanical threshing machine was gradually popularized in the village that these old-fashioned manual threshing machines were slowly phased out. They became decorations and were placed in the corner of the yard to collect dust. In fact, it was quite tiring to constantly step on the pedal. However, Li Wanyu never got tired of it when he was young. Although he was so tired that his legs would constantly tremble and cramp during the busy farming season, he would still rush to help step on the threshing machine. After working on the threshing machine for a long time, it was inevitable that he would need to do maintenance on the threshing machine. He would need to apply oil, change the belt, and so on. After a long time, Li Wanyu naturally understood how the threshing machine worked. As for this type of threshing machine, there was one that was the simplest and had a rather simple structure. It was a wooden box that was used to hold the grains that had fallen off. A wooden drum was installed on the box. Many curved iron nails were nailed on the surface of the drum. Then, a handle was installed on the side of the drum for shaking. Finally, the job was done. Although this simple threshing machine wasn't as efficient as the pedals and was more tiring, Li Wanyu couldn't care less. After all, he wasn't the one doing the work. Moreover, even if it was more tiring to shake than to pedal, it was still better than using a stick to beat the grain. Whether it was in terms of manpower or efficiency, it was much more efficient. It wasn't that Li Wanyu couldn't make a foot-powered threshing machine. The main thing was that a foot-powered threshing machine needed a transmission device. Obviously, it was much more complicated and couldn't be built in a short time. As for the hand threshing machine, Li Wanyu thought that with the craftsmanship of the Lu family's father and son, it wouldn't take much effort to build one. The truth was just as he had expected. He simply used a tree branch to draw a sketch for Carpenter Lu on the ground. Carpenter Lu led his 3 sons and used only an hour to build a hand-cranked threshing machine. Although it was very rough and even the wooden planks had not been shaved off, it was enough. Li Wanyu asked Niu Wu and the troops to carry the threshing machine. Then he asked Carpenter Lu and his family to build a few more threshing machines. He would get someone to move them later. It was obvious that a hand-cranked threshing machine wasn't enough to fill 300 mu of land with rice. Carpenter Lu naturally agreed, happily. After Li Wanyu left, Lu Dalong picked up the saw and prepared to cut the wooden planks. However, Carpenter Lu slapped him on the head. "Father, why did you hit me?" "Bastard, why aren't you going to burn incense to your ancestral master and thank him and Lord Ju for their kindness?" Carpenter Lu glared at his son and scolded him. After being scolded by Carpenter Lu, Lu Dalong quickly led his 2 younger brothers to wash their hands and ran to the central room to burn incense to their ancestral master. The ancestral master of carpentry was, of course, Lu Ban. In the central room of Carpenter Lu's house, there was also a statue of Lu Ban enshrined in the shrine. The 4 of them kowtowed respectfully to the statue and burned incense to thank their ancestral master for his blessings and Lord Ju for his kindness. Thanks to him, the Lu family was able to learn how to make a divine weapon. However, the statue of Lu Ban in the shrine looked very familiar. If someone else saw it, they would definitely exclaim in surprise. Wasn't this the face of Li Wanyu? Anyway, Lu Dalong knew that the ancestral master statue that he used to enshrine in his house didn't look like this. However, ever since Lord Ju taught his father how to make water wheels, 4-wheeled carriages, and other things, he realized that the ancestral master statue in the shrine at home had changed. He wondered what Li Wanyu would think if he knew that Carpenter Lu had turned him into a statue and placed it in the shrine. When he led Niu Wu and the others to carry the freshly made threshing machine to the rice field, the soldiers were still working hard to beat the rice with wooden sticks. When Li Wanyu saw their results, he couldn't help but feel happy. After more than an hour, more than a dozen soldiers had only beaten 1 grain of rice. The efficiency was really terrible. Pai Lupi and the others were still waiting for the soldiers to remove the rice ears so that they could weigh the rice and see the output of Li Wanyu's field. Just when they were getting impatient from waiting, they saw Li Wanyu and the others carrying a strange thing back. They couldn't help but ask curiously, "Zio, why are you carrying a wooden box back?" "Hee, Uncle, this is a threshing machine that I had people make for me after seeing how difficult it was for the soldiers to grind the grains." Li Wanyu shamelessly claimed the invention of the threshing machine under his own name. "Oh, this thing is a threshing machine. How do you use it?" Hearing Li Wangyu's words, Pai Lupi, Fong Xianling, and the others were all interested. They gathered around the threshing machine and carefully looked at it. "It's very simple. You just need to turn this handle and then put the harvested rice and wheat ears on this drum. After a while, the rice will fall off and fall into the wooden box below." Li Wanyu said as he signaled Niu Wu to turn the handle. He grabbed a handful of rice ears and stuffed them into the threshing machine. The rapidly rotating drum and the curved iron nails constantly collided with the ears of rice, easily knocking the grains off the ears of rice one by one. The grains of rice fell off the ears of rice one by one and fell into the wooden box below. With a few efforts, the rice ears in Li Wangyu's hands were cleaned up. It was very easy. Li Wanyu also found the feeling of helping his grandfather when he was a child. He quickly grabbed a bundle of rice ears and stuffed it into the threshing machine. It didn't take long for the rice to be completely threshed. The golden rice grains covered the bottom of the threshing machine. This made Pai Lupi and the others dumbfounded. They felt that this thing was too magical. It was only 2 people, and it took them at most 30 minutes. It was actually the same efficiency as the dozen-strong soldiers who spent more than an hour. Moreover, the rice ears that were beaten with a stick were obviously not completely clean. One could see with the naked eye that there were still a lot of rice grains on the rice ears that had been hammered and had not been knocked down. On Li Wanyu's side, Pai Lupi casually grabbed a handful of beaten rice ears. It was clean, and not a single grain of rice could be seen. "Haha, good. Zio, your threshing machine is really amazing. The strength of 2 people is actually lower than that of dozens of people. What's more, this thing is so simple that it can be promoted everywhere in the Tang dynasty." Fong Xianling also stroked his beard and praised. "Your Majesty," Confucius said, "if a worker wants to do his work well, he must first sharpen his tools." Sure enough, this threshing machine can save a lot of manpower. It must be promoted immediately. This is a magical weapon. Du Ruhui, Zhang Sun Wuji Daizhou, and the other big shots also praised it, especially Li Wanyu. They were almost praising him to the heavens. "Haha, that's right. Someone send an order to the Ministry of Works. Order the Ministry of Works to immediately copy this threshing machine and send it to all provinces and counties. Order the local people to start promoting it. I think this threshing machine will be called Wanyu Threshing Machine. What do you all think?" "Great." The big shots applauded and stamped their feet. Only Li Wanyu's face was full of black lines. "Damn, have I really become the mascot of the Tang dynasty? Even the threshing machine has to be named?" Chapter 494. Li Wanyu continued with Wanyu Elbow, Wanyu Window, Wanyu Lottery, Wanyu Boiled Water Vending Machine, and Wanyu Elbow, Wanyu Window, Wanyu Lottery, and Wanyu boiled water vending machine. In his mind, he couldn't help but think of a paragraph. Wanyu threshing machine will be famous all over the world. In the near future, it will rush out of Asia and go to the world. It will be a household name, known to women and children, and a necessity for everyone. Wanyu threshing machine will become the first of the 3 essentials of life in the Tang dynasty. If you don't use Wanyu threshing machine, there will be no happy family. If you don't use Wanyu threshing machine, you won't be able to get a girlfriend. If you don't use Wanyu threshing machine, you won't be able to get into college. If you don't use Wanyu threshing machine, I seem to have mixed up the words. That's the Cosmos brand cigarette. Li Wanyu shook his head, not wanting to think about these messy things anymore. He can call Pai Lupi whatever he wants. He is more concerned about the yield of his rice field now. With the hand-operated threshing machine, the efficiency of threshing rice was significantly improved. Soon, all the rice in the first mu of rice field was threshed, and it was time to weigh the harvest. The hopper and shengzi used to weigh grain had already been moved to the rice field. In the Tang dynasty, 10 liters was 1 hopper, 10 hoppers was 1 stone, and 1 liter of rice was 25 caddies. The weighing machine used to weigh grain was the hopper and shengzi. The farmers continuously poured the harvested grains from the paddy fields into the rice hopper. Above the hopper, there was a beam that was at the same level as the hopper. When weighing, a ruler was used to scrape the high pile of grain on the hopper along the beam to ensure the accuracy of the weighing. A full hopper of rice was a hopper. The weighed rice was immediately poured into the sack, emptied, and then continued to be weighed. The old villager was holding the account book and counting, but this old man didn't know how to write at all, so it was painful for him to write. Fang Xianling simply snatched the account book from the old village head's hand, held a pen, and squatted on the side without caring about his image, acting as an accountant. Every time he weighed out a bucket of rice, he would record it in his account book. Pai Lupi asked Du Ruhui, "Old man Du, what do you think Zio's paddy field can produce?" "Your Majesty, an ordinary paddy field can yield about 1 stone and 5 caddies. However, Count Huxian's land was dug up to raise fish. In addition, there was a locust plague this year. This subject estimates that the yield should be around 1 dan, but it was worth it. Just the 300 caddies of fresh fish was beyond my imagination. County Count, who is truly amazing." Zhang Sun Wuji chimed in, "That's right, Your Majesty. Your subject has never heard of rearing fish in paddy fields, nor did I expect that there would be so many fish. This is equivalent to doing 2 things in 1 mu of paddy field. That's right. Even if County Count, whose rice field yields less than 1 dan of rice, I still think it's worth it." Pai Lupi nodded. "That's true. Zio's actions were indeed beyond my expectations. Previously, I even laughed at him for not knowing anything about farming, but in the end, I was taught a lesson by this brat. This is truly embarrassing." "Haha, Your Majesty, aren't we the same? However, I do hope that this kind of embarrassment can happen a few more times." Du Ruhui laughed. Pai Lupi also laughed. "Haha, Old Man Du is right. I do hope that this kind of embarrassment can happen a few more times. Zio's method of rearing fish in paddy fields is indeed worth spreading. This way, the lives of the people of the Tang dynasty will be much better." While Pai Lupi and the others were talking, the first mu of paddy field was finally finished. Fang Xianling held the account book in his hands, as if he had read it a few times. He seemed to be wondering if he had added the wrong number. "Old Man Fang, how is it? How much does Zio's paddy field yield per mu?" Pai Lupi asked. Fang Xianling raised his head and murmured after a long time, "Your Majesty, Zio's paddy field yields 1 dan of rice and 7 dan of rice per mu." "Haha, that's not bad. After all, it produces so many fish." "Wait, Old Man Fang, what did you just say?" How much does Zio's paddy field yield per moo? Pai Lupi laughed casually, but halfway through, he felt that something was wrong. Just now, Fang Xianling said, "How much does Li Wangyo's paddy field yield per moo?" 1 dan of rice and 7 dan of rice. How is this possible? Fang Xianling also showed a helpless expression. Your Majesty, you didn't hear wrong. It is indeed 1 dan of rice and 7 dan of rice. To be precise, it is 1 dan of rice and 7 dan of rice for 3 liters. After hearing Fang Xianling confirm the yield per moo again, not only Pai Lupi was stunned, but Du Ruhui Zhangsun Wuji and the others were also stunned. In that 1 moo of paddy field, at least a portion of the ditch for fish farming was dug out. How could the remaining paddy field yield so much? It must be known that the best paddy field in the Tang dynasty, even with good weather and a good harvest, could only yield so much rice. This year, due to the impact of the locust plague at the beginning of the year, the local government reported that the paddy field would definitely be reduced. All the big shots in the imperial court had a headache because of this. So today, they rushed to Dingzhou village to discuss with Pai Lupi the matter of releasing grain for disaster relief. Li Wangyo's 300 moo of paddy field was originally just improved from useless saline alkali soil. It was already a miracle that paddy field could grow. But now, not only did it produce rice, but the yield was also too high. Old man Fang, this is not a joke. 1 dan of rice, 7 dan of rice. Is there a mistake? Could it be that the weighing scale is not accurate? Is there not enough dan of rice? Someone asked doubtfully. Fang Xianling immediately shook his head. That's impossible. This is the weighing scale issued by the Huxian County Yamen to collect rent. It even has the stamp of the Huxian County Yamen on it. How could it not be accurate? Quick, get a few more people to weigh the paddy field again. Pai Lupi turned his head and ordered the soldiers of the Jinwu guards. Soon, the paddy field produced by the paddy field was weighed again under the eyes of everyone. The result was still the same. 1 dan, 7 dan, 3 liters. This time, everyone was speechless. They looked at each other and didn't know what to say. Pai Lupi was stunned for a long time. Suddenly, he turned his head and shouted, "Move the paddy field from another moo of paddy field. Quick, I want to see the result." The output of several moo of paddy fields was continuously weighed. The difference was not big, basically 1 dan of rice, 7 dan of rice. Pai Lupi was really speechless. He looked at Li Wangyu, who had been smiling and not saying anything, and said, "Zio, you really gave me a big surprise today." "Uncle is too kind." Li Wangyu smiled indifferently. In fact, he was very proud of himself in his heart. Wasn't it normal to have a high yield per moo? Otherwise, how could it be called a modern, 3-dimensional rice planting technique? Before the paddy field was drained, the water in the canal was connected to the paddy field. The fish lived in the paddy field. The floating matter in the paddy field and the rice flowers were the fish's food, and the fish's feces nourished the paddy field. Not to mention, there were so many ducks that their feces also nourished the paddy field. As a result, the originally barren and saline alkali soil was improved and turned into a superior quality paddy field. In the Tang dynasty, where there was no fertilizer, the paddy field was fertile enough, and the paddy field's output naturally increased. Li Wangyu calculated in his heart the paddy field was equivalent to 216 caddies, which was only around 100 kilograms. In the future, the paddy field in his hometown could produce around 800 kilograms per moo. The output of 100 kilograms of paddy was really not worth mentioning. 216 caddies of paddy field would lose 25 to 30% of its shell. In the end, the paddy field would only produce around 160 caddies of rice. The output was really pitifully low. Pai Lupi and the others were already shocked by the output of the paddy field. The group of big shots began to discuss how to popularize Li Wangyo's paddy planting technique in Guangzhou Road. "Uncle, haven't you forgotten something?" Li Wangyu suddenly asked with a mischievous smile. Pai Lupi was surprised when he heard this. What else was there? Chapter 495. Li Wangyu smiled as he pointed to the 2 acres of farmland beside him. He had purposely left those fields unharvested. "Uncle, did you forget? Didn't you and Fong Gong say that I ordered people to plant seedlings carelessly? Those 2 mu of fields were the rice paddies that little nephew had people use the method of throwing seedlings to plant. Why don't we let them harvest now and see how much each mu yields?" When Pai Lupi and the others heard this, they turned to look at the 2 mu of farmland. The mature rice looked the same at a glance. It was not as conspicuous as when the seedlings were first transplanted. One could tell if the seedlings were planted neatly or not. Pai Lupi didn't dare to say that Li Wangyu didn't know farming and carelessly sowed rice. Li Wangyu had already given them too many surprises today. Now that he specifically mentioned the 2 mu of farmland, there must be a mystery behind it. After being reminded by Li Wangyu, Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, and the other big shots all walked closer to take a closer look. It was the same heavy golden rice. It didn't seem to be any different from other paddy fields. "Zio, are you planning to continue making things difficult for me and the other officials?" "Ha! Since that's the case, then let us see what's so special about the 2 mu of farmland that you carelessly sowed." Fang Xianling and the others stroked their beards and smiled. "Zio, we were wrong today. Why don't you let them harvest it, and let us see what's the difference?" When Li Wangyu saw that Pai Lupi and the others had expressed their stance, he couldn't continue to be arrogant. Since Pai Lupi, Fang Xianling, and the others had lowered their heads and admitted their mistakes, what else could he say? Li Wangyu was slightly depressed that he had lost a chance to show off and slap them in the face. He could only immediately arrange for the farmers and the soldiers of the Jinwu Guards to harvest the 2 mu of paddy fields. The ears of rice were cut and stacked neatly on the ridge of the field. Then they were threshed and collected by the threshing machine. Carpenter Lu's family moved quickly. They rushed out 2 threshing machines and moved them to the edge of the field, which sped up the harvesting process. Very quickly, the 2 mu of rice paddies were harvested, and the weight of the rice paddies could be weighed. This time, Pai Lupi, Fang Xianling, and the others all came over and stared at the farmers weighing the rice. In fact, in the hearts of Pai Lupi, Fang Xianling, and the others, they still didn't believe that the yield of these 2 acres of paddy fields would be any surprise. After all, the scene of the seedling being planted was still vivid in everyone's mind. There was a huge difference between the crooked seedlings and the neat seedlings in other paddy fields. Hasn't rice been like this for thousands of years? Horizontal and vertical, orderly spacing, maximizing the use of the land. As for Li Wangyu's 2 mu of paddy fields, the seedlings had no rules to speak of, although it was said that they were planting with some seedling throwing method. In fact, they were just randomly throwing the seedlings and then straightening them up. It seemed very perfunctory. Even the laziest farmer would not dare to plant rice fields like this. Wasting the land was punishable by being struck by lightning. Because of this seedling throwing method, the old villager almost went to the county government of Hu County to complain. One could imagine how the Tangs viewed this planting method. But when the rice paddies of these 2 mu of paddy fields were weighed, the big shots like Pai Lupi, Du Ruhui, and Fang Xianling, as well as the old villager and farmers of Dingzhou village, were all dumbfounded. 1 stone and 9 bushels per liter, 1 stone and 9 bushels per liter. When these 2 sets of numbers were reported, everyone instantly fell silent. What did it mean to have a yield of nearly 2 stones per mu? The old villager and the farmers regretted It's so much that they almost slapped themselves in the face. At that time, Li Wanyu had also persuaded them to change to rice paddies, instead of continuing to plant wheat and sorghum. The farmers who had done farm work all their lives naturally didn't take Li Wanyu's words seriously. At that time, they even secretly laughed at Li Wanyu for being young and frivolous, waiting to see Li Wanyu make a fool of himself. When the villagers in the surrounding villages heard that Li Wanyu had ordered people to dig up the paddy fields to such an extent, who among them didn't laugh at him? Some even made a special trip to Dingzhou village to watch the show. But today's harvest of the paddy fields shocked them too much, not to mention the more than 300 caddies of fish produced in each mu of paddy fields. Just the rice yield alone made the old villager and farmers regret it so much that their intestines turned green. The wheat fields they planted could only harvest 1 stone per mu at most. Even compared to ordinary rice fields, it was already a lot worse, not to mention compared to the 2 mu of rice fields planted with the seedling tossing method. The difference was twice as fast. The old villager suddenly gave himself 2 heavy slaps on the face, and then knelt down in front of Li Wanyu, which gave Li Wanyu a fright. "Old villager, what are you doing?" "Lang Jun, old me was muddle-headed. I shouldn't have stopped Lang Jun from planting rice with the seedling throwing method. This is all old me's fault. Please punish me. Old villager, don't talk nonsense. Get up quickly." This seedling throwing method was just an experiment. Whether it succeeded or not was another matter. What's more, if you didn't arrange for people to take care of these paddy fields every day, how could there be today's harvest? Old villager, this is all thanks to you. Li Wanyu hurriedly stepped forward to help the old man up and comforted him. After being comforted by Li Wanyu, the old man squeezed out an ugly smile. In his heart, he secretly made up his mind that in the future, he would do whatever Li Wanyu said. No matter how ridiculous it seemed, when it came to his lord, it could turn something rotten into something magical. In any case, when spring came next year, the whole village would definitely switch to paddy fields. The old villager was even certain that if news of the paddy fields' yield spread, many people in the surrounding villages would follow suit and switch to paddy fields. Pai Lupi grabbed a handful of rice and allowed the golden rice to flow through the gaps between his fingers. "Zio, tell Jean and the other officials, why is the yield of your paddy fields so astonishing? Even now, Jean still doesn't understand. Why is it that the seedlings that were carelessly thrown out can increase the yield by 10%? In response to Pai Lupi's question, Li Wanyu scratched his head. He knew that the seedling throwing method could increase the yield by 10%, but how could he understand why? "Hee, uncle, the other officials, the yield of my paddy fields is higher, but it's mainly because of the fertility of the land. The fish and ducks that I raise in the paddy fields can all provide fertility for the paddy fields, so it's normal that the yield of my paddy fields is higher. As for the seedling throwing method, well, it's mainly because it doesn't harm the roots of the seedlings and has a high success rate, so the yield is slightly higher." Li Wanyu racked his brains to come up with this explanation, which was filled with guesses and wild guesses. Everyone nodded their heads in agreement. After all, although Pai Lupi, Fong Xianling, and the others attached great importance to farming, they were not agricultural scholars after all. It was enough for them to know the general idea. "Fong Gonggong, Du Gonggong, Jean wants to order the Agriculture Bureau to come to Dingzhou village and learn from Zhio about the farming method. What do you think? If the fields of the Tang dynasty can be farmed like this, it will be a blessing. Your Majesty's words are reasonable. If the yield of the paddy fields of the Tang dynasty can increase by 10%, it will be amazing." Fang Xianling and the others naturally had no reason to object. Today's trip to Dingzhou village was an eye-opener for them. No one had ever thought that rice could be grown like this. "Uncle, as I said before, let the wheat fields in Guangzhou Road that have severely reduced their yield change to paddy fields. I don't know what you and the other officials think. Li Wanyu also struck while the iron was hot and mentioned this matter again. Chapter 496. Li Wanyu's words made Pai Lupi, Fang Xianling, and the others silent for a long time. If they had not seen the rice yield today, they would have scoffed at Li Wanyu's words and would not have considered it. But with a living example in front of them, how could they treat Li Wanyu's words as a joke? However, it wasn't easy to make the decision to change the wheat fields that had suffered from severe yield reductions to rice. If the rice could not mature in winter, it would be equivalent to no harvest, and the result would be worse than the locust plague. Zio, how sure are you that you can plant a season of rice at this time? You know, this is a serious matter, and you can't joke about it. If there is no harvest at the end of the year, have you thought about the consequences? Pai Lupi pondered for a long time and asked. Li Wanyu did not know how to answer his question. It was hard to say how sure he was. It was his idea to let Guangzhou Dao plant rice. He had no confidence at all, and there was no precedent to follow. Guangzhou Dao had always been short of food because of the concentration of people. Especially since the Tang dynasty was founded, the population began to recuperate, causing the population of Guangzhou Dao to soar. Almost all the prefectures in Guangzhou Dao had doubled in population. In the second year of Xinguan, the population of Chang and had reached more than 900,000, and there were tens of thousands of floating people, mainly merchants, tributes, and students from other countries. In history, during the Tianbao period, the population of Chang and had soared to 1.96 million, which was a shocking increase of 1 million people. With such a large population, the amount of food and vegetables needed was naturally astronomical. Pai Lupi, Fang Xianling, and the others attached great importance to farming because of the huge population pressure. Just in Chang, and there were more than 100,000 families, and the amount of firewood, rice, oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and tea was enormous. Every day, countless merchants shuttled in and out of Chang and transporting enough materials for this huge city. The grain yield of Guangzhou Dao would affect the stability of the Tang dynasty, so it could not be careless. At this time, although the wheat fields in Guangzhou Circuit were affected by the locust plague and the yield would be severely reduced, it was not to the extent that not a single grain would be harvested. One mu would still yield 3 to 5 bushels of grain. However, it was too risky to uproot all these wheat seedlings and use them to cultivate rice. Pai Lupi couldn't take this risk, and neither could Li Wanyu. When Li Wanyu understood this, he also felt that his previous suggestion had been taken for granted. If Pai Lupi did, as he said, and ordered all the prefectures in the Guangzhou Circuit to switch to planting rice and failed, Li Wanyu didn't dare to imagine the consequences. Uncle, I wasn't completely confident in this matter. I didn't think it through. However, I have an idea, and I hope Uncle will allow it. Tell me about it. Li Wanyu silently calculated in his mind, then seriously stared into Pai Lupi's eyes and said, If Uncle allows it, I hope to try planting rice in Hu County. Yes, it can be considered an experimental field. As far as I know, there are more than 27,000 households in Hu County and more than 108,000 people. If we can't plant rice, and the fields don't yield a single grain, I'm willing to use all my wealth to feed these 100,000 people for a year. When Li Wanyu said this, he was also confident. The Tang dynasty practiced an equal field system. Men of middle age and women of middle age were given 100 mu of land. However, in a densely populated area like Guangzhou Dao, the average person was only given about 20 mu of land. Of the 108,000 people, less than half were men of middle age and women of middle age, which was about 50,000 people. In other words, The equal field system of land in Hu County was about 1 million mu of land. Half of it was mulberry fields, and the farmland was no more than 500,000 mu. If 1 mu of wheat harvested 1 dan of grain, that would be 500,000 dan of wheat. Li Wanyu calculated the savings and property in his residence. He estimated that all the gold in his residence, the income from the property, and the profits from the reforging of his private money would be barely enough to fill this hole. However, his ability was only enough to satisfy the needs of this county. If it was the entire Guangzhou Dao, then the money he earned was just a drop in the bucket. Li Wangyou's words shocked Pai Lupi, Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, and the others. They all stared at him, dumbfounded. Zio, what did you just say? You want to feed an entire county of people with your own strength? County count who, don't be ridiculous. This is 100,000 people. Even if the government provides disaster relief, it will be very difficult. How can you feed so many people with your own strength? No, Your Majesty, you can't do this. Zio, what nonsense are you talking about? Do you think you can afford to feed the people of this county? If your family's lord was still alive, he would be angered to death by a wastrel like you. Your Majesty, how can the Tang dynasty let a young man like County Count who use up all his wealth to feed the people of the county? You can't do this. In the face of Pai Lupi and the others' persuasion, Li Wanyu stubbornly shook his head. Uncle, everyone, a few months ago, I was just an insignificant commoner. Some of the properties that my lord left behind were forcibly taken away by the clan. When I moved to Dingzhou village, I only had an old servant with me and 7 or 8 strings of copper coins. The reason why I have today's title and wealth is all because of Uncle's love. Now that the people are affected by the locust plague, their lives are difficult. I don't have any other abilities, but I want to try and help the elders of my county. If the rice planting is successful, then everyone will be happy. If not, I am willing to use up all my wealth to make up for my mistakes. Uncle, please help me. Zio, why do you want to do this? Pai Lupi frowned. He didn't think that Li Wanyu would have such an idea. He had never heard of such a thing. Who had ever heard of someone using their own wealth to help the people of a county? Cheng Yaojin raised his head and laughed. Your Majesty, I think you should agree. This kid's painstaking effort is very rare. Besides, even if it doesn't work, don't you still have me as your uncles? Can we just watch this kid starve to death? After hearing Li Wangyou's words, Fang Xianling silently nodded. She turned to Pai Lupi and suggested, Your Majesty, County of Hu is also affected by the locust plague. Why don't we cancel the rent for this year? This way, even if Zio's rice planting is unsuccessful, the pressure will be reduced by a lot. However, if he succeeds, we can fully promote rice planting in Guangzhou next year. Moreover, we can plant 2 crops a year. This is truly a good plan for the country and the people. Pai Lupi looked at Li Wanyu. Zio, are you really willing to do this? If you make a mistake, then you will have to pay a huge amount of copper coins. Uncle, as the saying goes, I am born with a purpose. Money will come back after being spent. This little nephew doesn't care about worldly possessions. I can't bring them with me when I'm born and can't bring them with me when I die. Good, as expected of my Li family's Qilin son. Since that's the case, I will allow it. I will ask you, Zio, to take care of the 100,000 people of Hu County. However, I will not let you suffer a loss. If this year the rice planting in Hu County fails, then the rent for the county will be completely canceled. However, if there is a harvest at the end of the year, then the rent for this year will all be given to you as a reward for Zio's dedication to the people. Your Majesty is wise. None of the elders objected. Li Wanyu had taken a huge risk, and was willing to forcefully push forward with this matter. It was only right that he be rewarded. However, this reward was so great that it made the elders jealous. "Your Majesty, please be at ease. This subject will definitely do his best." Li Wanyu hurriedly bowed to accept the decree. However, he was secretly delighted. The rent was 2 dan per man. If this year the rice planting in Hu County was successful, then wouldn't the rent for 50,000 men be given to him? 100,000 dan of grain. That was another huge sum of money, seeing that Pai Lupi really agreed to Li Wangyu's seemingly absurd proposal. All of the elders sighed in admiration. Extravagant. This was a truly extravagant move, compared to the count of Hu County's so-called prodigal actions. This was truly prodigal. Chapter 497. Because of Li Wangyu's extravagant behavior, Pai Lupi's original plan to stay at his manor for a few days was cancelled. Everyone returned to Li Wangyu's manor. While discussing the various matters of switching to rice in Hu County, they enjoyed a delicious meal of fish slices. After lunch, Pai Lupi led the group of dukes and bigwigs back to Chong. And when Yang Quan heard about this, he was so scared that he fell to the ground, feeding all the people in the county with one person's strength. This sounded like a joke. He ran to Li Wangyu's residence and confirmed this matter with Li Wanyu again and again. Only then did he raise his head to the sky and let out a long sigh. "Zio, I only knew that you were extraordinary, but I didn't expect you to be able to accomplish such a great feat. Don't worry. Even if I have to risk my life, I will help you plant rice and spread it throughout the county." In response, Li Wanyu could only rub his nose and smile without saying anything. His decision naturally frightened the old steward Li Hang. Even the Nyo brothers looked as if they had seen a ghost. Only their beautiful boss didn't blame him for acting on his own initiative. She even took the initiative to give him a kiss. This made Li Wanyu laugh foolishly for a long time. He felt more and more that he had made a wise and heroic decision. In short, the matter of changing the tack in Hu County was officially settled. The severely damaged wheat fields were replanted with rice. In a few days, Pai Lupi issued an imperial edict, causing an uproar in the imperial court. In the following few days, Yamen runners from the Hu County Yamen galloped into the various villages under Hu County's jurisdiction. They put up notices and beat gongs to gather the people. The villagers didn't know what was going on. Under the guidance of the village chief, they all gathered around the Yamen runners. "Listen well, you have all suffered from the plague of locusts this year. There are less than 20% of the wheat seedlings left in the fields. Therefore, the founding county governor of Hu County, Bo Te, has spoken to the saint on your behalf. He hopes that you can immediately start digging ditches, building water wheels, plowing the fields, and preparing to plant rice." As soon as the Yamen runners finished speaking, the surroundings became noisy. "Are you kidding me? At this time, pull out the wheat in the field and plant new rice? Is this county count Hu crazy? How did he come up with such a rotten idea? He's trying to kill all of us. In another month, at least, there will be some harvest in the fields. Now, we can only rely on this insignificant harvest to survive the next year. If you want us to dig up the ground now, aren't you pushing us to our deaths?" "That's right. We have no enmity with that county count. Who? Why would he harm us like this? It's almost September, and he's still sowing rice? Is this county earl whose head kicked by a donkey? Our ancestors have been farming wheat in Guanzhong Road for generations. Why are we suddenly switching to rice?" Seeing that the villagers around them were in a mess, the more they talked, the more agitated they became. It was as if they were going to fight to the death. The bailiff did not dare to be negligent. He banged the gong in his hand, temporarily suppressing the crowd's voices. "Shut up and listen to me." The Yamen runner managed to silence the crowd with great difficulty. He quickly raised his voice and shouted at the crowd, "What are you all arguing about? Can the saint watch you all starve to death? The saint's edict said that if you dig up the wheat seedlings and don't find anything by the end of the year, county count who will take care of your rations for a year. Furthermore, you will be exempted from a year's rent. You all understand?" The village chief hurriedly squeezed over and cupped his hands towards the yamen runner. "Brother, is what you said true? Do we really only care about the seeds? If we can't grow them, the rent for this year will be waived. Furthermore, county count who will take care of our rations? Will he only take care of the middle-aged and middle-aged men, or will he take care of the entire family for a year? Will he take care of the new rations next year?" The yamen runner nodded. "Of course it's true. The saint's edict is written clearly. How could it lie to you? He will take care of your entire family's rations, no matter how many people there are. However, there is one condition. This rice must be planted seriously. If anyone tries to cheat, don't blame yourself for starving. There will be yamen runners and scribes coming to inspect at any time. Don't try to fool them." These words suppressed the anger of the crowd, and they began to discuss in low voices. If that county count who really took care of their entire family's rations for a year, they would naturally be willing. Because of the locust plague this year, the villagers were all worried. They didn't know how they would survive with the meager harvest in October. Now that someone was willing to take care of their rations, it was only asking them to dig ditches, plow the fields, and plant seedlings. Only a fool wouldn't agree to such a good deal. However, there were still people who voiced their doubts. Does that county count who really have mountains of gold and silver at home? It was written in the notice that the entire county is going to switch to growing rice. If the rice can't be grown, how can county count who take care of the entire county's rations? The yamen runner curled his lips. "That's why I say that you farmers are ignorant. Ask around in Chang and city. Who doesn't know that county count, who is the reincarnation of the god of fortune? To tell you the truth, county count who has already taken out 30,000 taels of gold and placed it in the Ministry of Civil Affairs account. If the rice can't be grown, the Ministry of Civil Affairs will use the gold to buy food and distribute it to you. You understand? 30,000 taels of gold. It's enough to smash you farmers to death." The villagers had never heard of so much gold, and they couldn't even begin to calculate how much money this was. Other than letting out cries of shock, they couldn't say anything else. Actually, 30,000 taels of gold was far from enough. This was just a deposit that Li Wanyu had given to the imperial court, and the source of the gold was naturally from the 3 gambling houses that they had won from selling the rice. The villagers now believed that if the rice couldn't be grown, they would be given rations to survive. However, everyone was still skeptical. No one had ever heard of planting rice in September, so they felt that it wasn't very reliable. Brother yamen runner, planting rice seedlings in September. Why does this sound so inappropriate? You bunch of farm workers, what the hell do you know? Do you know that a few days ago, the rice fields in County Count, whose manor have already been harvested, do you know how much each moo produced? If I tell you, you'll be scared to death. 2 stones. 1 moo. What? How is that possible? A harvest of 2 shur per moo? Do you think I'd lie to you? The weight measured in front of the sage was not off in the slightest. So is there anyone in this world who knows more about farming than the county count? Don't look at how you've been farming your entire lives. Compared to the county count, you're nothing. That person is the literary star that descended from the heavens. He knows 500 years in the past and 500 years in the future. He knows the heavens above and the earth below. You understand? In short, just follow the county count's orders and do your best. You won't be mistreated. The yamen runner decisively said. Although the yield per moo of Li Wangyo's rice fields was a bit exaggerated, It wasn't too exaggerated. The villagers once again sucked in a breath of cold air, but they finally accepted this fact and began to discuss the matter of switching to planting rice. Such a scene was playing out in all of the villages under Hu County's jurisdiction, with the yamen runners and scribes sent by Yang Quan continuously explaining and persuading. The villagers in these villages finally believed the contents of the imperial edict. As a result, the villages in Hu County, which should have been idle time for farming, began to bustle with activity once more. The original wheat fields were dry fields, so there was no need for ditches to divert water. Naturally, they had to dig up new ones. As for the water wheel to divert water, Yang Quan scribes and craftsmen began to work on it. The sparse wheat seedlings in the fields were burned to the ground, and the villagers were extremely reluctant to part with them. Then, they began to plow the fields again. Just as Yang Quan and the other villagers in Hu County were busy in full swing, Li Wanyu was impeached. Chapter 498. This was the third time that Li Wanyu had been impeached, and the reason for his impeachment was naturally because of his decision to plant rice in Hu County. After Pai Lupi issued the edict to burn all the wheat fields in the county and plow the fields to plant rice, it immediately caused a huge commotion in Chang. And the common people naturally just watched the commotion and treated it as gossip, but the officials in the imperial court reacted even more fiercely. In particular, some of the older officials in the imperial court reacted even more strongly and cursed Li Wanyu. In their eyes, County Count Li Wangyu's actions would bring disaster to the country and the people, and he would be punished by the heavens. It was rare that there were no aristocratic families adding fuel to the fire. So many of the older officials in Chang and began to gather together to impeach Li Wanyu and get rid of the traitorous officials for the imperial court during the daily court session. As soon as Pai Lupi sat down on the throne, a dozen or so older officials stood up and bowed. "Your Majesty, we wish to impeach the founding county count of Hu County, Li Wanyu." Pai Lupi didn't understand what was going on. What did Ziyu do now? Why did he have so many older officials impeach him? "Come, we wish to impeach the founding county count of Hu County, Li Wanyu. He has committed 3 crimes. First, harming the farmers. The wheat in Hu County was about to be harvested in a little more than a month, but Li Wanyu actually forced the people to burn the wheat and plant rice instead. This is truly forcing the hundreds of thousands of people in Hu County to their deaths. Right now, the people of Hu County are filled with complaints, and the people have no way of making a living. Second, trying to buy the hearts of the people with ulterior motives. Your Majesty, Li Wanyu actually suggested that he provide for the people of Hu County. What intentions does he have? He has a disloyal heart. He is trying to buy the hearts of the people to do his evil deeds. Third, misleading the people with his lies. Planting rice in the 9th month is complete nonsense. We have flipped through the ancient books, but there is no record of planting rice at this time. It is clear that Li Wanyu is just spouting nonsense. I ask your Majesty to take back the imperial edict and punish the founding county earl of Hu County. This group of old officials was talking so hard that their spittle flew everywhere. It was as if they were sworn enemies with Li Wanyu, this treacherous official, and wanted to get rid of this evil for the country and the people. The more Pai Lupi listened, the gloomier his face became. "Are you done?" As soon as the words "you all" were uttered, the hall immediately quieted down. It must be known that addressing others as "you" was not a good thing. Usually, it was a form of address for people who were lower in seniority or rank. The tone was strong, and it was a form of address that was not very respectful. When Pai Lupi faced the courtiers, he never used the term "you all." Instead, he usually addressed them intimately as "Your Excellency" or "Your Excellency." The group of old officials was a bit stunned. They had never heard Pai Lupi speak to them in such a tone. For a moment, They did not know what to say. Seeing that no one in the hall spoke, Pai Lupi stood up from the throne with a gloomy face. He looked around at the courtiers in the Taiji Palace and slowly said, "You are all loyal courtiers of the Tang dynasty. Naturally, you must be loyal to the law. Although there are locusts in the world today, there are only 2 or 3 crops left in the fields. Famine is imminent. Prime Minister Fong, Prime Minister Du, and the other courtiers are racking their brains to find ways to raise food and prepare for disaster relief. Li Wangyu, the County Earl of Hu County, is even willing to take out all of his wealth to fight for food for the people of Hu County next year. How did such a loyal and righteous act become a crime in your eyes?" The dozen or so old officials who were standing just now all knelt down. "Your Majesty, if the County Earl of Hu County was truly loyal, then he should have offered all of his wealth to the court to buy food and provide disaster relief to the people. He should not have forced the people to burn the wheat seedlings in the fields and plant rice instead. Your Majesty, he is clearly trying to buy the hearts of the hundreds of thousands of people in Hu County. He is not loyal to the court." Within the hall, there were many courtiers who were friends with Li Wangyu. When they heard the words of these old officials, they were so angry that their teeth itched. Cheng Yaojin glared and wanted to step forward, but Qin Xiong pulled him back and whispered in his ear, "Jijia, don't be rash. His Majesty will not let that kid suffer." Ma Zhou and Yen Liben, the 2 disciples of Li Wangyu, were so angry that they clenched their fists. They did not care about court etiquette and directly stood up to bow to Pai Lupi. "Your Majesty, since these courtiers are so patriotic, why don't you issue a decree for them to donate all of their wealth to the court for disaster relief?" "Your Majesty, the lives of the people are difficult. It is rare for the courtiers to put in so much effort. Why don't we ask these courtiers to set an example for us and donate their wealth first?" Ma Zhou and Yen Liben's words immediately caused the dozens of courtiers kneeling in the hall to explode. "Nonsense! A bunch of nonsense! How can my private wealth be used with the court's resources? Isn't that mixing public and private? How can this old man learn from that county earl, selling his integrity for the sake of fame and fishing for compliments?" "That's right. Public is public, private is private. How can they be mixed together? Humph, I am all alone and have nothing to do. I am not as rich as this county earl." The words of this group of courtiers almost made Ma Zhou and Yen Liben laugh out of anger. They were shameless to such an extent. It was really an eye-opener. The courtier who said that he was all alone and had nothing to do with his wealth had just spent a lot of money to buy a beautiful lady from the western regions. He had even shown off to his colleagues for a while. Now, he was crying about being poor. Most of these courtiers had been officials since the Sui dynasty. Even though the world was in chaos at the end of the Sui dynasty, which one of them didn't have thousands of acres of fertile land and hordes of servants. Pai Lupi was so angry at the courtier's words that he almost laughed out loud. When talking about others, they could just open their mouths and ask them to donate all their wealth, but when it came to themselves, they wanted to separate public and private interests. Enough, don't mention this matter again. County Earl who is loyal to the country and has a heart full of sincerity. If there is anyone who dares to offend the County Earl again, we will not spare them. Pai Lupi was too lazy to continue arguing with this group of courtiers. He directly spoke up for Li Wangyu. That bullshit impeachment was simply nonsense. Pai Lupi was too lazy to continue paying attention to it. But Pai Lupi didn't expect that after he finished speaking, the courtiers still wouldn't stop chattering. "Your Majesty, we are all thinking for the sake of the Tang dynasty. Your Majesty, why do you only listen to those treacherous courtiers? Your Majesty, you can't. You absolutely can't do this. The hundreds of thousands of people in Hu County are innocent. They are going to suffer from this undeserved calamity. Your Majesty, please prioritize the country. Be close to a gentleman. Stay away from a lowly person. Your Majesty, if you insist on going against the flow, then you should just beat us to death first. That's right. If your Majesty wants the people of Hu County to die, then beat us to death first. Not only did this group of courtiers not restrain themselves, they even went even further. They actually started crying and making a scene in the main hall, which made Pai Lupi very angry. However, this group of courtiers had white hair and beards. They had been officials in the court for many years, and many of them were famous scholars. Normally, Pai Lupi treated these courtiers with great respect. He didn't expect them to act so shamelessly in Taiji Palace, taking advantage of their seniority and acting shamelessly. Pai Lupi said that he wouldn't let go of this heavy responsibility, but he couldn't hit these courtiers, and scolding them was also useless. This put him in an awkward position. Seeing that these courtiers were about to turn Taiji Palace into a cafeteria, Pai Lupi's expression became more and more unsightly. Then, he heard Cheng Yaojin's laughter coming from the main hall. Wahahaha. Chapter 499. Wahaha. Your Majesty, these old officials have put in a lot of effort, which is very rare. Since that's the case, why don't your Majesty order them all to go to Hu County? They will represent the court officials and your Majesty to supervise the rice planting in Hu County. This will prevent that brat Li Wanyu from deceiving your Majesty and harming the people. Cheng Yaojin's words made Pai Lupi's eyes light up. This was a good plan. As for those old officials who were still crying on the ground, they were all dumbfounded. You want them to go to Hu County? How could that be? They stopped crying and crawled up, glaring angrily at Cheng Yaojin. Duke Lu Yu, how can you say that? Your Majesty, I am old and weak. How can I endure such exhaustion? Duke Lu, are you trying to force me onto the path of death? Duke Lu, what do you mean by that? You, how can you give your Majesty such a ridiculous idea? Pai Lupi didn't care about what these old officials were saying. He was annoyed when he saw them, so it would be best if he could send them far away. Pai Lupi originally respected these scholars and old officials, but in Pai Lupi's eyes, compared to Li Wanyu, they were just a bunch of trash who only knew how to talk. Li Wanyu was willing to gamble all of his family's wealth for the 100,000 Hu County people, but these old officials who were criticizing Li Wanyu were only good at talking. Pai Lupi naturally knew which was more important. Li Er acted as if he didn't hear the cries of the old officials below the imperial stairs. And Zhijie's words are reasonable. The matter of Huxian changing the planning of rice has never happened before, but it is incomparably important. We definitely cannot let the common people suffer. Since that is the case, we need the old officials in the court to supervise this matter. All of you are my trusted aides, so I naturally trust all of you. Therefore, I will have to ask you all to help me with this matter. He didn't wait for the old officials to react, and immediately ordered Zhangsun Wuji. Wuji, the Ministry of Personnel will handle the documents for the officials today. Tomorrow, these officials will head to Hu County to supervise the rice planting. Planting the seedlings is urgent and cannot be delayed. The dozen or so old officials were completely dumbfounded. They didn't know what had happened. As the Minister of Personnel, Zhangsun Wuji naturally wouldn't have any objections. He immediately stood up and said, "Yes, Your Majesty. Although all of you are going to Hu County to supervise the planting of rice, we naturally will not let all of you work for nothing. Grandpa Dai, while the officials are supervising the rice plantation in Hu County, everyone's monthly salary will be increased by 1 grade. Yes, Your Majesty." How could the Minister of Civil Affairs, Dai Zhou, not understand Pai Lupi's intentions? Without hesitation, he nodded and agreed. That's enough. Everyone, There's no need for you to participate in today's court meeting. Return to your offices and hand over your tasks. Go back to your residence and pack up. Tomorrow you will go to Hu County to take up your post. Pai Lupi cut the Gordian knot and directly drove the dozen or so old officials who wanted to impeach Li Wangyu out of the court. These dozen or so old officials were completely dumbfounded. None of them had expected Pai Lupi to do something like this. Pai Lupi directly drove them out of the court and said that they were going to Hu County to supervise the planting of rice. What kind of task was this? Moreover, Pai Lupi didn't even say what kind of official position they were going to hold in Hu County. In other words, the so-called supervision was just an empty position. The officials of the Tang dynasty couldn't just be judged by their official rank, but also their official position. Take Li Wangyu, for example. Although he was a county earl, which was equivalent to a grade 4 official, he didn't hold any official position. However, he did not hold any official position. He only received a salary and had no real power. Although Pai Lupi made it sound nice to have these old officials go to Hu County to supervise the planting of rice, he didn't give them any official positions. In other words, although these old officials didn't lose their official positions, they had already left their posts and became people who didn't need to do any work. Not only did Pai Lupi give them a salary for free, but he also raised their salary by one level. If ordinary office workers in the future encountered such a good thing, they would laugh until their teeth fell out. However, these old officials looked as if their parents had died. Their expressions were extremely ugly, as if their parents had died. Did they lack that little bit of salary? To these old officials, losing their official positions was worse than being killed. Speaking of which, the old officials who stood out to impeach Li Wangyu with righteous indignation were basically all high-ranking officials of 4th rank and above. However, according to what Pai Lupi said, after they were sent to Hu County, they wouldn't be able to command Yang Quan, the county magistrate. Even if the yamen runners and scribes listened to them, it would depend on their mood. A group of grade 3 and grade 4 officials sounded nice. But if they didn't have any official positions, the yamen runners and scribes might not listen to them. This was why it was said that a county magistrate was not as good as a person in charge. Supervising the planting of rice was just an excuse to drive them out of Cham. And, Your Majesty, these old officials, the group of old officials knelt down again. This time, they were really crying. Tears streamed down their faces as they sobbed, hoping that Pai Lupi would retract his orders. Pai Lupi didn't care about them. He impatiently waved his hand and said, "That's enough. Everyone, stop acting like a child. It is urgent that Hu County change the planting of rice. I hope that everyone won't disappoint my expectations. Go, go." After saying this much, the old officials had nothing else to say. They could only look back and wipe their tears as they walked out of Taiji Palace. Today's farce of impeaching Li Wangyu had come to an end. However, in the hearts of the officials, their impression of Li Wangyu had deepened. This kind of favor was simply unbearable to look at. A group of grade 3 and grade 4 officials and Confucian scholars had been reprimanded by the saint for impeaching the county magistrate, and had even lost their official positions. Of all the civil and military officials in the court, not a single one had stood up to plead for them. Pai Lupi, Fang Xianling, and Du Ruhui, these big shots of the court, hadn't taken today's matter seriously. However, they hadn't expected that not long after, they would also attract a sizable amount of trouble. This was all for later, so let's not talk about it for now. After leaving the court, Ma Zhou and Yan Liben both asked for leave from their superiors and rode to Dingzhou village to explain to Li Wangyu what had happened in Taiji Palace. Li Wangyu only laughed in response. He didn't think that this kind of so-called impeachment could do anything to him. As for those old officials who had been chased to Hu County, Li Wanyu didn't care at all. After all, he wasn't the one who was going to farm. What did those people do to him have to do with him? Bin Wang, Liben, you came at the right time. Come, help me write these invitations. When you return to Chang, and help me send the invitations. Ha, thank you. Seeing that his disciples had come, Li Wanyu immediately grabbed some able-bodied men to help him. In a few days, it would be August 31st, his housewarming celebration. He was burying his head in writing the invitations and felt impatient. Ma Zhou and Yan Liben happened to be here, so how could he not be lazy? There were hundreds of big and small nobles, aristocratic families, and hundreds of officials in Chang. And these invitations had to be personally written, which was really troublesome. A few days ago, he had asked Chung Chumo to help him send out only a small portion of the invitations. Today, he had to send out the rest of the invitations. Ma Zhou and Yan Liben looked at each other helplessly. They could only shake their heads and take over Li Wangyu's pen and paper, and began to work. Chapter 500. The 31st day of the 8th lunar month of the 2nd year of Jingguan Temple was an auspicious day for visiting relatives and friends. Today, not only was Li Wanyu moving into his new residence, all 127 families in Dingzhou village were moving as well. Originally, the old village chief had wanted to move a few days later, so as not to disturb Li Wangyu's banquet. However, Li Wanyu and his beautiful boss would not agree to it no matter what. Thus, they decided to move today. The traditional housewarming banquets of the Tang dynasty were all held in the evening. However, Li Wangyu's residence was in Dingzhou village in Hu County, which was about 100 kilometers away from Chang and city. In order to take care of his guests, Li Wanyu could only arrange for the banquet to be held at noon. Early in the morning, the sky had just brightened when the old steward, Li Heng, knocked on Li Wangyu's door. Lang Jun, village chief Qian is here. They're waiting for you to preside over the relocation. Got it. I'll get up right away, Li Wanyu answered drowsily. Just as he finished speaking, the door was pushed open. The little girl, Perrin, and Avro entered with a brand new set of county official robes in their hands. It was still midsummer, and Li Wanyu was used to sleeping in only his underwear in the future, so he only had a thin brocade quilt draped over his body. Seeing the two beauties suddenly enter without invitation, Li Wanyu couldn't help but jump up in fright. He sat up on the bed and pulled the quilt in front of him to shield himself. He had to shield himself. It was early in the morning, and all men had a flag-raising ceremony. He couldn't possibly face two beauties in such an indecent manner, could he? What are you doing here? Get out, get out. Put down the clothes. I'll put them on myself. Li Wanyu blushed and wanted to chase the two out. However, Perrin shook her head proudly. No, it's a big day today. Lang Jun, you don't dare to wrinkle your clothes. Avro and I will help you change. Avro also nodded. That's right. Your clothes are always wrinkled every time you change. If others didn't know, they would think that I didn't take good care of you. Which family's Lord Jew is like you? He insisted on changing his own clothes. Hee, I heard that the last time Lu Guogong and the others came to the mansion, it was the maids in the mansion who gave them a bath. Li Wanyu cursed in his heart. Those old hooligans were ruining the reputation of the county count of Hu. He coughed dryly. Other people are other people. I have my own hands and feet. I don't need you to help me put on my clothes. Get out, get out. Not only did Pei Lan not leave, instead, she cast a mischievous glance at Li Wangyu's lower body that was covered by the brocade quilt. Lang Jun, don't tell me you have some unspeakable secret. Why don't I go to Xian Wei and ask old immortal sun to take a look at you? The little girl's words almost made Li Wanyu choke on his own saliva. He had died prematurely. He had rebelled against the heavens. He really couldn't keep this girl anymore. How dare she question him like this? No man could tolerate it. Li Wanyu didn't care whether he would be exposed or not. He jumped off the bed and grabbed Pei Lan. Then he slapped her perky buttocks, making a few light paw-paw sounds. Who told you to slander your Langjun? Do you still dare to do it in the future? If you dare to do it again, I'll punish you according to my family's laws. Li Wanyu pretended to be ferocious as he glared at Perrin. The little girl's face turned bright red. Ah, she cried out softly and ran off, twisting her slender waist. Avro, on the other hand, was laughing so hard that Li Wanyu's heart raced at the sight of her exaggerated curves. What are you laughing at? Get out too. Li Wanyu shouted at Avro fiercely. The little minx stuck out her pink lips and licked them. She threw a seductive look at Li Wanyu and said coquettishly, "Langjun, let me help you change, okay?" Her coquettish actions and voice immediately caused Li Wanyu to shudder. His blood and chi surged, and blood almost flowed out of his nose. Looking at the angelic face in front of him that resembled Angelina Jolie's, Li Wanyu couldn't hold it in anymore. He grabbed Avro and smacked her twice again. "If you don't leave, I'll punish you according to my family's laws." Li Wanyu pinched his thigh hard to keep his cool. He didn't want to turn into a wolf and pretend to be ferocious as he roared. After Avro also ran off shyly with her face covered, Li Wanyu finally heaved a sigh of relief and slumped onto the bed. Did it have to be so exciting early in the morning? These two little minks were really too much. But it felt really good to touch just now. Was he the kind of person who wouldn't be tempted? It was obviously because he couldn't handle his beautiful boss. But which man didn't have a playboy heart? Besides, there were so many fresh flowers at home for him to pick. After all, he and his beautiful boss were soulmates. A minx like Avro, at least for now, could only be regarded as a physical attraction to Li Wanyu. When Li Wanyu finished dressing and walked out of the room, the two big and small demonesses were still blushing. Their faces were full of shyness, which made Li Wanyu speechless. Damn it, who was the one who was teasing who just now? His beautiful boss also got up at this moment. When she saw Perrin and Avro's youthful looks, she couldn't help but pinch Li Wanyu's waist. "Are you teasing these two girls so early in the morning?" Li Wanyu grimaced in pain and looked at his beautiful boss. "Yes, you're beautiful. But can you smear someone's innocence for no reason, just because you're beautiful? I'm clearly the victim here, okay?" Li Wanyu couldn't help but look up at the sky and stay silent for a long time. "What are you looking at?" Seeing that he didn't speak, his beautiful boss also looked up at the sky curiously. "I'm looking to see if it's snowing so that I can clear my name." Amused by his words, the beautiful boss couldn't help but burst into laughter. All right, stop fooling around. Let's go. The old villager and the others are waiting for you." After chatting and laughing for a while, they all left the old residence together. The old villager and a group of farmers had been waiting for a long time. When they saw Li Wanyu come out, they hurriedly went up to greet him. "Greetings, Langjun." "Old villager, don't be so polite. Is everything ready for today's visit?" "Yes, everything's ready. Madame Sue even specially called back the four-wheeled carriages to help move things. Now that all the households are ready, we're just waiting for your orders." "Ha! Then let's go quickly. Don't make everyone wait." The group of people mounted their horses and headed towards the threshing ground in the village. When they arrived at the threshing ground, the place was already filled with horse neighing and people talking. It was very lively. 127 farmers and the heads of each family were all there. There were also nearly 100 four-wheeled carriages there, filled with all kinds of things. "Greetings, Lord Ju. Greetings, Lang Jun. Greetings, Madam Su." When the crowd saw that Li Wangyu and the others had arrived, they hurriedly went up to greet them. It was a mess. Everyone's face was filled with joy today. Li Wangyu laughed heartily and said, "All right, let's cut the crap. Nyo Yom, Nyo Wu, light up the exploding poles." Yes, bundles of exploding poles were thrown into the brazier, making crackling sounds and waves of smoke. Li Wangyu waved his hand. "Enter the house." "Yes, enter the house." The farmers jumped onto the four-wheeled carriages and waved their whips. More than 100 carriages filed out and drove towards Dingzhou village. Chapter 5:01. The reason why the villagers of Dingzhou village were moving so early in the morning was naturally to avoid delaying Li Wangyu's housewarming banquet at noon. In fact, most of the household items had already been moved into their new homes. Today's move was mainly a ceremony. The other most important thing was to burn incense and spirit incense, which was to enter the house and worship the ancestors' blessings. It was usually called returning fire. Before entering the house, they would first use salt and water to wash and purify the house. This was a tradition. Opening the door on an auspicious day, burning incense to worship the ancestors, and opening the fire. The 127 households of Dingzhou village were extremely busy. The entire new village was filled with naughty children yelling and running, the crackling sounds of exploding poles, the joyous shouts of men, and the busy figures of women. The children were the ones who looked forward to moving into the new village the most. There was no other reason. When Li Wangyu was building the village, he had asked the craftsmen to build an area for the children to play in. There were slides, swings, climbing frames. This had long made the children envious and look forward to moving into the new village every day. The villagers of the village did not go to work in Chang and city today. They were all busy in their new homes. After arranging their things in their homes, the villagers walked out of their homes under the orders of the old village chief. They began to clean the roads in the village and hang up colorful lanterns. There was strength in numbers. It was only 9 in the morning, but Noda's Dingzhou village was already clean and tidy. There were lanterns and colored banners everywhere. It looked auspicious and festive. Li Wangyu's troops had already changed into new clothes. They stood at the entrance of the village with their heads held high and their chests puffed out. They were ready to welcome the guests. Ever since Li Wangyu accidentally recruited 73 old soldiers of the Golden Guards into his troops, the old village chief discussed with the old village chief. He discussed with the old village chief that his troops would take over as the village guards, so as not to delay the work of the young and strong villagers. Naturally, the old village chief had no objection to this. Now, the troops of Lai Hat patrolled the village on horseback every day. They had already become familiar with the villagers in Li Wangyu's manner. Before noon, there were already guests riding horses and carriages from Chang and city to Dingzhou village. All the guests who came to Dingzhou village for the first time were shocked when they entered the new village. No one had ever seen such a beautiful village, even in Chang, and it was much better than most of the other villages. The village road was paved with beautiful cobblestones, the canals with flowing spring water, the water wheel that was constantly turning, the lush trees and delicate flowers, and the brand new farmhouse with blue tiles and white walls. The scenery of the farmhouse with a small bridge and flowing water stunned countless guests. "Grandpa Yu, this county earl is too generous." TSK, this old man has never seen a village like this in all my life. Today, Kong Ingda, Yu Shernan, and Lu Quan had come together. As soon as they entered the village, even a Confucian scholar like Kong Ingda gaped in shock. "Ha, Zio is indeed extraordinary. The first time I saw him, he was still a commoner. I didn't expect him to be the county earl who founded the country." What's more, Zio didn't forget his roots. This village was built by Zio for his villagers. Yu Shernan couldn't help but stroke his beard and smile. He admired Li Wangyo's friendship despite the difference in age. The Minister of Rights, Lu Quan, also nodded. I heard that ever since County Earl Huxian moved to Dingzhou Village, the village that used to be like mud has now become the wealthiest village in the area. The villagers of Dingzhou Village are all well-mannered and different from ordinary farmers. Sure enough, they know etiquette when they have enough grain, and they know honor and disgrace when they have enough food and clothing. County Earl Huxian has done a great job of educating them. The group of big shots was full of praise for the new Dingzhou Village. After everyone passed through the brand new village of Dingzhou Village and entered Li Wangyo's official residence, they were even more shocked. Just like Pai Lupi, Chung Yaojin, and the others, all the guests were shocked by the huge manor. The man-made lake was filled with guests who enjoyed the beautiful scenery and didn't want to leave. Today, Li Wangyu had invited almost all the civil and military officials, as well as all the aristocratic families in Chang, and who were above class 5. He wasn't showing off, but it was because of etiquette. If he didn't send out invitations, it would be rude. He even sent Ma Zhou and Yan Liben to send invitations to those aristocratic families who didn't get along with him. Even if the Wang clan of Taiyuan and the Zhang clan of Xingyang were like fire and water, they still had to do this. Of course, Wang Renyu and Zhang Yuanshou, the two family heads, wouldn't personally come to congratulate him. However, they still sent their invitations with gifts. As noon approached, more and more guests arrived. Fortunately, the roads in the new Dingzhou village were spacious, and Li Wangyo's manor occupied a large area, so the guests wouldn't be blocked on the road. The guests who entered the manor were received by the maids and servants. They respectfully led the guests to a lawn in front of the castle. The lawn was already covered with high-quality carpets. Li Wangyu had spent a lot of money to buy these carpets from the western region from the Hu merchants in the western region. Several tables were placed on the carpet for the guests to sit. A huge umbrella was thoughtfully set up above to block the sun. On the lawn, there were hot singers and dancers. They were playing musical instruments hard and swaying their waists, which made the atmosphere very lively. Li Wangyu and his beautiful boss kept greeting the officials and inviting them to sit. Sitting down on the outdoor lawn, it was the first time for these guests who came to attend the banquet, and they felt that it was very fresh. Wah! Nephew, what are you up to today? Why aren't you holding a banquet in your stone house? Why are you here on the lawn? After Chung, Yao Jin arrived. He didn't hold back and directly asked the guests what was on their minds. Hee, Uncle Chung, look at this hillside. Isn't the scenery beautiful? There are green mountains and clear waters, and there's also a gentle breeze. Isn't it great to drink and have fun while enjoying the beautiful scenery? It's better than staying in that house and not seeing the light of day, right? This place is very spacious. Uncle Chung, when you're happy, you can have a friendly match with any of the uncles. You can also show off your fists and kicks. Li Wangyo's explanation made Chung Yaojin laugh heartily. He couldn't help but use his large palms to rub Li Wangyo's shoulders. The other guests also felt that Li Wangyo's arrangement was pretty good. The Tang people originally liked to go on excursions. They had a few friends, and bringing along singers to eat and drink in the wilderness. It was also an elegant thing to do. Moreover, Li Wangyo's mansion, whether it was the lawn or the scenery, were all carefully polished. Naturally, it was more comfortable. Thus, the guests didn't pretend to be pretentious. They all took off their shoes and socks, stepped barefoot on the thick carpet, and sat at the tables. There were maids who immediately brought over cups of iced wine. It was very comfortable. While Li Wangyu and his beautiful boss were busy greeting the guests, they saw a young man who they had never met before walk over to their beautiful boss. "Lady Sue, I haven't seen you in a long time. Boy misses you." Chapter 502. Upon hearing this, Li Wangyu looked over. The man who was talking to his beautiful superior was about 30 years old. He had a 3-inch-long beautiful beard, and his appearance could be considered decent. However, Li Wangyu instinctively felt disgusted at the first sight of this person. In addition to the fragrance of perfume, this person also had a temperament that Li Wangyu was very disgusted with. "Hello, young Master Zheng. I trust you have been well since we last met." When the beautiful superior saw the man, she smiled and curtsied to the man. "Lady Sue, I wonder if it's convenient for you to take a tour of this county magistrate's mansion with me?" The man, surnamed Zheng, smiled gently and elegantly. However, from beginning to end, he didn't look at Li Wangyu at all, as if he was transparent. The beautiful superior looked at Li Wangyu with embarrassment. Li Wangyu laughed and said, "Chongqing, you can accompany this young Master Zheng to visit our house. I will take care of the guests here." When he spoke, he enunciated the words, "our house," very clearly. Li Wangyu clearly noticed that the man who had a gentle smile before obviously stiffened after he said those words. However, he immediately recovered his previous indifferent smile, but still didn't look at Li Wangyu. How could the beautiful superior not understand his thoughts? She glanced at him angrily and made a pleased gesture to the man, surnamed Zheng. The two of them talked and laughed as they walked toward the castle. Li Wangyu looked at the man's back and finally understood why he hated this person so much. In Li Wangyu's eyes, the arrogance that came from his bones was simply unbearable. In the movies of later generations, there were countless rich second generation with such a persona. He didn't expect to meet one today. However, it seemed that he was the top rich second generation and tall, rich, and handsome of the Tang dynasty, right? Why was this person acting so arrogant in front of him? When this person met him, not only did he not greet his master, but he also didn't congratulate him. Instead, he went straight to the beautiful superior. His tone seemed gentle, but it clearly carried a kind of indisputable tone. If it weren't for the fact that the guests who came to his residence today were all invited guests, Li Wangyu would have the urge to throw this man into the lake. He stretched out his hand and waved at the foppish young masters beside him. "Brothers, who was that person just now?" "He, Zheng Boyi of the Zheng family in Xingyang, the eldest son of Zheng Shanghua. Zheng Kongbua, who had a conflict with your family before, is his cousin." Fang Yai chuckled and said, "Zio, in my opinion, this Zheng Boyi seems to be interested in your Madam Sue. You have to be careful not to let others take advantage of you. I see that your Miss Sue hasn't combed her hair yet. You haven't succeeded yet, right? If you don't hurry up, the golden phoenix might fly to another nest." In ancient times, women would comb their hair and change their hairstyle after they were taken in. His beautiful superior had always been wearing the hairstyle of an unmarried woman, which was why Fang Yai said that. What nonsense are you talking about? Chongqing is my cousin." Li Wanyu still wanted to argue that the relationship between the two of them was pure. "Bah, do you think your brothers are blind? The way you and Miss Sue look at each other is almost glued to each other, and you call her cousin? Besides, it was one thing for this cousin to fool others, but you, Li Wangyu, are a member of the royal family. Where did this cousin come from? Is there a registration in the imperial clan temple?" Li Wangyu's words were immediately mercilessly mocked by the foppish young masters, which made him speechless and touched his nose. All right, although he knew that this matter couldn't be hidden from everyone, it was still a bit embarrassing to be exposed like this. Zio, how did your Miss Su get to know Zheng Boi? Didn't she and the Zheng family in Xinjiang have that incident with Zheng Kongbua? Chai Lingwu asked in a gossipy manner. Li Wanyu shrugged his shoulders. How would I know? Hee, Zio, you have to be careful. I'm afraid you don't know? Your Madame Su is quite famous in Chang and City. The lingerie shop and the four-wheeled carriage company are thriving under her management. Now, many noble madams in Chang and City have a close relationship with Miss Su. I heard that many people are planning to be matchmakers for Miss Su. That's true. My mother is now a customer of the lingerie shop. After she got to know Miss Su, she asked my father if there were any suitable young talents in the family to be matchmakers for Miss Su, but she was scolded by my father. He said this with a smirk, which made Li Wangyu roll his eyes. This Madame Du was too boring. Fortunately, Du Ruhui gave him face and didn't blindly interfere. Yes, Zio, your relationship with Miss Su is unclear. It's not a big deal. Miss Su is good at everything, but she's a bit old. But if you have the heart, don't keep delaying it. Fang Yai persuaded Li Wangyu with the appearance of an experienced person. Li Wangyu waved his hand. Little brother, aren't I still in cutting decline? It's not urgent. Let's talk about it in 2 years. You're not in a hurry, but someone else is. I heard that Zheng Boi is still unmarried. Aren't you afraid that Miss Su will be taken away by him? Li Wangyu curled his lips. I'm not bragging, but I really don't care about this kind of person, let alone coax Changqing. Cheng Chumo smiled. Although Zheng Kongbua is a good-for-nothing with a bad reputation, you shouldn't underestimate this Zheng Boi. This person is 28 years old this year, but he's already a scholar in the Hongwen School. He's famous for his talent. Fang Yai nodded. Even my master praised him, saying that he's overflowing with talent and will have great achievements in the future. Yes, I've also heard of this Zheng Kongbua. He's very good at poetry and songs. Many great scholars in the imperial court praise him. Li Wangyu secretly curled his lips. He had never heard of this person in history. How good could he be? What kind of poems and articles could be better than the works of great gods that he plagiarized? Speaking of which, Zheng Kongbua is very arrogant and always looks down on everyone. He's even somewhat ignorant of the ways of the world. However, he can be considered a young talent. Moreover, don't you think that Madame Su is a perfect match for him? She's much more compatible than you, Zio. The age difference between you and Miss Su is too big. My beloved's words are reasonable. The group of fops nodded their heads and laughed. It was needless to say how despicable they were. Li Wangyu angrily raised his middle finger at the group of fops. What kind of people were they? They actually dared to say that their girl was compatible with others. They really deserved a beating. The newly made sunglasses would not be given to this group of bastards. Li Wangyu looked at Zheng Boi's back again. Did he also have a love rival? Wasn't he from the Zheng family of Xinjiang? Acting so arrogant. Why don't you go to heaven? Even if it was Zheng Yuanshou, the head of the Zheng family of Xinjiang, Li Wangyu still had to scold him. This Zheng Boi, did he really think of himself as a dish? He came to attend his housewarming banquet and didn't even greet him. Did he really think that the Zheng family of Xinjiang was some T-thousand-year-old family? Li Wangyu spat on the ground bitterly. He was too lazy to pay attention to this kind of person who thought too highly of himself. As for his beautiful boss being abducted by others, he didn't even think about this kind of thing. Did they know what a soulmate was? On the other side, Zheng Boi, accompanied by his beautiful boss, toured the castle. However, just as the fops had guessed, he looked at the beautiful woman in his eyes and had thoughts in his heart. Chapter 5:03. Zheng Boi looked at his beautiful superior beside him, but his heart felt like it was being scratched by a cat. He couldn't wait to bring this beautiful woman back to his residence today. He had no interest in Li Wanyo's castle. He just wanted to find an excuse to talk to the beauty in front of him. However, the beauty in front of him was neither cold nor warm to him. She only treated him with courtesy, which made his heart feel even more uncomfortable. His heart was like a monkey on a horse. He walked around hastily and returned to the outdoor lawn with his beautiful superior. At this time, the lawn was full of guests. It was very lively. Li Wanyu saw that his beautiful superior had returned and hurried over. Chongqing, you came back just in time. Just now, Yugong was asking where you went. The old man was still thinking about the birthday cake you made. He just asked me if there was a cake to eat at today's banquet. His beautiful superior heard this and chuckled. Okay, then I'll go pay a visit to Yugong. The two whispered to each other. When they spoke in low voices, their intimate appearance made Zheng Boyi feel more and more depressed. He suddenly rolled his eyes and raised his voice. Lady Su, I see that it's very inconvenient for you to travel between this remote mountain village and Chang and city every day. I still have an empty courtyard in Chang and city's Yongjia Lane. It can be considered quiet and elegant. Why don't you move there to live? You won't have to run around every day. The beautiful superior was stunned and shook her head with a smile. Thank you for your kindness, but I'm already used to it. I won't trouble you. No trouble at all. My residence is empty, so if Lady Su can move in, it will be a good thing. Lady Su, please don't refuse my good intentions. His voice was very loud. When it fell into the ears of the surrounding guests, it inevitably made people's imaginations run wild. Seeing this, many guests gathered together and started whispering to each other. Cheng Chumo and the other playboys were so angry by his words that they were ready to roll up their sleeves and beat him. Zheng Boyi's words showed that he didn't put Li Wanyu in his eyes at all. More than half of the guests who came to the court today knew this Lady Su. They also knew that she had an ambiguous relationship with the young county count of Hu. However, since the two of them addressed each other as cousins, the bystanders naturally wouldn't interfere. But what did Zheng Boyi mean? In front of the county count and all the guests, wasn't it the same as slapping the county count's face to let the woman from the county count's mansion live in his residence? Everyone was waiting to see a good show. They wanted to see if County Count Huxian would get angry and order people to beat up this Zheng Boyi from the Zheng family of Xingyang for the sake of a woman. After Zheng Boyi finished speaking, he still maintained the posture of a gentle and modest gentleman as he smiled at his beautiful boss. However, Li Wanyu didn't fly into a rage out of humiliation. Instead, he chuckled and asked, I wonder if young Master Zheng is planning to gift that residence to Lady Su, or is he just lending it to her to temporarily live in? If it's just lending, then it's fine. Hu in Chong, and doesn't know that Lady Su is now the famous goddess of wealth. Borrowing someone else's residence is too shameful. The Zheng family of Xingyang is also a 1,000-year-old family. I don't think they would be so stingy as to only lend a residence to Lady Su, right? Li Wangyo's words made Zheng Boyi somewhat unsure of how to respond. His original intention was naturally to lend the residence to his beautiful boss. He really didn't want to give it to her. That was a residence in the northern part of Chang, and one residence was worth no less than 5 million coins, which was more than 5,000 strings of copper coins and nearly 1,000 taels of gold. Although Zheng Boyi was the eldest son of the first wife of the family and a scholar of the Chong Wenguan, a 6th-rank official, his monthly allowance and salary were only about 100 strings of copper coins. That residence was bought for him by his father, Zheng Shangua, when he was promoted to a scholar of the Chong Wenguan. He said these words because, firstly, he wanted to slap Li Wangyu's face in front of everyone. Secondly, if his beautiful boss agreed, he could enjoy the benefits of being in a favorable position. He would also have the opportunity to get close to the beauty and let Li Wanyu stay away from her. Why not? Zheng Boyi originally thought that Li Wanyu would fly into a rage and fall out with him in front of the beauty. Otherwise, he could only endure it in front of so many guests. But he never thought that Li Wanyu would ask such a question. This is, of course. It's a gift, a gift. I'm willing to give the residence in Yongjia Lane to Lady Su. Please don't refuse my painstaking efforts. At this time, Zheng Boyi swallowed his broken teeth and blood. He was very reluctant to give it up, but he still said so. Otherwise, in front of so many guests, if he said that he only wanted to lend the residence, it would really be a shameful thing. Sometimes, these aristocratic families valued their face more than anything else. Li Wanyu naturally understood this characteristic of aristocratic families. So he asked such a question in front of so many people. The beautiful boss rolled her eyes at Li Wanyu and was about to continue to refuse. But Li Wanyu beat her to it and said, "Ha! Young Master Zheng is indeed generous. Then I'll thank you on behalf of Lady Su. I'll accept the residence on behalf of Lady Su." His words made Zheng Boyi want to cry. How could there be such a person who didn't play by the rules? Shouldn't you refuse it, and I'll push the boat with the current so that both sides will be happy? How could he be so shameless as to just open his mouth and accept it? Seeing Zheng Boyi's aggrieved expression, the beautiful boss couldn't help but laugh. "Young Master Zheng, don't listen to Wang You's joke. I don't deserve that residence, so how can I accept it? Young Master Zheng, please don't mention this matter again." Hearing the beautiful boss say so, Zheng Boyi couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He planned to take advantage of the situation and say a few beautiful words. "Lady Su, what are you talking about? I'm willing to give you that residence. It's not a joke." Li Wanyu continued at this time. "Chongqing, you see, I said that young Master Zheng wasn't joking, right? How could the world-famous Zheng family of Xingyang care about an insignificant residence? If you take it back, where will young Master Zheng put his face? Where will the Zheng family of Xingyang put their face?" Zheng Boyi's face turned red because of Li Wanyo's words, and he didn't know what to say for a long time. The beautiful boss silently rolled her beautiful eyes. How could Li Wanyu hide his thoughts from her? Obviously, this guy was jealous, so he targeted Zheng Boyi like this. However, the beautiful boss couldn't help but feel very sweet in her heart. Women were all like this, even if the beautiful boss was a goddess. How could she be angry when the person she loved was jealous of her? She quietly stretched out her hand and secretly pinched Li Wanyu. "Wanyu, don't make trouble with young Master Zheng. Young Master Zheng, I really can't accept that residence. Don't mention this matter again." Zheng Boyi had suffered a loss from Li Wanyu, so he didn't dare to put on a facade. He could only awkwardly smile at the beautiful boss and didn't say anything. Li Wanyu sneered in his heart. This guy with low EQ had the nerve to be this young master's rival in love. He secretly made a victory sign in his sleeve and ignored Zheng Boyi. He pulled the beautiful boss to find Yu Shernan. When the banquet was about to start, the old housekeeper Li Heng ran over breathlessly. Lang Jun, the sage is here. Quickly go and receive him." Li Wanyu was stunned. Why did Pai Lupi come again? Chapter 504. If other people knew what Li Wanyu was thinking, they would definitely want to beat this pretentious guy to death. Why did Pai Lupi come again? The sage personally came to the manor for a banquet. How great of a favor was this? You actually dare to be so disdainful? Li Wanyu really was disdainful. If Pai Lupi came, then so be it. It wasn't like it was the first time he came. Li Er, Chung Yaojin, and the others had moved in before him, the owner of this manor. However, this was only Li Wangyu's ridicule in his heart. After hearing Li Heng's words, Li Wangyu didn't dare to delay. He quickly jumped on his horse to welcome Pai Lupi. The manor was too big, but it had a small problem. It was that from the castle to the entrance of the manor, one had to ride a horse. Walking was tiring. Pai Lupi not only came today, he also brought the three little ones. Li Chengqian, Li Tai, and Li Lizzie obediently greeted Li Wangyu. They curiously sized up the manor in front of them, which they had never seen before. This was the first time the three of them had come to Li Wangyu's new manor. Nephew greets uncle. Li Wangyu greeted Pai Lupi. Ha ha, Zio, there's no need to be so courteous. Come, take a look at the congratulatory gift I've prepared for you. Li Er waved his hand behind him, and two eunuchs carried a board over. Found in County Count Manor of Hu County. Li Wangyu recognized these words. They were Pai Lupi's handwriting. In this regard, Li Wangyu cursed in his heart. Just a plaque written by yourself? Too insincere. Why didn't you give me something valuable? On the other hand, the old housekeeper Li Heng, as well as the group of troops and maids, were so excited that they couldn't control themselves. It was such an honor for the saint to write the plaque of his Langjun mansion in the whole of Chang, and the number of people who could make Pai Lupi do this could be counted on one hand, and all of them were top nobles like the founding dukes. Although Li Wangyu didn't care for it, he still had to put on a happy expression. Thank you, uncle. This nephew will have it hung up. Uncle, please. Everyone has arrived and is waiting for uncle to start the banquet. Li Chengqian instead bowed towards his father, and Li Wangyu. Father, teacher, can we go to the village to play for a while? Just now, when everyone rode past Xindingzhou village, the three little ones had already seen many of their playmates in the village. They had also seen the amusement park, and their hearts were already itching. Pai Lupi was stunned. Then he laughed. Haha, let's go then. Yes, thank you, father. The three little ones cheered and turned to run out of the mansion. A few eunuchs and guards quickly trotted after them. Zio, look at Chengqian and the others. They are more like children when they come to you. Pai Lupi looked at the three little ones' excited backs and couldn't help but sigh. Li Wangyu smiled slightly. Uncle, children like to play with their peers. It's also in their nature. Plus, it's not the palace, so there aren't so many rules. Of course, they're happy. Yes, I like them like this. They can interact more with the children of the common people and understand the hardships of the common people. They don't have to be idiots who don't eat minced meat. Li Wangyu couldn't help but grin. Now that they were in Xindingzhou village, how could they understand the hardships of the common people? This group of villagers was now rich. Although they weren't very rich, they were all moderately well-off families and didn't have to worry about food and clothing. After the three little ones went to play by themselves in the village, Pai Lupi and Li Wangyu mounted their horses again and headed for the castle. With Pai Lupi's arrival, everyone came forward to greet him again. It was quite a mess. After everyone was seated again, Li Wangyu asked Pai Lupi for his opinion. Uncle, then I'll have them start the banquet. Before Pai Lupi could speak, Chung Yaojin laughed loudly on the side. Wahahaha, start the banquet, start the banquet. Nephew, quickly have someone bring the food. I'm very hungry for the food in your mansion. What new things have you prepared today? Chung Yaojin's words made all the important people who had eaten at Lai Hot nod their heads. In terms of gluttony alone, the food in Li Wangyu's mansion could be said to be the best. Even the pork that nobles usually didn't eat had now become a delicacy. Many important people had asked Li Wangyu for the secret recipe, so that the chefs in their manors could learn how to make it. Now, pork in Chang and city had become a hot commodity from a cheap meat that no one cared about. Even the price of pork had increased from 40 copper coins per catty to 60 copper coins. Li Wangyu's recipe had contributed greatly to this. Hee, Uncle Chung, I've prepared a delicacy today. It definitely won't disappoint Uncle Chung and everyone else. Wahaha! Then what are you waiting for? Quickly have someone bring it up. Chung Yaojin laughed loudly. Pai Lupi glared at him and turned his head to Li Wangyu. Zio, it's fine if we start the banquet at noon, but why don't we even light up the incense sticks? Before the Tangs started the banquet, they would first light incense and worship their ancestors. They would first light firecrackers in front of the court to ward off evil spirits to show good luck. Li Wangyu couldn't help but touch his nose. Uncle, today the farmers will be entering the mansion together. The ordinary incense sticks in the mansion will be used by the farmers. The rest of the incense sticks will cause too much of a commotion. I'm afraid it will disturb everyone. Let's just forget about it. Chung Yaojin interrupted again. Nonsense! How much of a commotion can a few incense sticks cause? His Majesty is right. How can we not light up the incense sticks before the banquet? Quickly go and get the incense sticks. Let's have some fun. Hee, Uncle Chung. The incense sticks in my mansion are specially made by me. Don't underestimate them. I don't believe that the incense sticks in your mansion are any different. Get someone to bring them here. I'll light them up for you to see. Chung Yaojin shook his head. Pai Lupi also smiled, but didn't say anything. Obviously, he didn't believe Li Wangyu's words. The incense sticks in the Tang dynasty were filled with saltpeter in a bamboo tube. After it was lit, it would make a louder sound and make a thicker smoke. However, the sound it made was only slightly louder than the crackling sound of the burning bamboo. While everyone was talking, Zheng Boi came over. Your Majesty, perhaps it's because the Count of Huxian is young and timid. He can't stand being scared and can't hear anything. That's why he's afraid of the incense sticks exploding. Your Majesty, why don't you just let it go? It's fine if you don't light up the incense sticks. His words sounded like he was helping Li Wangyu explain, but it sounded disgusting no matter how one listened to it. The surrounding guests all thought to themselves, is this Zheng Boi trying to pick a fight with the Count of Huxian today? Provoking the Count of Huxian time and time again? This is interesting. Pai Lupi frowned unhappily. He thought to himself, how come this Zheng Boi doesn't know how to speak? However, Li Wangyu didn't seem to care at all. Instead, he cupped his hands towards Zheng Boi. Oh, young Master Zheng must have a lot of guts, right? That's great. Niu Wu, go get some firecrackers and have young Master Zheng help light them up. Niu Wu and the others had long since found Zheng Boi to be an eyesore. When they heard Li Wangyu say this, they naturally grinned foolishly and ran off to grab a bundle of incense sticks. Li Wangyu had someone bring over a brazier and gestured towards Zheng Boi. Young Master Zheng, please, I'll have to trouble you to light up the incense sticks for this young man who can't stand being scared. It won't be too hard on you, right? Zheng Boi didn't expect Li Wangyu to do this. However, since he had already spoken, he could only coldly snort and walk towards the brazier. Ha! Count of Huxian, the incense sticks in your residence are so small. How comical. Zheng Boi casually picked up an incense stick and laughed. Most incense sticks in the Tang dynasty were made from bamboo tubes that were as thick as bowls. This way, they would make even louder sounds. However, the incense sticks that Niu Wu brought over were all made from bamboo tubes that were as thick as fingers. They truly looked very small. Li Wangyu didn't say anything. He only smiled and gestured towards him again. Boy coldly snorted and muttered, pretending to be mysterious. Then he threw the incense stick into the brazier. However, he didn't notice that when Nyo-Woo had his subordinates bring the brazier over, they had placed it far away from the lawn. When he picked up the incense stick and threw it into the brazier, Nyo-Woo and the others hid far away. Lee Won-yu even covered his ears with his hands, as if he was waiting to watch a good show. Chapter 5:05. His beautiful boss saw this scene, but she didn't stop him. She just glared at Lee Won-yu, annoyed that he was teasing her again. The explosive rod that Lee Won-yu asked Nyo-Woo to explode was naturally made by him. In fact, it might be more accurate to call it firecrackers. A few days ago, when the old butler Lee Hung reported to him about moving into the house, he specifically mentioned that he needed to buy some explosive rods to ward off evil spirits as a sign of auspiciousness. Lee Won-yu was also bored at that time, so he casually said, "The sound of an explosive rod is too small. It's really boring." Nyo-Woo heard it at that time and laughed. "Langjun, there is an old shop in the East City that specializes in making explosive rods. Compared to other shops, their explosive rods make a louder sound and smoke more. Why don't I go and buy some?" Lee Won-yu disdainfully curled his lips. "How loud can the sound be? It's not interesting. When I was 6 years old, I could make things that made even louder explosions." When the old butler Lee Hung heard Lee Won-yu's words, his beard couldn't help but tremble a few times. In his heart, he only thought that his Langjun was bragging. He had watched Lee Won-yu grow up. How could such a thing happen? Nyo-Woo naturally didn't believe it. Although he didn't say it clearly, the look in his eyes said everything. Lee Won-yu was talking about his experience in the future. He really wasn't bragging. When he was 6 years old, he and a few other naughty children in the village felt that the firecrackers weren't strong enough during the New Year, so they took apart the firecrackers, poured out the gunpowder inside, and stuffed it all into a bamboo tube. When they lit the extra-large firecrackers and threw it into a toilet in the village, that spring festival, the whole village was filled with the smell of feces and urine. Lee Won-yu and the other naughty children's buttocks were naturally beaten into 4 pieces. In the Tang dynasty, Lee Won-yu certainly couldn't make real gunpowder, but he knew how to make black gunpowder that could be used to make firecrackers. This kind of black gunpowder was not something that the brats of the later generations were willing to play with. They thought that it was too weak to make firecrackers. Seeing that Nyo-Woo and Lee Hung didn't believe him, Lee Won-yu was also angry. He had to open the eyes of these 2 country bumpkins. "Nyo-Woo, go prepare saltpeter for me and grind it into powder." Lee Won-yu was too lazy to talk nonsense. He directly gave a list to Nyo-Woo and let him prepare it. "Langjun, what do you want the chicken for? Can this thing make an explosive rod?" Nyo-Woo was puzzled. "If I tell you to go, then go. Cut the crap." Lee Won-yu was too lazy to explain the binding effect of egg white to this fool. He directly sent him to buy all the things he wanted. After Nyo-Woo had prepared all the things Lee Won-yu needed, he followed Lee Won-yu's instructions and dried them. Then he ground them into powder and mixed them together according to a certain ratio. Then the egg white was added, and after mixing well, the mixture was sifted into particles of the same size. Finally, the particles were dried in the shade. After busying himself for 2 days, Lee Won-yu's black gunpowder could be considered a success. The thing was made, but whether it was useful or not, Lee Won-yu actually didn't know in his heart, although their village originally had a small firecracker factory. But in the future, even the firecracker factory in the village workshop didn't use black gunpowder. Lee Won-yu knew the so-called black gunpowder formula, but it was simply from a certain encyclopedia in the future. Whether it was accurate or not, he didn't know. Moreover, he was also very scared to make the black gunpowder with Nyo-Woo. He didn't even dare to make it in his own old house, for fear that he would accidentally blow up his house. There was no other reason other than the fact that black gunpowder was not safe. This thing was very sensitive and easy to burn. It could be ignited with a spark. Fortunately, he only made a few firecrackers and used a small amount, so it wasn't a big problem. Niu, go find a bamboo tube. Today I will open your eyes and let you see what a real explosive rod is. What a thunderous explosion. Niu was skeptical, but since it was his Longjuan's order, he naturally followed it. He agreed and went out to chop a bamboo tube back. When Li Wanyu saw it, he was so angry that he kicked him in the butt. F***CK. He wanted to make firecrackers, not to become a terrorist and make bombs. This idiot brought back a bamboo tube that was as thick as a bowl. How much gunpowder would it have to contain? How powerful would it be? Why did you chop such a thick bamboo tube for? Li Wanyu asked in a bad mood. Niu was confused. Lang Jun, didn't you want to make an explosive rod? Why are you using such a thick bamboo tube? If it's too thin, it won't make a lot of noise. It won't be satisfying. Not satisfying your sister. Li Wanyu felt very tired and was too lazy to talk to him. He directly ordered, a bamboo tube as thick as a finger will do. Go, go. Niu once again chopped the bamboo tube that met Li Wanyu's requirements. He followed his instructions and stuffed it with gunpowder and sealed it. At this time, Li Wanyu suddenly realized that he seemed to have forgotten something. Maybe he forgot to make a fuse, but who cares? Anyway, the Tang people's explosive rods were all burned in a brazier. He would do the same for his own explosive rod. Niu picked up the bamboo tube that was as thick as a finger and more than an inch long. Lang Jun, is this the explosive rod that you said would make a thunderous explosion? Don't make fun of me. Li Wanyu was too lazy to pay attention to him. He directly asked him to bring a brazier over. Niu had no choice but to listen to him. He brought the brazier over and placed it in the open space in the front yard. Don't put it here. Take it to an open space outside. Li Wanyu did not dare to experiment in his own home. The firecrackers in the future were wrapped in paper. The one in his hand was a bamboo tube. Those who had studied physics in junior high school knew that when gunpowder burned rapidly, it would produce a large amount of gas that could expand by nearly 10,000 times. In a limited space, the gas would expand rapidly due to heat and would cause an explosion. The more enclosed the space, the more powerful the explosion would be. Firecrackers made from bamboo tubes would definitely be more powerful than firecrackers wrapped in paper. This was for sure. Niu did not take Li Wanyu's instructions seriously, but he still did as he was told. He brought the brazier to an open space outside the house. Li Wanyu did not dare to throw the explosive rod into the brazier himself. He directly stuffed the bamboo tube into Niu's hand. You go and throw it into the brazier. Remember, throw it in and run. I know. Isn't it just an explosive rod? There's nothing strange about it. Niu did not take it seriously. He casually took the bamboo tube, walked to the brazier, and threw it in. Run. Li Wanyu saw that this fool did not move at all and could not help but become anxious. Niu actually turned his head and grinned foolishly at him. Li Wanyu was so angry that he even forgot to cover his ears. Boom! The explosive rod in the brazier exploded without any suspense. The sound was so loud that it was like thunder. The charcoal in the brazier was scattered everywhere by the explosion of the firecrackers. Sparks flew everywhere. When Li Wanyu saw Niu clearly again, he saw that his whole body had turned black. His whole body was covered in charcoal ash. Niu, are you okay? Li Wanyu quickly ran over. Niu used all his strength to pick his ears, as if he wanted to quarrel with someone. He shouted with a broken voice, Lang Jun, what did you say? I can't hear you. Without a doubt, Li Wangyo's firecrackers were completed. Its power was at least equivalent to those sold in the future. It was the largest two-legged firecrackers. The sound was so loud that it even caused a commotion among the villagers of Dingzhou village. They did not understand why there was a sound of thunder in the middle of the drought. Niu Wu's ears were not deafened, but because of this, it took him a few days to recover. As for Li Wangyo's description of the explosive rod, he naturally had an unforgettable experience. Ever since he made these firecrackers, Li Wangyo did not care about explosive rods. The explosive rods that Li Heng had originally purchased were all given to the villagers by him. As for these firecrackers, he originally planned to take them out at night when he was having fun with the villagers. Now, that Zheng Boi wanted to find trouble, he naturally could not stop him. Seeing Zheng Boi throw the explosive rod into the brazier, Li Wangyu could not help but grin. The next second, boom. Chapter 5:06. The explosion in the brazier gave all of the guests a fright. The old officials were so shocked by the sudden loud noise that their beards trembled. Even Cheng Yaojin jumped up from the ground and stared at the brazier, dumbstruck. Zio, what is this? Why is it making a sound like a landslide, like thunder? Pai Lupi was also quite frightened. He pulled Li Wangyu over and asked, "Ha, Uncle, this is your nephew's explosive rod. I already said that it made a lot of noise." Li Wangyu rubbed his hands and laughed. He was very pleased with himself to be able to scare Cheng Yaojin and Pai Lupi to this extent. This firecracker was worth it. As for Zheng Boi beside the brazier, he couldn't look at him anymore. Not only was his entire body covered in soot, but his exquisitely embroidered silk clothes were no different from beggar's clothes. They were full of holes from the sparks. Even his hair was messed up. A lot of his hair had been burnt yellow by the sparks in the brazier. Zheng Boi, who previously had the appearance of a gentle gentleman, was now in an extremely sorry state. Other than the buzzing in his ears, he couldn't hear anything. He had a dumbstruck appearance. He stood there lifelessly, completely stupefied. If Zheng Boi had gone online in the future, he would have asked 3 questions in his heart. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? His appearance naturally made the guests, who had just recovered from their shock, laugh endlessly. Pai Lupi also couldn't help but laugh. He only called out to the Lai Hat's servant girl, "Take Scholar Zheng to wash up and change his clothes." After the Lai Hat's servant girl led the still muddle-headed Zheng Boi away, no one else suggested that Li Wangyu continue to set off explosive rods. This thing really did make a lot of noise. There were many old people like Yushirnan present who couldn't stand it. Cheng Yaojin also came back to his senses. "Bastard, brat, why is the explosion in your residence so loud?" "Hee, Uncle Cheng, didn't I say it just now? The explosive rods in my residence are different from the rest. Don't try to mystify me. It's not like I haven't exploded before. How could there be such a commotion? Hurry up and make it clear what is going on." Cheng Yaojin glared at Li Wangyu. "To put it bluntly, it's nothing much. It's just that the herbs I added in the bamboo were different. These herbs were concocted by your nephew himself, so they burned even faster. As a result, the sound of the explosion was extremely loud." "Hee, Uncle Cheng, didn't you say you were going to give it a try? Little nephew still has some explosive rods. Do you want to show them to me?" Cheng Yaojin's face couldn't help but turn red. Just a moment ago, he wanted to burn the pole himself. But thinking about Zheng Boi's fate, if he were to go, it might not be any better. "Humph, you brat, all you do is ponder over these useless things." Cheng Yaojin's face was so dark that it was turning red. "Why aren't you ordering the servants to bring the food? When Li Wanyu saw that this old hooligan was angry from embarrassment, he didn't dare to make fun of him anymore. He could only stifle his laughter and order the servants to bring out the food. The guests present had long heard of Lai Hot's delicious food and had been looking forward to it for a long time. However, a group of maidservants entered the banquet in a single file. The things they held in their hands confused everyone. Zio, it's such a hot day. Why did you order people to bring so many braziers? Pai Lupi also couldn't understand and asked curiously. Li Wanyu smiled proudly and said, "Ha, Uncle, this is a way of eating food that your nephew created. It's called hot pot. Using charcoal to boil the soup, the ingredients are thrown in, and you can eat it while it's hot. It's extremely satisfying. Uncle will know once you try it." As a person from Sichuan, his days were incomplete without hot pot. Li Wanyu naturally wouldn't let go of this favorite food. It was a pity that the treasure of chili hadn't spread to the Tang dynasty yet. Fortunately, there was still dogwood to replace it, although it didn't have the unique fragrance of chili, and it was impossible to boil a pot of bright red hot and spicy soup. Li Wanyu was satisfied. After the servants placed the braziers on the table, a servant immediately brought out the copper pot that Li Wanyu had specially hired a craftsman to make in the Eastern market. The soup base in the copper pot was made from beef bones and fish bones. With dogwood, pepper, and ginger slices, it smelled very fragrant. Then all kinds of cut ingredients were brought up like flowing water. Fish on the left, shrimp on the right, and all kinds of dipping sauces were brought to the guests. Pai Lupi followed Li Wanyu's instructions and picked up a slice of beef that was so thin that it was almost translucent. He dipped it in the dipping sauces in front of him and put it into his mouth. After carefully chewing for a few seconds, Pai Lupi's eyes lit up. "Wonderful, truly wonderful. Zio, your hot pot is crispy, tender, and delicious. It also has the spiciness of dogwood. It's really wonderful. If Uncle likes it, then eat more. This duck intestine is also of the highest quality. Uncle, try it. There's also a particular way to boil this duck intestine. It can be eaten after 7 or 8 strokes. It's quite crispy and refreshing." Li Wanyu smiled as he explained to Pai Lupi how to eat the various ingredients in the hot pot. When the surrounding guests heard Pai Lupi's praise, how could they hesitate? They all learned from Pai Lupi's method of eating and began to boil the ingredients they liked. The group of guests surrounded the steaming hot pot and chatted with each other. They raised their chopsticks and ate heartily. It was very lively. Everyone was quite satisfied with the hot pot. Lai Hot's reputation was well-deserved. At this time, Zheng Boyi had already washed his face and changed his clothes under the service of the Lai Hot servant girls. He came out with a straight face and sat down in his seat. How could he not know that he had been plotted against by the county magistrate? According to his temperament, he would have definitely left in a huff. However, when he saw his beautiful boss's face, he couldn't bear to leave. He naturally wasn't in the mood to eat, but when he saw the guests praising Li Wanyu's hot pot, he couldn't help but snort. He questioned, "What hot pot? Isn't this just a wok in a cauldron?" According to the Book of Wei, this method was already used during the time of Emperor Wen of Wei. What's so special about it? Zheng Boyi's ears were still ringing. Although he could still hear, his ears were ringing. When he spoke, his voice was also quite loud. Naturally, everyone present heard his words clearly. Pai Lupi couldn't help but put down his chopsticks and looked at Zheng Boyi with displeasure. Pai Lupi was naturally familiar with this scholar from the Chongwen Museum. He also knew that he was famous for his talent and was a direct descendant of the Zheng family in Xinjiang. Normally, this Zheng Boyi had a cultured and refined appearance. Why was he provoking him again and again today? Li Wanyu laughed and said, "Young Master Zheng is indeed knowledgeable. That's right. The way to eat hot pot has indeed been around since ancient times. However, the feeling in his heart was very different. I wonder if young Master Zheng has read from the Book of Wei what hot pot tasted like during the Three Kingdoms period. Why don't you tell me about it and broaden my horizons?" Zheng Boi was rendered speechless by these words. How would he know what hot pot tasted like during the Three Kingdoms period? The Book of Wei only mentioned using a copper cauldron to cook food. When did it mention the taste? Zheng Boi's originally white and tender face was now red and green. What he had said just now was just an unreasonable pester. Everyone ate because of the taste. Who cared if this hot pot existed during the Three Kingdoms period? When they saw Zheng Boi was speechless, all the guests roared with laughter and paid no further attention to him. They once again raised their cups and toasted each other, causing Zheng Boi to feel even more embarrassed, and he felt even more jealous of Li Wanyu in his heart. Chapter 5:07. Everyone was satisfied with the hot pot. The host and guests enjoyed themselves to the fullest. Even an old man like Yushernan, who didn't have a good appetite, praised the hot pot and unconsciously ate more food. The Tangs loved banquets, especially between the nobles. Attending a banquet wasn't just about eating and drinking. There were also performances. Fortunately, Lai Hot had hired more than a dozen dancers. They sang and danced during the banquet. The atmosphere was quite lively. Without any suspense, Cheng Yaojin, Yuchi Jingda, and the other old ruffians drank excitedly again. Not caring that there were womenfolk present, they directly took off their own clothes and went into battle bare-chested. They personally jumped into the field and began to compete with those dancers in the Huxian dance. The Tangs were bold by nature. What Cheng Yaojin was doing was completely normal. Therefore, the atmosphere became even more lively. Only Li Wanyu's face was filled with black lines. *CK. Watching these old hooligans dance was too much of an eyesore. But he didn't expect that group of wretched playboys would try to force him to dance. Li Wanyu didn't want to lose face in front of his beautiful boss. Naturally, he shook his head, but he couldn't resist the strong pull of these animals. As the host of the banquet, he was forcefully pulled off the stage by Cheng Chumo and the others. Li Wanyu was anxious. He really didn't know how to dance, let alone dance. Just as he was feeling awkward, he suddenly saw the pool in front of his castle. He couldn't help but laugh. In front of his castle, there was a landscaped pool. Aside from being a scenic view, it was also used for fire protection. If there was a fire in his castle, he could use the water from the pool to put it out. The pool was very large. It was almost the same as the swimming pools in the future, but it wasn't as deep. It was only waist deep. In the middle of the pool, there was a small suspension bridge. What was even more strange was that this suspension bridge didn't have any handrails. It was just a bare bridge. Every time the beautiful boss saw this suspension bridge, she felt helpless. There was no other reason. Li Wanyu had the craftsman build this bridge because of his bad taste, and this suspension bridge had a name on the internet in the future. It was called Net Famous Bridge. Li Wanyu had seen a variety show on Mango TV in his previous life, Shaking Laughing Bridge. The rules of the game were very simple. The players would be in the form of a team and challenge the swing bridge team. Along with the music, they would swing left and right according to the rhythm on the bridge. They would do their best to maintain their balance and not fall into the water. In fact, it was a very boring variety show. Li Wanyu liked to watch it purely because of the beauty. There were a few beautiful female teams, especially those with long legs. Li Wanyu almost licked his screen when he saw them. Li Wanyu had thought of this when he built the pond in his mansion. He had a wicked taste and insisted that the craftsman build him Such a swinging bridge. What made the beautiful superior even more speechless was that this guy actually organized all the maidservants in the mansion and even arranged them into several teams. He let them go to the swinging bridge to fight PK, which was a glorified excuse of exercising their bodies. How could the beautiful boss not understand his thoughts? But this kind of thing was harmless, so she just let him be. Under Li Wangyo's insistence, the servant girls in his mansion quickly fell in love with the swing bridge. Originally, when the bridge swayed slightly, the servant girls on the bridge would cry out and fall into the water one after another. After the thin clothes were wet, they clung to their delicate bodies, revealing their exquisite curves. Li Wangyo's eyes were fixed on them, and he was very satisfied. Even Niu Wu, Niu Yong, and the other troops were like this. The 73 troops of old bachelors in the mansion loved to watch the servant girls play the swing bridge the most. Every time this group of old bachelors made a big fuss and whistled. Although the servant girls were very shy, they did not avoid the burning gazes of their Lang Jun and the old bachelors. Some of the bolder ones even stuck out their chests after falling into the water, as if to show off their strength, which caused the surrounding crowd to howl. It was not that these servant girls were shameless, but that the people of the Tang dynasty were so valiant. In addition, in these servant girls' hearts, how could they not hope to be taken in by their Lang Jun or the troops of Kong Wu? So they naturally had no scruples. With Li Wangyo's experience and guidance from watching the videos, they soon learned how to play the swing bridge. They could swing their bodies neatly on the swing bridge without falling into the water. Even Niu Yong, Niu Wu, and the 73 old soldiers liked to play the swing bridge. They often challenged the servant girls' teams with the idea of shaking them off the bridge and seeing the wet beauties. Li Wangyo's only regret was that he could not let the servant girls in the mansion change into the hot pants that exposed their thighs in the Tang dynasty. Otherwise, it would be too eye-catching. At this moment, he was being forced to dance by the playboys. Li Wangyu naturally did not want to make a fool of himself in front of everyone, so when he saw the swing bridge, he immediately thought of escaping. Brother Chumo, dancing is boring. This little brother has a fun thing in the mansion. I wonder if you are interested? Li Wangyu said with a sneaky smile. Chung Chumo and the others did not understand, and asked curiously, "What fun thing? Let's hear it." Li Wangyu pointed at the net red bridge and said, "Brothers, do you see the swing bridge? We can split into 2 teams on the swing bridge. The team that does not fall into the water in the end will be the winner. Brothers, are you interested?" Chung Chumo and the other playboys were naturally playful people. When they heard Li Wangyo's words, they were naturally interested and nodded in agreement. The group of playboys pulled Li Wangyu to the side of the pool, which attracted the attention of all the guests. Pai Lupi could not help but laugh and scold them. "What are these little brats doing? Jia, let's go and take a look." With Pai Lupi taking the lead, all the guests naturally followed and ran to the side of the pool to watch. Ziyu, your family's swing bridge is quite strange. It doesn't even have handrails. Aren't you afraid that people will fall into the water? Pai Lupi looked at the swing bridge and could not help but laugh. Li Wangyu nodded as if it was a matter of fact. "Uncle is right. This swing bridge is meant to make people fall." "Oh, why is that?" "Hee, Uncle, just watch the show." Li Wangyu did not explain and only let Pai Lupi wait and see. The group of playboys, with Li Wangyo's explanation, had already figured out how to play with the swing bridge. They immediately split into 2 teams and walked onto the swing bridge from both ends. The swing bridge, as the name suggests, swayed and swayed. Even if one did not deliberately swing it, just walking on it was already quite frightening. Feng Eai lost his balance and almost fell off the swing bridge. If it was not for Chung Chuliang who pulled him from behind, he would have been the first to fall. When the playboys were all on the swing bridge and faced each other, Li Wanyu waved his hand and had someone bring over a large drum. He personally beat it and shouted at the same time, "Swing it up!" Accompanied by the sound of the drum, the group of playboys giggled and started swaying the swing bridge. In the next moment, splash, splash, 3 people started falling into the water. This comical scene naturally caused the guests, including Pai Lupi, to roar with laughter. On the swing bridge, the remaining few playboys were also dancing with joy, trying to maintain their balance. However, as the swing bridge swayed more and more violently, in the end, none of these people who were playing the swing bridge for the first time were spared and all fell into the water. This caused the laughter of the people around the pool to become even louder, but the group of playboys did not seem to mind at all. Instead, they laughed along, feeling that it was quite interesting. "Wahaha, this bridge is very interesting. This old man will also try. Gentlemen, which one of you is interested in fighting with this old man?" Cheng Yaojin was itching to fight and jumped out to provoke them. "Old bastard chum, don't be so arrogant. This old man will fight you." How could Yuchi Jingda be willing to fall behind? He immediately stood up to accept the challenge. With these 2 big shots taking the lead, the other generals and nobles present naturally did not want to fall behind, and all spoke up to accept the challenge. The swing bridge prepared to swing again. Chapter 508. With a big shot like Cheng Yaojin taking the lead, the guests were all eager to try. After all, they were in the Lai hot and weren't afraid of getting wet. They had clothes to change into. The swinging bridge had become a popular bridge in the future because of its charm. It was unheard of for the Tangs to have a chance to play in the water. The atmosphere became very lively. Cheng Yaojin, Yuchi Jingda, and the other big shots had no advantage on the swinging bridge, even if they were veterans on the battlefield. After a few swings, they all fell into the water, which made the crowd laugh again. Everyone tried to challenge the bridge and fell into the water in all kinds of strange ways. For a moment, the banquet at the Lai hot became a playground. Other than the old man like Yushernan, who was just watching, most of the guests went down and experienced the feeling of falling into the water. The guests were having a good time. Only Zheng Boi was watching coldly from the side with a look of disdain. The more Zheng Boi looked at Li Wanyu, the more uncomfortable he felt. He originally thought that Li Wanyu was just a lucky minister who was young and frivolous. In particular, Li Wanyu had been continuously promoted by Pai Lupi and humiliated the Zheng family of Xinjiang, which made him even more resentful. In fact, it wasn't a coincidence that Zheng Boi knew his beautiful boss. It was just a scheme by the Zheng family of Xinjiang. His beautiful boss managed the 4-wheeled carriage business and underwear business, which were both profitable businesses. Who knew how many aristocratic families were jealous of her, as his beautiful boss became more and more famous in Chang. And this beautiful woman finally entered the eyes of the aristocratic families. At first, the aristocratic families didn't care about this cousin of the Count of Hu County. Before the rise of Wu Meinyang in the Tang dynasty, no one would take a woman seriously. But as his beautiful boss became more and more famous in Chang, and was even called the goddess of wealth in private, the aristocratic families couldn't help but be tempted. Although this woman was older, she was beautiful. If they could marry her, it would be a good deal. Not to mention whether or not he could dig out a piece of meat from Li Wanyu's business. Even if he married such a woman who could manage the family business, it would not be a loss. The aristocratic families had a good idea. Therefore, when their beautiful boss went to Chang'an City, there would often be all kinds of wild bees and butterflies around her. They would use all kinds of means to attract her attention. However, for his beautiful boss, who had been the campus belle since she was young, she had seen many such methods in the future. The so-called expensive gifts given by those aristocratic sons were not even worth mentioning in the eyes of their beautiful superiors. The beautiful boss had never paid any attention to these aristocratic sons who shamelessly tried to get close to her. Zheng Boyi, on the other hand, used the excuse of apologizing to his cousin, Zhang Konghua, to get to know his beautiful superior. The beautiful superior originally did not want to pay attention to the clansmen of the Zheng family in Xinjiang, but this Zheng Boyi also put down his face and waited in front of the Shunfeng carriage company every day regardless of rain or shine, just to say a few words to the beautiful superior. After a while, his beautiful boss couldn't treat him coldly anymore. Sometimes they would even invite him in for tea and chat. The beautiful superior just felt that Zheng Boyi was quite steady and could be treated as a friend. She had no interest in these ancients, not to mention that her heart was now tied to Li Wangyu. However, Zheng Boyi felt good about himself and thought that he would soon capture the beautiful woman's heart and bring her home. Although Zheng Boyi was hinted by his family to get close to his beautiful superior, this guy really fell into the charm of his beautiful superior. He was now 28 years old. In the Tang dynasty, a man of this age would have already been the father of several children. Zheng Boyi had not been married, mainly because of his psychological problems. This guy had a bit of an Oedipus syndrome. His biological mother, Zheng Shanggua's first wife, died of illness when she was about 30 years old. Zheng Boyi was a filial son. He always remembered his mother and thought that women, like his mother, were the most beautiful. Therefore, he had no interest in those 14 or 15 years old girls who were about to get married. How could a woman with a good family background and appearance not be married in her 20s? Because of his unwillingness, Zheng Boyi's marriage was delayed. When he met his beautiful superior, he naturally thought of her as a celestial being. At that time, he made up his mind to only marry her. Because of this, he saw Li Wangyu as a thorn in his side. He was the most unforgivable love rival. Zheng Boyi was like a peacock in heat. He wanted to show off his talent in front of his beautiful superior at all times. However, today he was continuously targeted by Li Wangyu. This made him feel that he had lost all face in front of the beautiful woman. Seeing that the guests were having so much fun playing with the swinging bridge, Zheng Boyi had another idea. County Count, how about you and I have a duel on this bridge? However, the loser will take off all his clothes and jump into the lake in your residence. You dare? Zheng Boyi suddenly spoke. His voice was so loud that it covered the noise of the crowd. The guests all turned to look at him. What was he doing? Was this guy crazy? At County Count's banquet, he had provoked the host several times. Even if Xinjiang's Zheng family had a grudge with County Count, they shouldn't be so rude. Everyone looked at Zheng Boyi with dissatisfaction. Pai Lupi was about to reprimand him. However, Li Wangyu suddenly said, since young Master Zheng is in such a good mood, I will naturally accompany you. However, it would be boring for just the two of us to go on the bridge. How about this? He pointed at the Lai-hot servant girls serving everyone. Young Master Zheng can choose 10 servant girls from my residence to go on the bridge with me. Young Master Zheng also brought a platoon from your family today, right? You and your platoon will fight me and my servant girls. If all of you fall into the water, you will do as young Master Zheng said. Take off all your clothes, run to the lake in my residence, and jump in. What do you think, young Master Zheng? Li Wangyu's words stunned all the guests. What was this County Count thinking? Using a group of delicate servant girls to fight Xinjiang's Zheng family's wolf-like troops. Was he crazy? When Zheng Boyi heard Li Wangyu's words, he raised his head and laughed. He immediately nodded in agreement. The reason he dared to provoke Li Wangyu was because he had been watching from the sidelines for a long time. He felt that he had learned a lot. Although he was the son of an aristocratic family and was well-read, he wasn't a weak scholar. The scholars of the Tang dynasty had to be skilled in the 6 arts of nobility. Among them, riding included riding horses and carriages. Zheng Boyi figured out that to play this swinging bridge, one had to be in a stable horse stance. It was as if one was riding on a horse's back. One had to adjust one's posture as the horse ran. This way, one wouldn't fall into the water. The previous winners of the swinging bridge were almost all veterans who were skilled in horsemanship. It was because of this observation that Zheng Boyi challenged Li Wangyu. He wanted to humiliate him and redeem himself from the humiliation he suffered today. Zheng Boyi didn't care about the disdainful looks of the surrounding guests. He was afraid that Li Wangyu would go back on his word, so he immediately nodded in agreement. He also chose 10 relatively thin and weak servant girls from the surrounding servant girls to be his opponents. His attitude attracted the ridicule of the people around him. The rich playboys were so angry at his despicable actions that they started cursing him. Li Wangyu didn't care at all. He just smiled and waited for Zheng Boyi to gather his troops and prepare for the battle on the bridge. For people like Zheng Boyi, if you're willing to die, I'm willing to bury you. Chapter 5:09. Zheng Boyi's shamelessness was not only despised by the officials present, but also by the aristocratic families who had come as guests. Despite County Count, whose words Zheng Boyi had agreed without hesitation. Moreover, he had chosen those thin and weak maidservants. This was truly a disgrace to the aristocratic families. Many of the Confucian scholars who had previously thought highly of Zheng Boyi shook their heads and sighed at his actions. Zheng Boyi didn't care about that. All he was thinking about was how to make Li Wangyu lose face in front of his beautiful superior. He didn't care about anything else. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that Zheng Boyi had already gone mad and couldn't be understood by common sense. Cheng Chumo and the others couldn't help but jump out. Zheng, you're also a 3-foot man. Aren't you embarrassed to make a bet with a bunch of maidservants? Do you dare to make a bet with us brothers? Let's go on this rocking bridge. Whoever loses will have to run naked back to Chang, and from Dingzhou village. Do you dare? These foppish young masters were all smart people. After playing on the rocking bridge a few times, they had more or less figured out how to maintain their balance on the bridge. They naturally didn't fear a bet with Zheng Boyi and his subordinates. Humph, this is a bet between me and County Count, who? What does it have to do with you? Besides, this condition was personally proposed by County Count, who? Why can't I agree? Zheng Boyi ignored the clamoring of Cheng Chumo and the others. He turned his head to Li Wangyu. County Count, who, if you're not prepared to admit defeat and break the bet, then let's start now. Okay, no problem. Li Wangyu smiled very easily. Cheng Chumo and the others couldn't help but panic. Zia, why bother? How did the maidservants in your mansion win against that bastard surnamed Zheng? That's right, Zio. Don't be angry with this bastard. If you lose, won't you have the nerve to deny it? If Zheng wins, we brothers can't afford to lose face like this. Li Wangyu only smiled and shook his head. Brothers, don't worry. I'm not a fool. Why would I trap myself? That Zheng guy can't win. His words were not persuasive at all. Ma Zhou and Yan Liben, these 2 disciples, also did not understand. Pai Lupi, Cheng Yaojin, and the others also did not understand. But now that things had come to this, it was not good for them to say anything. On the other hand, the group of maidservants from Lai Hat, as well as Niu Yong and Niu Wu, all had smiles on their faces. It was as if they didn't care about this fight at all. When Zheng Boyi saw the relaxed expressions of the Lai Hat members, his heart skipped a beat. However, he immediately shook his head and denied his guess. They were just weak and powerless women. So what if they had played on the swinging bridge? The troops that he brought were all valiant soldiers who were good at horsemanship. Earlier, he had already imparted the techniques he had observed to these people. Coupled with the difference in weight and strength, it was not a problem to shake those women off the bridge. Humph, you're just playing tricks. Zheng Boi muttered. He was too lazy to say anything else. Under the disdainful gazes of the crowd, he led his troops onto the swinging bridge. On the other side of the bridge, the 10 hot maidservants that Zheng Boi had chosen all had joyful smiles on their faces. They swayed their slender waists and walked onto the bridge. Comparing the two sides, it was clear that the hot maidservants were more pleasing to the eye. Even though they were protective of the beauties, the crowd still cheered for the hot maidservants. After the 10 hot maidservants walked onto the swinging bridge, the crowd suddenly discovered that Li Wanyu was still standing on the side, happily watching the show. Xiao, why aren't you going up? You're the only one left. Hurry up and go. Don't lose. I don't want to see you jump into the lake naked. Zheng Boi also shouted from the bridge. What, county count who, are you scared? Then just admit defeat. Li Wanyu laughed heartily. No matter, you don't need me. Young Master Zheng, just pretend that I've already fallen into the water. As long as you throw all the maidservants in my residence into the water, I'll immediately jump into the lake naked. His words angered Zheng Boi so much that his nose almost became crooked. Originally, he wanted to challenge Li Wanyu and see him make a fool of himself. How did it turn into him leading his troops to face the 10 maidservants? But no matter how sullen he felt, what could he say? Li Wanyu had already said that he'd fallen into the water. He couldn't force him onto the bridge, could he? Fine, I hope, County Count, who won't go back on your words in front of everyone. Zheng Boi was already riding a tiger and couldn't back down. He could only grit his teeth and say this. Li Wanyu chuckled. That's only natural. Whatever I say, it's only natural that I keep my word. Then don't say anything else. Let's begin. Li Wanyu winked at his maidservants and smiled brilliantly. Then let's start. Originally, none of the guests thought highly of the Hot's maidservants. They didn't understand what Li Wanyu was doing. But when the bridge began to sway, all the guests couldn't help but open their eyes wide. The 10 maidservants of the Hot all spread their legs and stood steadily on the swaying bridge. Moreover, the 10 of them moved in unison as if they were one person. The group of extremely eye-catching beauties looked petite, but when they moved on the swaying bridge, there was a different kind of charm, especially when they constantly swayed their bodies left and right like ice skaters on the narrow bridge, adjusting their center of gravity with the swaying of the bridge. That kind of beauty completely attracted everyone's eyes. On the other hand, Zheng Boi and his troops appeared to be in a very sorry state. Even though they tried their best to nail themselves to the bridge as if they were riding horses, they still lost their balance because of the swaying of the bridge. They kept waving their arms to prevent themselves from losing their center of gravity and falling off the bridge. Their appearance was very funny. The guests' laughter became louder and louder. Obviously, no one thought that Zheng Boi could win the bet. As the frequency of the swaying of the bridge increased, someone fell into the water. One of the troops of the Zheng family of Xingyang finally couldn't maintain his balance. He slipped and fell off the bridge. Because of his subconscious reaction, his hand grabbed the clothes of his colleague in front of him, causing that person to lose his balance and his body to tilt to the side, just like dominoes. Because one person fell down in an instant, it caused a chain reaction and pulled down all the troops in front of him. Naturally, the pitiful Zheng Boi was not surprised. In his despair, he fell onto the bridge. At this time, he was the only one of the Zheng family of Xingyang on the bridge. When he thought that after falling into the water, he would have to jump into the lake of the county count's mansion naked, Zheng Boi wanted to die. He lay on the bridge and grabbed both sides of the bridge tightly, trying to keep his body from falling into the water. How could the lie-hot maidservants let him do as he wished? The maidservants began to use more strength to kick the bridge, and the frequency of the swaying of the bridge increased. Zheng Boyi's whole body was constantly thrown around on the bridge, and he was in a very embarrassing situation. When Li Wangyu saw this scene, he couldn't help but move closer to the beautiful superior's ear. "Chongqing, look, this is the legendary human wiper." Swish, swish, the beautiful boss was amused by his words and laughed out loud. Accompanying her laughter was Zheng Boyi's cry of despair. Plop, he was finally thrown off the bridge and fell into the pool. Chapter 510. The Tangs lacked entertainment facilities, so the bridge was a great source of entertainment for the Tangs. The lie-hot maidservants were all very happy after being taught by Li Wangyu. They would come here to rock the bridge whenever they had free time. They were all masters, and Zheng Boyi and his troops could not compare to them. Li Wangyu did not want to get on the bridge because he did not want to lose face. Although he had taught the maidservants how to rock the bridge, he was far inferior to these delicate maidservants in terms of technique. There was no beauty to speak of, so he naturally had to hide his skills. After Zheng Boyi was thrown off the bridge, the guests once again laughed mockingly. Even the guests from the aristocratic families who were on the same side burst into laughter. After Zheng Boyi fell into the water, the Zheng clan's troops who were in the water hurriedly helped him up. However, at this moment, his heart was already dead. When he thought of how he had provoked Li Wangyu and said that the loser would have to jump into the lake naked, Zheng Boyi felt his vision darken. He was a direct descendant of the Zheng family of Xinjiang, a scholar of the Hongwen school, and a sixth-rank official of the Tang dynasty. How could he jump into the lake naked in front of so many people? He would become an eternal joke among the aristocratic families and nobles in Chang. And at this moment, the mocking laughter of the people around the pool made Zheng Boyi's face more and more ugly. He ignored his embarrassment and shouted at Li Wangyu, "County count, who? You tricked me." "Ha! Young Master Zheng, where did this come from? The maidservants who fought with you were all chosen by you. How could I trick you? What, young Master Zheng, are you not going to admit your loss? The maidservants of the lie-hot won so quickly and neatly, which was also beyond everyone's expectations." Chung Chumo laughed heartily and shouted at Zheng Boyi, who was in the pond, "Surnamed Zheng, you lost to a group of women, and you still have the nerve to say that others are scheming against you. Have you lived for so many years in vain?" With the help of the central Chu family, Zheng Boyi finally climbed out of the pool. His body was dripping with water, and he looked very embarrassed. Fang Yai went over and teased, "Tut, Scholar Zheng, you really showed your face today. When do you plan to jump into the lake? My brothers and I are still waiting." "Yes, when do we jump?" "Ha ha, jumping into the lake naked. This is something new. Jump, jump, jump." The group of silk pants surrounded him, stomping their feet and jeering, causing Zheng Boyi to feel even more ashamed and indignant. Zheng Boyi was so angry that his hands began to tremble. He glared at Li Wangyu. "Don't even think about making me jump into the lake. County magistrate, who, you dare to trick me? My Xinjiang Zheng clan is not done with you. Just you wait." After saying this, he did not even turn his head back. Just like that, he led his troops and turned around to leave. Very clearly, Zheng Boyi was planning to go back on his word. He had already lost all his face today. If he were to jump into the lake naked, he would be too ashamed to return to Chang and city. Therefore, even if he acted shamelessly, he would definitely not honor the bet. Li Wangyu didn't care. He wasn't interested in a man taking off his clothes and jumping into the lake. He enthusiastically waved his hand at Zheng Boyi. "Young Master Zheng, take care. If you have time, come to my mansion to swing the bridge. My mansion's maidservants can play with you any time. Zhang Boyi, who had just mounted his horse with the help of his troops, almost fell off when he heard Li Wangyu's words. He gritted his teeth, but there was nothing he could do. He could only whip his horse and gallop away. After Zhang Boyi left in a sorry state, the Silpants roared with laughter again and continued to swing the bridge. This time, everyone asked to challenge the Lai-hot maidservants. They were having so much fun that even after falling into the water, they were still laughing. On the other hand, Pai Lupi shook his head and beckoned Kong Ingda over. He whispered to the old man, "The scholars, direct scholars, and professors of the 6 schools and 2 academies, besides knowledge, moral character is also very important. Master Kong should rectify this. A teacher should have moral character. ZUs on teachers should be taught more in the 6 schools and 2 academies." As the chancellor of the Imperial College, how could Kong Ingda not understand the meaning behind Pai Lupi's words? He naturally nodded in agreement, if nothing unexpected happened. Zhang Boyi's position as a direct scholar of the Hong, when school, should have come to an end. He would probably be thrown into some obscure corner of the government office to rot. Li Wangyu sneered in his heart. This kind of trash, how could he have the nerve to be his rival in love? He really didn't know what he was talking about. After Zhang Boyi left in a hurry, the atmosphere of the banquet became more and more lively. The Lai-hot's fine wine was served up one by one. In the end, even Pai Lupi was drunk. With Mituo's help, he reluctantly got on his horse and returned to Cheng and City. The host and guests enjoyed themselves. When the sun set in the west, they left one after another. Only the Silpants stayed behind. ZU will be staying in your mansion for a few days. You don't have any objections, right? Cheng Chumo laughed. How could Li Wanyu have any objections? They could stay as long as they wanted. Moreover, it would be more lively if the Silpants stayed in his mansion. Anyway, the mansion was very big now. There was no lack of guest rooms in the castle. He had no objections to Cheng Chumo and the others staying for as long as they wanted. That night, Dingzhou village became lively again. Outside the newly built ancestral hall in the village, there was already a banquet full of wine. The Lai-hot's kitchen maids and servants continuously served good wine and food. Li Wangyu invited the villagers to enjoy themselves. Not only did Li Wangyu and his beautiful superior squeeze together with the villagers to drink, the Silpants also did not have any intention of looking down on the villagers. They squeezed into the crowd without any care for their image, eating and drinking to their heart's content. The beautiful superior saw Cheng Chumo and the other's image and laughed. She moved closer to Li Wangyu and whispered in his ear, "Cheng Chumo, and the others don't look like the top Silpants of the Tang dynasty at all. It's rare to see a noble who can be so close to the villagers." Li Wangyu raised his wine glass and took a sip. He smiled and said, "Yes, that's why I like them. They are not pretentious, and they don't have the arrogance of a high duke. It's very rare." The beautiful superior's eyes flashed. "I don't know much about history, but I remembered that many of them did not end well. Wangyu, since you treat them as friends, you have to help them in the future." "Of course." Li Wangyu looked at Fang Eai, who was red-faced and shouting at the top of his lungs to compete in drinking with Niu Wu. He secretly made up his mind. No matter what, he could not let this fool marry Princess Gao Yang in the future and become the cuckold king of the Tang dynasty. However, he was overthinking this matter. Pai Lupi's eldest princess, Li Lizzie, was only 7 or 8 years old. That princess, Gao Yang, was probably only 4 or 5 years old now. When he thought of Fang Eai's future wife, who was now a little girl in kindergarten, Li Wangyu could not help but despise this guy. "Zio, why are you in a daze? Come, let's drink. He slapped Li Wangyu's shoulder and came over laughing. Haha, it's nothing. Drink, drink. Whoever doesn't get drunk today is a bastard. Li Wangyu did not show any signs of weakness. He raised his wine glass and downed it. That night, Li Wangyu and his group of debauches didn't even know how they got back home. All of them were drunk like mud. The next day, Li Wangyu climbed out of bed with a splitting headache. When he swore again that he would not drink in the future, the old butler, Li Heng, came to report that his disciple, Yen Liben, had arrived. Chapter 5:11. Li Wangyu painfully rubbed his temples as he listlessly sipped his tea. Liben, you're here? Is something the matter? Yen Liben smiled and said, Teacher, this matter should have been reported to you yesterday, but I saw that yesterday was your big day, so I didn't want to disturb you. That's why I came early this morning to report to you. Teacher, can you guess what it is? Li Wangyu looked at him and suddenly stood up. Is the hydraulic forging machine finished? Huh, teacher really guessed right. The hydraulic forging machine was finished 3 days ago. I had the craftsman run it for 2 days. Everything was normal, so I came to report the good news to teacher. Yen Liben was very proud to be able to lead the construction of such a magical machine. To him, it was even better than winning the lottery. Let's go take a look. Li Wangyu also became spirited. Li Wangyu did not call the silk pants. After all, this matter needed to be kept secret without Pai Lupi's approval. Not far from the Huangyu Chui Wei Palace, beside a river called Qi River, a row of workshops had already been built. Qi River was not wide, but the current was fast. Beside the workshops, there were more than 10 large water wheels with a diameter of 4 to 5 meters. Under the push of the river, they were constantly spinning. Teacher, look, this is the furnace for smelting private money. Yen Liben introduced the various facilities in the workshops to Li Wangyu. Li Wangyu did not know anything about steel smelting, so he could only listen to whatever Yen Liben said. Li Wangyu also knew that during the Tang Dynasty, steel smelting and forging techniques were very advanced. Not only did they have the method of frying steel, but they also had the method of quenching and annealing, as well as various advanced steel forging techniques. The Tang sword was able to destroy everything, which was one of the reasons why the Tang army was invincible. Only the blast furnace used charcoal as fuel, which Li Wangyu remembered in his heart. He vaguely remembered that it was at the end of the Southern Song dynasty that they began to use charcoal as fuel for steel. When coke was used to make steel, the furnace temperature would be higher, and the quality of the molten steel produced would be better. Li Wangyu didn't know much about coke, so he wasn't in a hurry to bring it up to Yen Liben. Piles of money were thrown into the blast furnace. Under the constant heating of the charcoal fire, they slowly melted into a furnace of molten copper. The craftsman poured the liquid copper into the mold and waited for it to cool down. This is a copper strip that is as thick as a copper coin. After the copper strip cools, it can be sent out of the hydraulic foundry to be stamped into copper coins. Yen Liben proudly invited Li Wangyu to a huge forging hammer and said, Teacher, this is the hydraulic forging machine we made according to your blueprint. It's amazing. Look at the hammerhead. It weighs over 20 stones and is made of pure steel. It is extremely powerful. Under the push of the water wheel, it can be hammered twice every minute, day and night. Li Wangyu calculated in his mind. 20 dawn was 2,000 caddies. A hammer that weighed 1 ton was indeed very impressive in the Tang Dynasty. The 1 minute that Yen Liben mentioned was not the 1 minute of the later generations. The Tang Dynasty inherited the day calendar from the Sui Dynasty. They used a tool called hourglass to accurately measure time. It was a tool that measured time by dripping water. A day was divided into 24 hours, and each hour was 500 minutes. 1 minute was equivalent to 14 seconds. In other words, this hydraulic forging machine that weighed 1 ton could be hammered 8 times per minute. It was quite amazing. Li Wanyu curiously asked, "Li Ben, how did you solve the problem of the hammerhead swinging?" The biggest problem with this kind of primitive hydraulic forging machine was that the hammering accuracy was poor. It was difficult to perform fine processing like the forging machines of later generations. After all, every time the hammerhead was raised and fell, it would sway to a certain extent. It was very normal. But to use it to forge copper coins, the hammerhead must accurately land on the same spot every time. It was precisely because Li Wanyu didn't know how to solve this problem that he simply threw all the work to Yen Liben to figure out. Yen Liben was very proud. He pointed at the thick lever connected to the hammerhead. "Sir, I made a device to connect the lever here. When it falls, it will slide into this funnel-shaped hole. This ensures that the hammerhead will land on the same spot every time." Li Wanyu carefully pondered for a long time before he roughly understood Yen Liben's design. He couldn't help but give Yen Liben a thumbs up. Amazing, really amazing. Who said that the ancients weren't smart? If Li Wanyu were to make this kind of device, he definitely wouldn't be able to think of it. Yen Liben smiled a little embarrassedly after being praised by his teacher. In his opinion, these were mainly Li Wanyu's ideas. He was just implementing his teacher's design. However, Yen Liben was very happy to get his teacher's approval. He pointed at the craftsman who was busy in front of the forging machine and said, "Sir, please take a look. The hammerhead and the base below are all stamping molds made of high-quality steel." The craftsman put the cast copper bar on the mold and waited for the hammerhead to fall on its own. A high-quality copper coin was then cast. Compared to casting coins in the past, this is much simpler. Moreover, only one craftsman is needed to operate it. This disciple truly admires Sir's talent. Li Wanyu accepted Yen Liben's praise without blushing. In any case, he was used to being flattered like this. His skin was getting thicker and thicker. He nodded and smiled pretentiously as he watched the craftsman cast the coin. The water wheel rotated along with the flow of water. The hammerhead was lifted up high and then fell heavily. With a loud bang, it accurately hit the copper bar below. The hammerhead slowly lifted up again. A copper coin that shone with a metallic luster fell into the bamboo basket below. It made a crisp and pleasant sound. Li Wanyu reached out and picked up the copper coin that was freshly cast. The 4 words, Kaiyuan Tongbao, were evenly spaced. The handwriting was clear and vigorous. These 4 words weren't written by an ordinary person. They were written by the calligraphy expert Ouyang Sun. Li Wanyu took out a piece of official coin from his money pouch and compared it with the other one. The 2 coins were about the same weight. However, unlike the cast copper coins, the stamped copper coins were more delicate and had a metallic luster. If one had to choose between the 2 coins, Li Wanyu believed that most people would choose the stamped coin. How many of these stamping machines have been built? There are already 10 machines. The others are still under construction. Li Wanyu silently calculated in his heart. A hydraulic stamping machine could be hammered 8 times per minute. In other words, it could make 8 copper coins. 1 hour meant 480 coins. If there were 3 shifts a day, it could make 5,700 copper coins. 10 machines meant that it could make 57 strings of coins a day. This was very different from when he bragged to Pai Lupi that he could make 1,000 strings of coins a day. However, this hydraulic forging machine could continue to be expanded. If there were 100 of them, it could make more than 500 strings of coins a day. If there were 200 of them, it wouldn't be a problem to make 1,000 strings of coins a day. Ha! Liben, You did better than I thought. Niu Wu, take my goldfish talisman immediately and go to Taiji Palace to find me Tua. Tell him to tell the saint that the coin has been minted. See if the saint wants to personally inspect it. Come back quickly. I'll wait for you here. Yes. Niu Wu didn't dare to hesitate. He took Li Wangyou's goldfish talisman and ran out of the workshop. Chapter 5:12. Inside the coining workshop, the hydraulic forging machine was constantly hammering, making loud, thumping noises. Li Wanyu didn't stay in the workshop for long before he felt upset. He couldn't stand the noise and simply pulled Yen Liben out to talk. Liben, do you know if there are other uses for this hydraulic forging machine? Replying to Master, this disciple has thought about it since I made this forging machine. If the craftsmen of the Tang dynasty use it to forge armor and weapons, they will be able to get half the result with twice the effort. Nowadays, the best material in the Tang dynasty is 100 refinement steel, which is time-consuming, labor-intensive, and labor-intensive. If this disciple reduces the weight of the hammer and makes the hammering speed faster, 100 refinement steel won't be difficult. It will be easy to forge a large amount of 100 refinement steel. It's hard for this disciple to imagine how strong and sharp the weapons forged on such a large scale will be. The 100 refinement steel mentioned by Yen Liben was a steelmaking process in the Tang dynasty. The stir-fried steel was repeatedly heated and hammered until it was tempered 100 times. Repeated hammering could remove impurities in the steel and make it harder. The 100 refinement steel was repeatedly folded and hammered. It was very difficult to make, and its production was extremely rare. The weapons forged by this method were all treasured swords of the present age. As for the steel used to make armor, it didn't need to be soft, thin, and tough like the treasured swords and weapons. Anyway, Li Wanyu didn't understand these things, and only had a rough idea. However, with Yen Liben and his brother Yen Lide, as well as many skilled craftsmen of the Tang dynasty, Li Wanyu wouldn't bother to think about these things. He just provided an idea. Ha, Liben, you've really thought about it. That's right. This hydraulic forging hammer is perfect for forging steel. Master will explain this matter to the sage. It's better to build an ordnance workshop in this yellow valley to forge armor and weapons. Liben, are you interested in taking over the construction of this workshop? Liben is naturally willing. Yen Liben was overjoyed. What he liked the most were things related to construction, so he naturally agreed to Li Wangyou's request. The master and disciple chatted happily. Li Wanyu simply dismissed the troops and rode back to the mansion to fetch the stove and tea leaves. He and Yen Liben sat on the shore of the Qi River, admiring the beautiful scenery while sipping tea and chatting about the crafting of various weapons. As a man, there wasn't anyone who didn't like swords, weapons, and armor, and the Tang Dao was originally famous in history. So naturally, Li Wanyu was also interested. It had been more than half a year since he transmigrated to the Tang dynasty. In fact, he had never seen a real blade that was tempered 100 times. Pai Lupi should be wearing a sword that had been tempered 100 times, but he couldn't ask Pai Lupi to let him play with his own sword. Yen Liben was the junior supervisor of the general supervisor, so he was very familiar with the weapons of the Tang dynasty. He gave Li Wanyu a detailed introduction of the advantages and disadvantages of the various weapons of the Tang dynasty. Li Wanyu listened with great interest. The weapons of the Tang dynasty were divided into 4 types. According to the Martial Library decree of the 6th Tang dynasty, there were 4 types of weapons. The first was the ceremonial blade, the second was the wand blade, the third was the hungdao, and the fourth was the mo blade. The ceremonial blade was a ceremonial weapon. It was worn by the officials of the Tang dynasty and the palace guards. The one Li Wanyu was wearing belonged to the ceremonial blade. The Wan blade was a short blade shaped like a dagger and was used for self-defense. The Hungdao and the Mo blade were the real killing weapons. The Mo blade was a huge long sword with two edges. When in formation, it could enter like a wall. When waved, it could crush men and horses. It could be called a great killing weapon. The Mo blade was about 3 meters long. The blade and the handle were 5 meters long, and it weighed about 50 pounds. The Mo blade wielders of the Tang dynasty were all strictly selected fierce soldiers. Their arm strength, stamina, and courage were outstanding. Otherwise, they would not be able to wield the heavy and slender Mo blade. A fully equipped Mo blade wielder would cost at least 3,000 strings of copper coins. The cost was huge. Even in the Tang dynasty, it was difficult to equip them in large quantities. However, the Mo blade wielders' deterrence and fighting power were extremely strong. They were the only infantry that could face the cavalry head-on. In the face of the cavalry's attack, the wall-like Mo blade could cut the cavalry and their horses into two. Its power could be imagined. Li Wanyu could only think about such a great killing weapon like the Mo blade. Even if it was given to him, he would not be able to wield it. However, the Hungdao was the one that Li Wanyu was most interested in. He knew that the Hungdao was the ancestor of the Japanese samurai sword in the later generations. However, the Hungdao did not have an arc, and the blade was straight. In history, the Hungdao was once given as a gift to the members of the diplomatic mission to the Tang dynasty and was brought back to Japan by them. Along with it, the forging technology of the Hungdao was also introduced to Japan, which later evolved into the samurai sword. Seeing that Li Wanyu was very interested in the Hungdao, Yen Liben immediately patted his chest and promised that when the military equipment workshop was completed, he would definitely forge a Hungdao made of well-tempered steel for his teacher. Li Wanyu naturally nodded and accepted it. However, he asked someone to bring a pen and paper and drew the design of the Song dynasty's Zamadeo on it. The Song dynasty's Zamadeo originated from the Tang dynasty's Hungdao, but the straight blade became an arc. In this way, it could prevent the blade from being damaged while maximizing the power of the blade. This included the Arabian scimitar and the Japanese samurai sword. Liben, take a look at your teacher's blade. Is it possible to forge it like this? Yen Liben carefully looked at the Zamadeo drawn by Li Wanyu for a long time, but he was a little confused. Teacher, it is possible to forge it, but why does the blade have to be an arc? What are the benefits? Li Wanyu could not explain his question. Did he have to give Yen Liben a physics lesson? He had to understand it. Li Wanyu knew that the arc of the blade was good for slashing and could protect the blade. However, to explain 1, 2, 3, 4, how could he explain it? In response to Yen Liben's question, Li Wanyu only smiled, faintly. Confucius said, "First speak, then follow." Liben, go and forge the Zamadeo. After testing it, you will definitely learn something. Yes, this disciple understands. Yen Liben did not know about Li Wanyu's cunning mind. He thought that his teacher was teaching him and quickly bowed. After fooling Yen Liben, Li Wanyu did not dare to continue talking about the Hungdao. He was afraid that he would make a mistake, so he could only chat with him about romantic matters to pass the time. After waiting for almost 4 hours, the tea had been changed several times. Finally, there were galloping horses coming from the Yellow Valley. Li Wanyu knew that Niu Wu had returned. Along with Niu Wu was naturally Pai Lupi, as well as a large group of imperial guards behind him. Zio, I heard that your troops reported that the coins have been forged. Uncle, it is indeed so. Li Wanyu smiled and handed a freshly forged copper coin to Pai Lupi. Uncle, please take a look. This is the newly forged coin. Pai Lupi took the coin and looked at it carefully. Why are the words and patterns on this coin so clear? Is this the coin that you said was forged using water power? TSK, TSK. This coin is amazing. The workmanship is so fine. Compared to this, the official coins that were forged before the imperial court were more like private money. Quick, bring me to see how this coin was forged. Seeing that Pai Lupi was so impatient, Li Wanyu smiled and invited him into the coin workshop with Yen Liben. Chapter 5:13. For a country bumpkin like Pai Lupi, using water power to push a 20-stone hammer to hammer was extremely magical. After personally witnessing the coins being forged like this, Pai Lupi couldn't help but be overjoyed. He even ignored Li Wangyu and the others' dissuasion and personally sent the copper bar into the press, personally stamping out a shiny Kai Yuan Tong Bao coin. Me Tua, carefully put away this Kai Yuan Tong Bao coin for me. Ha! This is a coin that I personally forged. Pai Lupi very proudly picked up the coin and threw it to me Tua. Me Tua laughed so hard that his eyes almost couldn't be seen. He held the extremely ordinary Kai Yuan Tong Bao coin with both hands and bowed. Yes, this Kai Yuan Tong Bao coin that everyone personally forged will be the most precious treasure of the Tang dynasty. It should be sent to the Purple Palace of the Imperial Ancestral Temple to be worshipped by the people of the world. Flatterer, Li Wanyu secretly cursed in his heart. This Mitua was truly worthy of being the Minister of Internal Affairs. His words made Pai Lupi laugh and nod his head in agreement. The Imperial Ancestral Temple that Mitua spoke of was the Purple Palace 10 miles east of Louis County. It was rumored that this was the birthplace of Laozi. After Li Yuan recognized Laozi as the ancestor of the Li family, Laozi's temple naturally became the Imperial Ancestral Temple. It was also used as a foundation to build a large number of palaces and halls. This bastard Mitua actually urged Pai Lupi to send this Kai Yuan Tong Bao coin to the Imperial Ancestral Temple to be worshipped. Naturally, this made Pai Lupi very satisfied. Li Wanyu couldn't help but stare at Mitua hatefully. He secretly hated himself for not thinking of such a good idea. Mitua rolled his eyes and reached into the money pouch at his waist. He took out a 5-tael gold ingot and handed it to Pai Lupi. Uncle, why don't you try this gold coin? Pai Lupi was stunned when he heard this, but he didn't object. He took the gold ingot and placed it on the mold of the press. Gold coins had existed in China since ancient times, but they were very rare. During the Warring States period, the state of Chu loved gold, and the Western Han dynasty had 5 baht of gold. Real gold coins were not made of pure gold. They needed to be mixed with other metals to increase the hardness of the coins. However, Li Wanyu wasn't planning on making gold coins for circulation, so he didn't care too much. This press could even cast copper coins, let alone gold, which was relatively soft. The heavy hammer fell, and the mold hit the gold ingot. Immediately, a shining gold Kai Yuan Tong Bao was squeezed out. Gold-suppressed Kai Yuan Tong treasure was naturally much heavier than copper coins. 5 taels of gold ingot was cast into a 2-chien Kai Yuan Tong Bao coin. Li Wanyu did not even look at the remaining 4 taels of gold and 8 chien of gold. He reached out and picked up the coin. Uncle, I think that if we enshrine it in the Imperial Ancestral Temple, we should use this golden Kai Yuan Tong Bao. Money can better represent Uncle's supreme dignity and imperial power. This time, it was Mito's turn to curse in his heart. He didn't expect this county count, who to be such an expert. He had actually met his match. Li Wanyu and Mito's competition for favor left Yen Liben dumbfounded. His teacher was actually this kind of teacher. Yen Liben almost wanted to take out a small notebook to record his teacher's words and deeds so that he could study them seriously. Yen Liben did not think that it was shameful to curry favor with a saint. Strength of character was something that depended on the other party. As the saying goes, if you learn both literature and martial arts, you will be a part of the royal family. This was the principle since ancient times. Pai Lupi was naturally very satisfied with Li Wanyo's actions. His bright smile made even his curly beard tremble. "Ha ha! Zio's words are reasonable. Mito, send these 2 Kaiyuan Tongbao coins to the Imperial Ancestral Temple." Yes, Pai Lupi looked at the hydraulic forging machine and was extremely satisfied. Even the clanking sounds in the workshop were like syrup to him. Li Wanyu couldn't stand the attack of the noise, so he invited Pai Lupi to the riverside to serve tea. After Pai Lupi nodded in agreement, Li Wanyu picked up the remaining gold ingot and threw it to the craftsman who had previously operated the forging machine. "Well done. This gold is your reward." The craftsman, who had been kneeling with his head lowered, hurriedly kowtowed to Li Wanyu. "Thank you for your reward." These craftsmen were all servants of the government. Their status was extremely low. Craftsmen with official status were not allowed to be a part of the various colors. This meant that their occupation was hereditary and could not be changed. Moreover, their descendants would all be craftsmen. Pai Lupi had also once said, "The people of the various colors in the trade and commerce can only be given a lot of wealth, but they must not exceed the ranks of officials. They must stand shoulder to shoulder with the noblemen of the court and eat together." The low status of craftsmen in the trade and commerce and the various colors could be seen from this. Li Wanyu, of course, didn't agree with the craftsman system of the Tang dynasty, but there was nothing he could do. He could only shake his head and leave with Pai Lupi and the others. On the shore of the Qi River, Li Wanyu boiled a pot of green tea, and everyone sat down again. "Zio, it's really good to use this hydraulic method to cast copper coins. How many copper coins can we cast in a day? How much is the waste?" Pai Lupi couldn't wait to ask. He couldn't help but be anxious. Currently, a large amount of gold and copper coins in Taiji Palace had been exchanged for mountains of private money. If he couldn't cast them into official coins, then his losses would be disastrous. "Uncle, the coinage workshop has only just started. We've only built 10 hydraulic forging machines, and the daily production of copper coins is about 50 strings of coins. However, Li Ben is currently ordering craftsmen to build other hydraulic forging machines. As more forging machines are built, the production of copper coins will continue to increase. As for the waste, Li Ben has already calculated. It's only 10% of the losses, mainly from the charcoal used to smelt the private coins." Li Wangyo's words caused Pai Lupi to excitedly rub his hands together. In his opinion, 10% of the losses was completely insignificant. It must be known that when the government wanted to cast copper coins, they had to start by mining copper, lead, and tin mines to obtain the raw materials. Then, they had to invest a large amount of manpower, charcoal, and model casting. They also had to add the transportation costs of the raw materials and copper coins. During the most prosperous period of the Tang dynasty, it was recorded that a Qian Guan would cast 3,300 strings of coins every year, spending 220,000 caddies of copper, 3,700 caddies of lead, and 500 caddies of tin. The cost of the charcoal was close to 20%. After calculating, every time a string of coins was cast, it would cost 750 strings of coins. However, even so, the government still had a third of the profits from the coins cast. Moreover, the aristocratic families didn't mine copper for copper, but rather smelt ancient coins for recasting, so the profits were even higher. After all, in the storehouses of these millennium-old aristocratic families, who knew how many generations of Han Dynasty 5 baht coins and Sui Dynasty Yuan Kong coins had accumulated, After the Tang dynasty abolished the 5-baht coins, these ancient coins were piled up like hills in the aristocratic families. If they weren't smelted again, they wouldn't be able to circulate in the market. However, due to the limitations of the casting process, the aristocratic family's private coins could only be 2 or 3 times 1. Even so, the aristocratic families didn't suffer any losses. Naturally, they were willing to smelt and cast large amounts of ancient coins in their storehouses. Pai Lupi and Li Wangyo's private coins were all exchanged from the aristocratic families and merchants according to the ratio of 1 to 2. Even if 10% of the losses were to be cast, Pai Lupi would still be able to earn a lot of money. Haha, as expected, I didn't trust the wrong person. Zio, this is a profitable business. Not bad, I'm quite satisfied. After your private coins are recast, I'll give you 10% of the profits. Don't think it's too little, Zio. How could Li Wanyu think it's too little? He smiled and thanked Pai Lupi. Uncle, this nephew has another business. I don't know if Uncle is interested. This business isn't profitable, but it can protect the foundation of the Tang dynasty. Uncle, are you interested? Li Wangyo's words naturally aroused Pai Lupi's interest. Chapter 5:14. To Pai Lupi, gold and jewels were naturally not as important as the stability of the Tang dynasty. Hearing Li Wangyo's words, Pai Lupi also stopped smiling and asked seriously, Ziyu, tell me, what kind of business is it? Uncle, do you know about 100 refinement steel? Pai Lupi nodded and took out the saber at his waist. This Dingtang saber is 100 refinement treasure saber. It was originally the retired emperor's personal weapon, but it was later given to me. With Pai Lupi's permission, Li Wangyu reached out and took the Dingtang saber. He gently pressed the lock on the scabbard and pulled out half of the saber to look at it. The blade was like autumn frost, and the mirror-like surface of the saber was cold. A cold light condensed on the edge of the saber, as if it was constantly flowing, increasing the sharpness of the saber. It really is a treasure saber. Li Wanyu pushed the saber back into the scabbard and returned the Dingtang saber to Pai Lupi with both hands. The Dingtang saber was famous in history. It was rumored that this saber had the aura of an emperor. Of course, Li Wanyu did not see any aura of an emperor, but he was sure that this was a good saber that could cut through hair and cut through iron like mud. Uncle, does the imperial army of the Tang dynasty have such a treasure saber? Li Wanyu deliberately played dumb and asked Pai Lupi. Pai Lupi naturally laughed. Do you think this 100 refinement treasure saber is a vegetable in the field? This kind of 100 refinement steel is not easy to make. Even people like Jijia have coveted this saber for a long time. How could they give it to ordinary imperial army soldiers? Li Wangyu smiled and nodded. Uncle, if I can mass-produce this 100 refinement treasure saber and make it twice as expensive as an ordinary saber, would Uncle be willing to give it to the imperial army? His words scared Li Er so much that the hand that was holding the teacup trembled, and the hot tea in the teacup spilled onto his clothes. Pai Lupi did not bother to wipe off the tea. He slapped the table in front of him and said, Zio, what did you say? Mass production of 100 refinement treasured sabers? The cost is only twice as expensive as an ordinary saber? How is this possible? Ziyu, don't you know what a well-tempered steel is? Hee, Uncle, your nephew naturally understands. If you don't believe me, you can ask Liben. Did I lie? Li Wanyu smiled as he pointed at Yen Liben. Yen Liben, of course, nodded his head like a chick pecking at rice. The cost that Li Wanyu mentioned was also estimated by him when he was chatting with Li Wanyu just now. Pai Lupi was naturally surprised for a reason. There was a world of difference between the price of the 100 refinement blade and the price of an ordinary blade. In water margin, Yang Ji sold his blade for 3,000 strings of cash. This was already considered a cheap price. After all, Yang Ji's ancestral blade could cut through a strand of hair and easily cut copper coins. It was undoubtedly a well-tempered blade. The blade used by the imperial army of the Tang dynasty was priced at 2,000 copper coins, which was 2 strings of copper coins. As for the ordinary blade used by the common people, it was less than 100 copper coins. In comparison, a blade was already very expensive. However, according to Li Wangyu, a blade made of well-tempered steel could be bought with 4 strings of copper coins. How could Pai Lupi not be surprised? It was just like how people in the future said that a handmade Rolls-Royce was only sold for the price of an electric car. No one would believe it. Ziyu, stop messing around. How is this possible? Although Yen Liben, the future junior supervisor, had endorsed him, Pai Lupi still shook his head. He did not believe what the two of them said. Li Wangyu laughed even more happily. To be able to provoke Pai Lupi like this was a kind of fun. Uncle, think about it. The reason why well-tempered steel is so rare is because it requires a blacksmith to hammer it thousands of times and expend countless amounts of manpower to repeatedly forge the steel. Is that so? Yes, that's right. This Tang blade of mine took 3 years to forge. Pai Lupi nodded. Uncle, there is a limit to how much manpower can be used to hammer steel. Especially for well-tempered steel, it naturally requires a blacksmith to expend countless amounts of energy. However, Uncle, have you ever thought of using water power to hammer steel? Just like coins, you only need to change the hammer head, and it can be hammered day and night. There is no need to consume the blacksmith's energy. Li Wangyu's explanation caused Pai Lupi to suddenly wake up. This is really possible. Ziyu, what you said makes sense. Using water power to drive the hammerhead to hammer steel is naturally feasible. Wonderful, truly wonderful. Ziyu, you are truly the Qilin son of my Li clan. Haha. If the imperial army of the Tang dynasty were all equipped with well-tempered steel swords and Modeo swords, would the Tujue not be able to survive? Pai Lupi was not a fool. He only needed to look at the process of using water power to understand Li Wangyu and Yen Liben's intentions. Using water power to drive the hammer to hammer steel was indeed much faster than using manpower to hammer steel. What was even more wonderful was that there was no need for skilled blacksmiths. As long as they were trained, any blacksmith would be able to do the same. A large number of these new hammers would be able to produce an endless supply of well-tempered steel. From there, they would be able to create a large number of swords and Modeo swords to equip the imperial army. Pai Lupi understood this point. He suddenly stood up and excitedly paced back and forth. Ziyu, if this matter succeeds, I will not be stingy with the title of Duke. Not to mention Duke, I can even bestow upon you the title of Duke. In the Tang dynasty, there was a custom of not being bestowed with the title of Duke without military merit. At the level of county marquis, it was no longer something that could be bestowed with ordinary merit. As for the title of Duke, it was usually bestowed to the imperial family. Li Wangyu was now Pai Lupi's nephew. It was possible for him to be bestowed with the title of Duke. Li Wangyu quickly stood up and saluted. Uncle, I am not doing this for the title of Duke. I just want to make some contributions to the soldiers of the Tang dynasty. I am now 16 years old, but Uncle has already bestowed me with the title of County Marquis several times. I am already in fear and trepidation, afraid that I will disgrace Uncle's great favor. How can I dare to accept Uncle's bestowment? Uncle, please don't mention this matter again. Otherwise, if others hear it, I am afraid they will think that I am really a lucky or sycophantic minister who has bewitched Uncle. Pai Lupi coldly snorted. Humph, Ziyu, you have made great contributions to the country. Why can't you be bestowed with the title of Duke? Why would I care about what those pedantic people say. He looked at Li Wangyou's young face and sighed. However, Ziyu, you are not yet 20 years old. It is really inappropriate to give you more titles. I have not considered this matter carefully. Ziyu, don't worry. I am aware of your merits. When you are 20 years old, I will reward you as well. I will definitely not disappoint you. I do not dare. Thank you for your kindness. Uncle. Seeing Pai Lupi withdraw his order, Li Wanyu let out a long sigh of relief. Damn. If he still wanted to give him more titles, he would really have to elope with his beautiful boss and wander the world. Now that he even had a F***king love rival, he really had to plan his marriage with his beautiful boss. However, no matter how anxiously Wanyu was, he could not avoid mourning for his father for 2 years. If he wanted to marry his beautiful boss, he would have to wait at least until the 4th year of Xinguan. At that time, Li Wangyou's body would be 18 years old, and his beautiful boss would be 26 years old. In the Tang dynasty, if he wanted to get the approval of Pai Lupi and Empress Zhongsun to marry his beautiful boss, he would have to go through 81 trials and tribulations just like Tang Sung. When he thought of this, Li Wanyu felt a deep pain in his balls. After Pai Lupi calmed down, he asked in detail about how to build the ordnance workshop and how much it would cost. Li Wanyu pushed all of this to Yen Liben and solemnly suggested to Pai Lupi that Yen Liben be responsible for the construction of the workshop. In this regard, Pai Lupi naturally nodded in agreement. In the Tang dynasty, there was no one who understood the hydraulic forging machine better than Yen Liben. If he did not build it, who would he entrust it to? Pai Lupi happily gave Yen Liben 50,000 strings of copper coins to expand the coinage workshop and build the ordnance workshop. As for Huang Yu, it was completely sealed off by the imperial guards sent by Pai Lupi. Except for Li Wanyu and Yen Liben, no one else was allowed to enter or leave. Not even a fly was allowed to enter. Li Wanyu naturally had no objections. He just looked at the black smoke coming out of the blast furnace of the coinage workshop and laughed in his heart. Pai Lupi's Tsuewei Palace was probably going to be destroyed. Chapter 5:15. In Li Wangyou's view, Li Er and Empress Zhongsun probably wouldn't come to the famous Jade Star Palace in the Yellow Valley, the holy land of summer. Even if the Tang people did not care about the environment, Pai Lupi was not a fool. In this Huang Valley, once a large number of workshops were built, there would be black smoke coming from the blast furnaces everywhere, and there would be the sound of hammering day and night. Even if Li Er were to stay here for a few days, he would not be willing to do so, let alone avoid the summer heat. Li Wanyu used the thick smoke to taint Pai Lupi's palace, and he was secretly laughing because of it. In reality, it was not that Li Wanyu was purposely messing with Pai Lupi, but that Huang Valley was too suitable for building workshops. Huang Valley was shaped like a gourd, with a narrow entrance and a wide interior. It was also surrounded by steep mountains, making it convenient for the imperial army to seal off and keep the secret of the minting and armory workshops. This was also very normal. For the sake of safety, the imperial palace could not be built in a place that was easy to attack and difficult to defend. Huang Valley also had the Qi River flowing through it, providing an abundant water source. There were also large amounts of trees in the mountains that could be cut down and burned into charcoal to be used as fuel for smelting steel. With such a convenient location, Li Wanyu naturally did not want to look for another place. Li Wanyu planned to suggest to Pai Lupi that the Tsuewei Palace should be changed into an office and a warehouse for the 2 workshops. It could be considered a waste. If Pai Lupi knew what Li Wanyu was thinking, who knew if he would immediately pull out the Ding Tang sword at his waist and chop this bastard to death? However, Although Pai Lupi did not know Li Wanyo's two-faced thoughts, the heavens did not let him go and directly let Li Wanyu know the consequences of not being environmentally friendly. After Li Wanyu threw the matters of the two workshops to Yen Liben, he naturally became a hands-off boss again. He didn't even ask much about the matter of switching to rice in Hu County. He left it all to Yang Quan to manage. In any case, in Li Wanyu's opinion, even if he worked hard, he might not be able to help much. Whether the winter rice could be successfully planted or not, it all depended on whether the heavens would give them face or not. In any case, he was just doing his best and leaving the rest to the heavens. Even Li Wanyu himself was not optimistic about this matter. He had secretly found his enemy and asked them to help him purchase sorghum from various places. On the one hand, it was a precaution. If there was no harvest at the end of the year, he would have to feed the 100,000 people in the county. By the end of the year, the rice had been planted, and the sorghum would not go to waste. They would all be transported to the Qinling Mountains to make wine. Li Wanyu, who was free, stayed in his manor every day and spent his days leisurely. The playboys were also addicted to living in Lai Hat. None of them wanted to return to Chang and City. Compared to Chang and City, Lai Hat did not have the Hu People's taverns and the brothels of Peace Square, but it had a lot of fun. It was even more interesting than Chang and City. The group of playboys and Li Wanyu either dragged the maidservants to the bridge for fun or went to the lake to row boats, swim, and fish every day. Or they would go up the mountain to hunt for game and have a barbecue party. Or they would gather a few tables of mahjong and play until the sky turned dark. Li Wanyu even made poker cards and taught the group of playboys how to fight the landlord. It was so fun. In addition, Lai Hat's food was now famous throughout Chang and City. Naturally, the playboys were so happy that they forgot their home and did not want to return to Chang and City. The group of men spent their days eating and waiting for death in the manor. On the other hand, their beautiful boss would still ride a four-wheeled carriage to work in Chang and City every day. Li Wanyu originally wanted to persuade her not to work so hard when he saw that she was working hard. But when he thought about it, his beautiful boss was not doing it for money, but for fun. He let her be. However, when they entered the manor for the banquet, Zhang Boi said that he would send his beautiful boss to the manor. This reminded Li Wanyu. Dingzhou village was 100 miles away from Chang and City. Although it would only take half an hour in the future, now it would take 2 hours to get there, whether by horse or carriage. If they were delayed by something and left the city gate after the evening drum, it would be dark by the time they returned to Dingzhou village. In this era without street lights, it was not safe to only rely on torches and wind lanterns for illumination. Even though his beautiful boss was accompanied by Niu Yong and 2 other troops, as well as maidservants in the manor, Li Wanyu was still worried about her safety. He did not want her to travel at night. In this way, it was necessary to buy another manor in Chang and City as a temporary residence. During this time, Li Wanyu had asked the playboys to send people back to Chang and City to inquire if there was a suitable manor for sale. He was ready to buy one. It was not easy to buy a manor in the Tang dynasty. First of all, with his status, it was impossible to buy a manor in the south of the city. That was the area where the commoners lived. Secondly, the Tang dynasty had a purchase restriction order. Even if someone wanted to sell a manor, he had to get the consent of his neighbors and the seller's clansmen. The Tang dynasty law stipulated that the buyer must first buy from his neighbors. In other words, neighbors and clansmen had the priority to buy. As for the extremely expensive housing in Chang and City, it was not a problem for Li Wanyu. He was not short of money. This was not a bad thing for Li Wanyu, who had spent all his savings, paid the down payment, and bought a house with a mortgage in the future, and was prepared to be a mortgage slave for 20 years. Being hit by his beautiful boss and brought to the Tang dynasty was not a bad thing. In the future, it was simply a daydream for him to live in a manor that covered an area of thousands of acres. He would not be able to dream of it even if he worked hard for a lifetime. This day, Fang Yai found Li Wanyu. Zio, don't you want to buy a manor in Chang and City? My troops just came from Chang and City. They said that there is a manor next to the Jianfu Temple in Kaihua Square. The owner is going to sell it. If you are interested, you can go and have a look. The manor belongs to a retired official. It has 3 courtyards. The owner said that no one in the square is going to buy it, and his clansmen have no intention to buy it. Li Wanyu heard this and nodded. Kaihua Square was located in a good location between the east and west cities. It was only 2 streets away from the imperial city. It was a prosperous area in Chang and City. To be able to buy a house, there was naturally nothing better than that. Brother, Yai, of course I have to go and have a look. Why don't you go with me now? Fang Yai immediately shook his head. Zio, you go by yourself. I will let the troops from the estate go with you. I also have an appointment with Chumo and the others to play Fight the Landlord. Li Wanyu was angry. These bastards would rather play Fight the Landlord than accompany him to look at a manor. He angrily raised his middle finger at Fang Yai and scolded with a smile. Brother Yai, this younger brother wishes you to draw 2,346 cards and never catch a ghost, and 2, After Li Wanyu finished speaking, he turned around and ran. He was afraid that Fang Yai would catch him and ravage him. Fang Yai was so angry that he raised 2 middle fingers at him to show his respect. Li Wanyu called Niu Wu and 2 other troops from the estate. Under the lead of the troops from the Fang estate, the group rode towards Chang and City. When they were still a few miles away from Chang and City and could even see the towering city walls of Chang and City, the sky suddenly darkened. Then a few thunderclaps sounded and bean-sized raindrops began to fall. This sudden rainstorm instantly drenched everyone like a drowned rat. However, there was no place to hide from the rain at this time. They could only continue to ride in the pouring rain towards Chang and City. Chapter 5:16. The rain came quickly and heavily as their vision was obstructed. Even though it was only a few li away, the group was still drenched for almost an hour before they finally entered the illustrious Virtue Gate. Li Wanyu took out his goldfish talisman and asked the guards at the gate to borrow a few raincoats. The rain was not as heavy as before. The rainstorm turned into moderate rain. Since they were already drenched, Li Wanyu urged his horse forward and headed for the Kaihua Square. However, not long after, Li Wanyu regretted it. The current Chang and City of the Tang dynasty was not the same as the current Chang and City of the Han dynasty. When Chang and City of the Han dynasty was at its peak, it had a population of hundreds of thousands. All kinds of sewage and garbage were difficult to deal with, so they were casually buried or discharged through abandoned wells. Even the rich and powerful would dig deep wells for sewage. Over time, sewage seeped into the ground and seriously polluted the water quality of Chang and City. During the Sui dynasty, the old Chang and City was no longer suitable for living. According to the Sui dynasty book, this city of the Han dynasty is about to be 800 years old. The water is salty and not very pleasant. With so many people in the capital, coupled with the fact that the water has accumulated over the years, the water will be salty and salty. Therefore, Emperor Wen of Sui appointed the Minister of Works, Yuan Kai, to redesign Chang and City. Yuan Kai was a design genius. He designed the new Chang and City into 108 squares, with a total of 25 main streets spanning from north to south. Among them, Vermilion Bird Avenue was the main street, located between the central axis. This was the current capital of the Tang dynasty, Chang and city. In order to learn from Chang and city, Yuan Kai designed drainage ditches that were more than 2 meters wide on both sides of the 25 main streets. The drainage ditches on both sides of Vermilion Bird Avenue were even 3 meters wide. These drainage ditches would discharge the sewage out of the city. However, the terrain of Chang and city was higher in the south and lower in the north. The north of the city was where the imperial city and the palace were located. If they followed the normal drainage route, all the sewage in the city would flow to the north of the city. Naturally, this would not work. Therefore, during the design, they chose to make the road high in the middle and low on both sides to discharge the sewage out of the city from the east and west. However, things did not go as planned. Because of Chang'an's topography, other than being higher in the south and lower in the north, there were also high topography all around and low topography in the middle. As a result, although Chang'an had perfect drainage facilities, there was still the danger of waterlogging every time there was a rainstorm. Li Wangyu and his group encountered a waterlogging in the heavy rain. The heavy rain caused the sewage in the gutters on both sides of the street to be unable to be discharged in time. After the gutters were filled with water, it overflowed and turned the street into a swamp. Although the waterlogging was not serious, the water that overflowed was not even up to the knees of pedestrians, and Li Wangyu and the others were riding on horseback, so they were not affected much. It would have been fine if it was just a waterlogging, but the yellow and white things floating on the surface of the water disgusted Li Wangyu, especially when Li Wangyu noticed that the snow-white hooves of his beloved shining night white were stained with the filth. He felt like dying. Li Wangyu was not obsessed with cleanliness in his later life. He was just an ordinary person. However, since transmigrating to the Tang dynasty, Li Wangyu felt that he had become obsessed with cleanliness. He really could not stand the sloppiness of the Tangs. It was fine if they did not bathe because they could not afford it. However, throwing garbage everywhere and even defecating everywhere really made Li Wangyu speechless. In fact, the Tang dynasty had learned a lesson from the previous dynasty, and the laws in this area were quite strict. In the Tang dynasty law, there was a special regulation. Those who pass through the wall and leave the filth will be flogged 60 times. Those who come out of the water will not be punished. The head of the department will be punished as well. It meant that those who casually dumped sewage or garbage would be punished by 60 flogs if they were discovered by Wuho or other bad people. However, even with such strict laws, there were still people who secretly dumped sewage and defecated everywhere in Chang. In fact, the Tangs could not be blamed for this. After all, there were no public toilets in the Tang dynasty, and Chang'an was huge. They could not expect everyone to go home, could they? People had 3 needs. When they needed it, they could not find the place where the 5 grains were reincarnated. So, they could only relieve themselves on the street. Therefore, after a rainstorm, the water at the foot of the Jinshan mountain was flooded, and the surface of the water became brilliant and varied. In fact, Li Wangyu also knew that compared to Europe in the 17th century, China was already very hygienic. After all, there was not even a toilet in Paris in the 17th century. At that time, the residents of Paris directly emptied the toilet bowl on the road when they woke up every morning. One could imagine the smell. In the romantic capital of Paris, it was not the smell of perfume that floated in the air at that time. When the American ambassador Franklin went to Paris for the first time, he directly fainted from the smell. Even the French palace of Versailles did not have a toilet until the 18th century. This topic could be said to be extremely heavy in comparison. Until Li Wangyu transmigrated to India, the toilet problem had not been solved. People still defecated in the open. In comparison, Li Wangyu really could not blame the Tangs for not being hygienic. pinching his nose and suppressing the grievances in his heart, Li Wanyu could only continue to urge the horse forward in the dirty water. Fortunately, there was no water in Kaihua Square, which made him feel a little relieved. This was also because most of the people living in the square in the north of the city were high officials and nobles. The square in the square and the wuho in the square were used to this kind of waterlogging after a rainstorm. In order not to affect the nobles, sandbags would be used to block the door every time there was a rainstorm to prevent the dirty water from flowing into the square. The owner of the house in Kaihua Square had already returned to his hometown. Only a housekeeper and a few servants were left to guard the house. Under the guidance of the butler, Li Wanyu looked around the house inside and out and was quite satisfied with it. The 3-section courtyard was slightly smaller than the house of the Li family in Huxian, but it was quite good for temporary residents. Although the courtyard was a little old, it was not a big problem to renovate and decorate it. The location of the house was good, and the owner asked for 4,000 strings of coins, which was a reasonable price. Li Wanyu directly made the decision. He immediately had the housekeeper of the house go with him to Wanyan County's Yamen in Xianyang Square to handle the documents for the sale of the house. Because the other party needed to carry the money on the road, Li Wanyu was very considerate and had Niu Wu go to the Cho family. He asked the Cho family for an advance of 600 taels of gold and gave it to the housekeeper to make it easier for them to carry. Since then, the money was settled, and the house in Kaihua Square belonged to Li Wanyu. After spending 2 hours, Li Wanyu bought a house. He was very generous with his money. At this time, the rain had stopped. After the rainstorm, the sky was blue. It made people feel relaxed and happy, but they could not lower their heads. The dirty water on the street was also slowly receding, but it left all kinds of filth on the street, making people unable to look at it directly. Li Wanyu sighed and turned his head away from those disgusting things. He had the troops behind him go to the clothing store to buy some clothes to change into. He also had Niu Wu go to the Eastern Market to inform his beautiful superior, who was still in the carriage business, that he had bought a house in Chang. And Chapter 517. After receiving Niu Wu's talisman, she immediately led Niu Yong and Niu Wu over. Li Wanyu bought a house in Chang, and without informing her, but the beautiful boss did not have any objection. Anyway, with Lai Hat's current wealth, buying a house was not much different from buying groceries in the market. She naturally knew why Li Wanyu bought a house in Chang, and she was quite touched by Li Wanyu's considerate actions. After touring the house inside and out, his beautiful superior was also very satisfied. Wanyu, this house is not bad. It's quite convenient. Tomorrow, I'll ask the old housekeeper to send some people to clean up the house. Then you can move in. Okay, Chongqing, you can do as you see fit. Li Wanyu replied absent-mindedly while watching Niu Wu and the others wash the horse and clean the dirt on Zhao Yebai. She also frowned. Why is Zhao Yebai so dirty? Is it too disgusting? Wanyu, where did you go? Hearing her say that, Li Wanyu felt wronged. It has nothing to do with me. Did you know that there was a rainstorm earlier? The streets of Chang were flooded with these filthy things. Niu Wu and the others happened to enter the city at that time. We couldn't avoid it, but I was so disgusted. She had been staying in the East Market, so it was naturally not flooded. She was in the carriage when she went out, so she didn't see the terrible situation on the streets. Really? Oh, it's too disgusting. She didn't want to talk about it anymore. She led the maidservants to check the house. Li Wanyu was also speechless. This was the worst thing he had encountered since he transmigrated to the Tang dynasty. He was in a daze for a long time. Then he stomped his foot and shouted at Niu Wu, "Niu Wu, get me another horse. I'm going to Taiji Palace." He didn't want to ride Zhao Yebai again. He had to change to another horse. Lang Jun, let me go with you. There's no need. You guys help Chongqing clean up this residence. I'll go by myself. It's only a few steps away. Li Wanyu refused Niu Wu's company. He mounted a date red horse and headed for the imperial city. This house was indeed very close to the imperial city. Li Wanyu felt that if he had to attend the imperial court in the future, he could stay here one day in advance. That way, he would not have to get up before dawn and rush to Chong, and in the dark to attend the imperial court. The Vermilion Bird Gate of the imperial city was less than 800 meters away from Kaihua Square. If it wasn't because he felt that the ground was too dirty, he wouldn't have ridden a horse here. In front of the Vermilion Bird Gate, Li Wanyu flashed his goldfish talisman. Naturally, he was unimpeded. Riding a horse was not allowed in the imperial city. He threw the horse to the guards of the imperial army and walked towards Taiji Palace. All levels of government offices of the Tang dynasty were located in the imperial city. When Li Wanyu walked towards the gate of heaven influence of Taiji Palace, he happened to meet the Minister of Civil Affairs, Dai Zhou. Zio, are you going to Taiji Palace to meet the saint? Greetings, Elder Dai. I have something to report to the saint. Li Wanyu quickly greeted Dai Zhou. Dai Zhou smiled and said, "Ha, I happen to have something to ask the saint. Let's go together." Elder Dai, please. Li Wanyu naturally wouldn't refuse. He and Dai Zhou chatted and laughed as they walked towards the gate of heaven influence. They handed over their goldfish talismans and asked to see Pai Lupi. Not long after, an imperial eunuch came to the gate and welcomed the two of them. He led them directly to the Li Zheng Hall. Zio, Elder Dai, why have the two of you come here together? What's the matter? Pai Lupi was reading memorials. When he saw the two of them, he couldn't help but smile. Li Wanyu quickly greeted Pai Lupi. Uncle, I have something to report. I met Elder Dai in the imperial city by chance. But what I want to say is also related to Elder Dai. Pai Lupi and Dai Zhou were a little confused by his words. Zio, what's the matter? Tell me. Uncle, there was a rainstorm today, so Chong was flooded. You know? Pai Lupi nodded. The 100 Horsemen Department has already reported it. It's not a big problem. After the rain stopped, the water receded. There's no loss. Li Wanyu looked distressed. Uncle, there's no loss in Chang'an's waterlogging, but you didn't see it on the streets. It's really disgusting. The streets are full of filth floating in the water. It's hard to talk about it. Uncle, our Tang dynasty's Chang, and is a rare majestic city in the world. It's also the capital of all the countries. How can it be so filthy? It's really a loss of face for our Tang dynasty. Those small foreign countries, when they go back, will say that our Tang dynasty is a capital soaked in feces and urine. What kind of scandal is this? His words made Pai Lupi and Dai Zhou's faces a little ugly, but they also knew that Li Wanyu was telling the truth. Pai Lupi was actually very angry about this matter. He was an emperor who cared about face. When he left the palace, he saw yellow and white things everywhere on the streets of Chang and with his own eyes. This matter is also a headache for me. The government has already strictly prohibited defecation, but it still doesn't stop. There are hundreds of people caught by Wuho every month, but they still can't stop it. Hey, Zio, do you have a good plan? Li Wanyu nodded. Yes, build a public toilet. Won't all the problems be solved? Public toilet? What's that? I've never heard of it. Please tell me in detail. Dai Zhou looked puzzled. It's a latrine, but it's not a private latrine. It's a latrine built in the square and on the street for passers-by to use. Li Wanyu explained. Dai Zhou suddenly understood. Oh, a public toilet. although it was recorded in the rights of Zhou that there were public toilets built on the side of the road 3,000 years ago in Huaxia. But in fact, until the Republic of China, there were no public toilets in Huaxia. Naturally, there were no public toilets in the Tang Dynasty. Otherwise, there wouldn't be people everywhere in Chang. And Pai Lupi nodded and shook his head at Li Wangyou's words. Public toilets can indeed solve the problem. But in Notice Chang, and 1 or 2 public toilets can't solve the problem. There are hundreds of public toilets, and we have to arrange for people to clean them. It's a waste of money. I'm afraid we have to discuss it with the officials. Daizhou also nodded slightly. That's right. It's difficult for the Ministry of Civil Affairs to come up with such a sum of money to build public toilets. Even if 1 public toilet doesn't cost much, even if it's 100 strings of copper coins, the waste of hundreds of public toilets is shocking. Li Wangyou laughed. Uncle, Grandpa Dai, how can this matter be considered extravagant? Not only is there no need to spend money, but the Ministry of Civil Affairs can also make a lot of money. Oh, why is that? Li Wangyou chuckled. Uncle, Elder Dai, you've forgotten that excrement can also be sold for money. Many a little makes a mickle. I estimate that I can make a lot of money in a year. It would have been better if he hadn't said that. After he said that, Pai Lupi's expression changed. He looked very embarrassed. Li Wangyou didn't understand. He looked at Daizhou. Did he mean that he had said something wrong? Daizhou smiled bitterly. He could only explain to Li Wangyou, Zio, things aren't as simple as you think.